Okay, okay. Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check, mic check. I don't hear myself. Hold up. Okay, okay, there we go. Wow, I'm behind. Ah, that had to be behind like 10 seconds. Okay, maybe even a little more. But that's okay. That's okay. At least I know it. The link is already in the chat. We're gonna take a different, you know, we're gonna do something different today. We're gonna do something different today. It is Tuesday, and I used to do something called Tech Tuesday, um, and we would talk about technology and different things like that. So I'm thinking about maybe starting to get back into really taking the channel a little more serious. Um, thinking about it. I'm gonna be honest. I have a lot going on, and so the channel is like the last thing on my mind. You know what I mean? To be honest. Um, but here I am. Uh, there's quite a few videos I watched in the last um 6, 7 months that was very interesting. That I took my time to listen to. Um, and I'm not sure if other people will be interested, but this topic, I guess those who are interested will stay and those who aren't won't, and I'm okay with that. I realize that you know everybody's not into what I'm into, and I'm not into what everybody else into. I do know though that there will be those people who claim they want everything to be serious and educational, and it got to be great. I know those people will not be here when we have these type of conversations because I've done it through the years, right? They claim they don't like the buffoonery, but they're always here for the buffoonery, and they're never here for the real conversations. And they tend to don't like the people who are who like to have real conversations also, right? Especially if they can make it work for them. But I'm not gonna talk about that today. I mean, last night, y'all, if y'all missed the stream last night, baby, baby, um, I'm gonna give you just a little quick review or synopsis. I'm gonna just go over it real quick. Your boy, Big J, admitted to being a liar. Not just once, but he said he lied quite a few times. He said he lied, and he even still wanted to blame the other person for lying. He wanted to blame other people for him lying on his wee wee. Okay. Now, do we believe him? As when I say we, I'm talking about me and all the different personalities that might be in me, per some of these whack ass women, who just said this. Um, I don't know. And I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. Because once a person admit they're a liar, like lie for no reason, those are the worst type of people. And he continues to lie and continues to lie. But if you want to hear him when he to admit to saying, yes, I said I had sex with Queen Maya, who turns out to be a transsexual woman. Okay. Um, then yes. Now he first says, well, I didn't say I had sex with her, I just said I met her. But there's actual audio where he says, yeah, I cracked that. Yeah, something very similar to that. You know, if I don't use the exact verbiage they use, they'll then say, "You lied. See, you said I said this." And then if I play the video and instead of using the word crap or even sex, or even if played the video in it and you could tell where he's like, "Yeah, yeah, 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 I was with her. Yeah, 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 yeah." And, you know, he'll call me a liar. Just like, for instance, he mentions that came to his channel and took over and tried to take over. He said, "You did it to me." And I said, "Show it." And he put up a video of me and V-Dub going back and forth. He never said stop to neither one of us. He may have even fallen asleep while me and V-Dub was holding the channel down. I, ne- he never said stop. Bomb, you do it too much. Bomb this, or even V-Dub this. He said nothing. And so when he put that up, he's trying to tell y'all, "Oh, Bomb came over and took over my channel." What do you mean? Me and V-Dub was up there going back and forth. But you came to my channel, you was yelling. I couldn't stop you. You've been doing this for a while. And I got tired of it a couple of years ago, and I asked you to stop yelling for various reasons. Like, can you stop yelling so I can hear what you're saying? I can't make out what you're saying if you're yelling. Mainly because, I have this headache. You're yelling. I'm trying to listen to you. Other people can't hear you. You wouldn't let me speak, on my own shit. And so when I said, "Don't come over here trying to take over my channel," not listening to when I say stop, that's that's why you got kicked off and out of the manosphere. Okay? Because you just have no respect for nobody, which tells me when you mentioned that you was the only child, it makes sense that you would be the only child. And they did a bad, bad job of raising you. Because here you are in the world, and you don't play well with others, but you admit to that. But the problem is you want to be with others. We all realized early on that you don't play well with others. Anyway, y'all go check that shit out. Go to the end of stream, maybe the last 3 hours. He was up here, okay? Um, and you can go and see how he spins truths into a whole web of lies. And then even when I kept telling him, and I always been telling him the same thing, that I wasn't referencing him, he said, "You brought my name up." I said, "I asked you, wasn't it true? It wasn't about you." Now he says that he gonna get those white men, right? If I knew their name, I would refer to them by their name, but I don't know their name, right? I probably could find the stream and go and gather the name, because the guy, no, I wouldn't be able to do that. I don't, because he popped up. I don't, if I don't even know honestly what year that all happened. Okay, at this point, but I mean, all you got to do is ask. If I'm lying, all he have to do is get his met. I won't say it. Never mind. I said I was gonna be good. Let's get to this. Let's get to this, y'all. Y'all just check it out. Hey, King Pix, how you doing? I ain't seen you in a minute. How you doing, baby? Yeah, Big J has admitted to being a into tranny. Oh no, I think tranny is negative. Into trans women, beautiful trans women with big penises. Okay. Um, he was in love. Listen, some of us watched when and you notice they him, because I was about to say him focused on a certain types of women. And I'm gonna tell you, there's a few more women over here who are trans women. Okay, there's a few other trans women over here, and y'all will possibly be shocked. But these men been playing with these women, these trans women, for a while. Think a few of y'all gonna be shocked. Okay, a few of y'all gonna be shocked. I'm not, and because it's obvious to me. I don't know, maybe because I don't even know why. I can't tell y'all why y'all don't see what I see. You see what I'm saying? Like it's almost like looking at the color blue. I'm saying the color is green. Hubby is saying the color is blue, right? But we come to find out that the color is it has a mixture of both colors. I can see the green. He or y'all. A lot of people don't see the green in it. I'm like, there's various colors. There's more than 8 colors. There's more than 24 colors. There's more than 100 colors. There's thousands of colors, right? Because the variation of how you blend other colors in, which you get you a different color. But anyway, what I'm saying is, I don't know why people don't see what I see, but I can tell a person's ethnicity. I could tell if they're Irish, even if they don't even know they're Irish, right? I could see in their facial structure what they are. Maybe because I've seen these people before. You know what I mean? Um, we have a younger generation of people who don't really take pride in who their ancestors were anymore, you know? And I kind of get that. I get it. Um, when they white, they can choose what the hell they want to call themselves, even including the color beige, you know? Ergo, somebody who was white, been in our space for years, and then lying to people. Because when anybody would say she's a white woman, she would call the person a liar. Now she knew, just like everybody else knew, what we're talking about if, when we say black person, okay, white person. We don't start talking about, oh, this person is African American, or this person is uh, African descent, or that person Irish, that person's German, and all that stuff. We don't do that in our community. Either you're white or you're black for the most part. Only people who have something to hide or they're lying will they start talking about, oh, I'm not white, um, and then beige. You know? Anyway, that's another topic. Let's get to it, baby. Let's get to it. This is a good conversation that two people had. I heard this conversation a couple of years ago, and I always wanted to review it, right? And I figured maybe it would be a little too boring, too technical, too scientific, too things like that. But I think it's important that we know these things that this man gonna say. Some of the things he said I didn't know. Um, he's a professional, and a lot of these things, you know, I knew. Okay, I'll share this stream. How do I want to do it? I think I'm gonna do it. Mm. First, we're gonna watch them, and then I may change it up to where we can only hear them. Okay, just for the sake of um, fair use and things like that. Okay, so yeah, that's how I'm gonna do it. So first, I'm gonna do it this way. We're gonna do it as the background, and I'm gonna do it like this. So in case I want to look at the chat, I'll add the chat in if I want to. Oh, gotta stop the share because I did not add the sound. Okay, boom, boom. Share sound. There we go. Okay. Here we go. Fair use.
Thanks so much for stopping by.
Thanks for having me.
So why don't we start with, for folks who don't actually know your background before you became famous science person who talks science, well, what exactly is your background? How did you get from where you were to being who you are?
I just liked learning about the universe ever since I was 9 years old. A first visit to my local planetarium, the Hayden Planetarium. I grew up in New York City. And I had the advantage of, well, the city offers the advantage that for many of the cultural institutions, if you do sort of the exhibits and the frontline things, you can do a deep dive. And at the American Museum of Natural History, which is the sort of the overarching institution that has the Hayden Planetarium, there were courses I could take. There were special sessions I could attend. And so it wasn't just the space show and an exhibit. I could continue to probe the structure and nature of the universe right from middle school on through high school. And that served my interest like really, really well. I went to the Bronx High School of Science, which, if I may, counts 8 Nobel laureates among its graduates, which equals the country of Spain, which is just crazy. I just looked that one up. That's kind of crazy. And went out to college, majored in physics, have a PhD in astrophysics, and this public stuff is really, it just happened to me. It's not like I was seeking it out. I'm still not seeking it out. I still just want to stay in the lab. But what happens is I realize that there's a hunger, there's an appetite for the universe out there, or there's an appetite for people who are in search of meaning in their lives. And religion has served that role for so many. Others who are not religious, or even if you are, people look up and just wonder, where do we fit in this universe? Everyone's looked up, right? Maybe if you live in the city and you look up, you just see buildings. But between the buildings, there's sky. And it's part of what we are as humans. We're one of the few animals that's completely comfortable sleeping on our backs. Just think about that. Maybe your dog can do it, right? But the dog is completely domesticated, so they're not worried that some other animal is going to eat their guts out while they're asleep. So I wondered whether in the earliest times, and we sleep at night, so we sleep on your back and at night, and if you wake up in the middle of the night, the sky is there. Think about it. If you're only facing down and you're asleep, you have no relationship with the sky. So one night you see, and then the planets are in one configuration, and
Okay, this man thinking about all kinds of things, which is, you could tell he has one of those minds where because he's talking about people way back sleeping at night. That is something we constructed in our society, right? Why do we sleep at night and we're woke in the daytime? So I like the way he thinks, and then he said and then he mentioned people sleeping on their back, which I do not do. Do most people sleep on their back? That's something interesting. I never really thought about that. Because I would be an oddball if people sleep on their back. Okay, I think most people, and then he mentioned it would be even odd if you slept on your stomach, which, by the way, a lot of people do sleep on their stomach. A lot of people sleep on their stomach, and then I think the most of us sleep on our side, one side or the other. Every once in a while, hubby will end up on his back, but I never end up sleeping on my back unless I'm in an actual hospital where I have no, and even then, I'm all uncomfortable trying to get on my side. You know what I mean? I feel like a dead person in a casket sleeping on my back in that hospital bed. And because this thing kind of has tilts, it tilts up. You know, it has these space in the bed where even at the legs goes up and down. And so, yeah, no. But it's interesting. I like the way he thinks about these things. He's thought about these things. You know, I kind of like that.
And later on, they're like in a different, and the moon moves. So I just wonder whether curiosity about the night sky is something that runs deep in our DNA.
So in a second, I want to ask you about.
No, it runs deep in your DNA, not us. Yours. Most people, today, I don't think even look up at the sky. I don't think most people look up. I, you know, like my, they don't look up at the sky no more. You just don't. Back in the day, it seemed like the stars and everything was closer. I used to be able to look up, and the reason when we was kids, we would be outside until that street light came on. And then even after the street light come on, we were still outside. We just wasn't able to be outside of the yard. We had to be real close. We would still be outside and looking up at the skies, counting the stars. We would make a game out of almost anything. I don't know if the kids do that today. I don't think they go outside like that. You know? So, and I think he's a generation older than me. I'll have to look to see his age, but I think he might be like, let me look before I start making assumptions. That would be wrong. Uh, let's see. But yeah, he's 67. So he's older. He wouldn't be my parent, but he would be like an older cousin. He born in 67. I do have cousins born in um 67, but I have some uncles also born in 67. I have some aunties born in 67 also. The people in my age just range. Um anyway. So yeah, I think 67, he might be a Gen Xer, might be like the first Gen Xer, right? Or the last baby boomer. But let me see. Uh Generation, let's see. We can look it up. I don't even have to guess, huh? He belongs to Gen X. Born, wait, what? Oh no, I said 67. He's 67 years old. Okay, I started mixing it up at the end. He was born in 58. Yeah, so he the last he belongs to Gen X. That's what it says. Okay. Look, I like the fact that I don't have to guess. Right? I don't have to guess. Here we go.
The quest for meaning, particularly using science, because I think that there's a rich conversation obviously to be had, and you talk about it a lot in your book, Letters from an Astrophysicist. But first, ExpressVPN is an app I used.
We ain't giving me. Okay.
It's incredibly reliable. It's the fastest too. If you want the best in online, go to ExpressVPN. To the irreligious, and I will say that you deal a lot with the question of meaning, and I have a lot of friends who are scientists, ranging from the religious to the irreligious. And I will say that my irreligious friends, my agnostic or atheistic friends who are scientists, look for meaning in science itself. And I've always found this a little bit puzzling on a materialistic level. Why should there be meaning in agglomerations of atoms or in evolutionarily beneficial adaptations? Well, where is the meaning to be found in that?
Yeah. So let me adjust something you said in your question. You're saying that scientists are looking for meaning. You're
on
right.
a personal level.
Sure, but the number of letters in this book. These are letters from people who wrote to me especially during a period of time when my email address was publicly accessible. Not anymore. But over that interval, people had access to me typically in response to some appearance I made or on TV or even in a public venue. And I'm intrigued by how many people were in search of meaning. And so it's not like I am putting that in this
No,
book.
not at all.
They are making that happen by their inquiries. And personally, I don't look for meaning. I think maybe that's okay for some people, but those who look for meaning, typically it comes with some assumption that, oh, there's the meaning. It's behind the chair, okay? Or under a rock, or behind a tree. It implies that meaning is something out there that you search for and then may one day find.
Right.
And that's not.
I see what he's saying, right? If you're searching for something, you will find it, but you may find it in the weirdest places, and it may not actually be what you're searching for. And that's because you're looking. Like if I'm looking for why my name is what it is, um, and I know that my name is the way it is because of my mom, and but my parents. Then I want to know, well, what's the meaning of my name? And because there got to be a reason she chose my name, right? And then I go down that rabbit hole, and it may not even have any meaning at all. It might be just something my mom heard, and she liked the way it sounds. It could be, which I know what the answer is, somebody in my family. One of her favorite aunts had my name, and so she gave me that name. But mainly because she heard the name and she liked it. Um, but what does that mean? Because now I will have to go into, well, my aunt who had my name, why did they have the name? There's got to be a reason and people start looking for reasonings for everything. And then if they can't find the reason, most of the time they'll associate it with something. And that's what happens in religion. Like religion, um, and when I mention religion, I'm talking about Christianity, right? In Christianity, I don't know all the other religions, so I can't speak on that. But in Christianity, um, you find that people looking for meaning, and then if they can't find a real reason, they'll make it up. They'll make it up, you know. Um, and that's why Christians do not like science. Christians do not like science because they do not go hand in hand. One is going to be fact based. And see, Shapiro mentioned this idea that scientists are looking for meaning, but that's not true. He wants to push that. He want to push that, okay? Because the Christians and even I think he's Jewish. They, you know, these religions, they are always associating something with meaning. You're either evil or this or you're that. And they could be actually the evil ones, right? They're the ones who pushing us some crap out there that's just not true, based in no fact at all. Based in no fact at all. And I only mention this because of who he's speaking to in this moment, right? He's speaking to Shapiro, who is MAGA, who they hate science. And oh Lord, they hate science. They 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 don't believe in it. But they believe in something that they can't see. It's the most ridiculous things when we talk to Christians. Um, Christians don't really like talking to me if we start talking about religion because your religion is so easy to just rip to shreds. It's just so easy. And then they start asking me for proof that something don't exist. How can I prove something doesn't exist? I can't show you something that doesn't exist. But you can show me something that does exist. And you fail. You say that the God that you're speaking about, you say he exists. And if he exists, then show him. How you want me to show you something that doesn't exist? I'm saying he doesn't exist. So I can't go show you a picture of something that doesn't exist. And religion is the downfall of the Black community. Um, yes, it's the downfall of the Black community. Here we go.
Personally, it's not how I think of meaning. And I capture this fact in my replies to so many of these letters. For me, meaning is something you create. You have the power to create meaning in your life and in the lives of others. Can you lessen the suffering of another person? That creates meaning. It creates purpose. It creates mission for who you are and what you might do in life. So for me, meaning can involve other people. Are you raising moral children? Are you a good spouse? This all creates meaning. In addition, is what you might do for yourself. So for me, as an academic, I care that I learn something every day. If a day goes by and I don't learn something, that's a wasted day. I want to go back, recapture the day, and rummage through the books to find something. And ideally, you should get your mind blown at least once a week by just something. Whoa, I never knew that. And so for me, that is where I get that is how I establish and derive meaning in my life.
So, I mean, maybe I should redefine the terms. Maybe meaning, I should be using the word purpose, which is a word I like to talk about a lot.
They're related, I think.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
I mean, in my book, I talk about, the relationship between meaning and purpose, and I suggest that people do have to have purpose in order to find meaning. I guess the question remains that when you look to finding a purpose, why should we be looking to the random assortment of guts or the evolutionarily beneficial firing of neurons for purpose? And how does that relate to questions like morality or the moral good?
What's interesting about your set of questions there is that they're in at least half a dozen letters written to me. You are not alone in that sentiment. So I think it's not obvious in just a cursory review of science. You think to yourself, this is dispassionate, cold facts about the universe, the world, nature. That is not where I'm turning if I got to find meaning in life. However, consider that the atoms in your body were manufactured in the cores of stars billions of years ago. Stars that exploded. If they didn't, these atoms would be locked away forever. They exploded, scattering that enrichment across the galaxy. And out of that enrichment forms planets, life, people. And so when you look up in the night sky, if you feel small and lonely, the knowledge that you're connected in this way to the stars, that we are not just figuratively, we're literally stardust, can give you a sense of belonging in what might otherwise come across to you as a cold and heartless universe.
It is a beautiful idea and a beautiful sentiment. I know Michael Shermer's written a lot about this sort of belief as well. In your book and in your other writings, you've talked about the application of science to questions of morality. And I guess the
So you see, that's what I'm saying. Like, this man just blew my mind, right? Because the way he gave the description, right, of how we came to be. Now, other people may call it like the Big Bang Theory and different things like that, right? And when you think about it or hear it like that, right, where there was some explosion that happened in outer space, right? Which is our universe. People make it seem like that's not a part of our universe, right? Earth is in a cosmic space along with other planets and or stars, right? And when you think that large, we are very small. And so when people hear the Big Bang Theory or these other different theories, right? We Christians go to a something that just is all messed up. It don't even make sense, right? You could tear down Christianity just in the very first book. The very first book, right? It, the very first couple of sentences, verses, or whatever you want to call them, right? Um, it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't align. The Bible is anyway, what I'm saying is, but the way he explained it, when he goes to say, like centuries and centuries and billions of years ago, there was a void, right? Remember in the Bible there was darkness and then there was light, right? But um in the Bible it says that this entity called God, it created everything. But the truth is that something happened in outer space, right? Um and there was where there was an explosion, and that's when life was created. You We're essentially a speck of dust. Remember, and even in the Bible they mention that we're dust, right? But it just refuses to mention that there was no individual that created us. And that's why even when we start talking about history, Black history, where the first man, women, and all that stuff come from, even that is more in depth than what we speak on, because we know that the people who's closer to the sun is darker, and the people who are farthest away and closer to the snow and things, we know how they hair and they light skin and stuff like that, right? We know that. But what we don't know is where these people come from, the first ones. Because we could talk about where when they ended up in certain areas, or even how did they end up in certain areas like that. So through but the way he explained it, it's so interesting. It kind of, you can envision if you have a brain and you're listening, and and you're really seeking information, right? I like the way, and this is why I like him. I think that's why people like him. He is a scientist, but he's more personable. He explains it where we can grasp on, because he could have said that in a different way, and we all would have been like, yeah, 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 yeah. If you don't know the terminology he would be using and things like that, it'd be just boring science. This man makes science really interesting because he used verbiage that we all can hear and relate to and understand. So when he said, imagine that we all are part of this cosmos, that we're actually connected to the universe because we are created from that thing that we call DNA and all these terms. Those things come from somewhere. Okay. Um, and just like the cosmos out there, how everything is uh running in a certain the way it's running. That's so perfect to its environment, right? Um, how we are not crashing into each other and things like that. Everything that interferes with us as Earth is mostly something we created. We go in outer space and put things and set them out there, and they eventually fail, and then eventually they're just floating there because they're not a part of the cosmos. They just floating out there, just a lot of trash. And I'm not sure if y'all know this, but there's a lot of trash in outer space. And most of that shit come from us. There's a lot of trash, lots of trash that one day might collide with us. We might collide into it. We the ones who put it there. Okay, satellites, cameras, all kinds of things. Um, and one day, because everything's moving, people don't believe that the earth is moving. They don't believe in gravity. It's all kinds of shit you don't believe. But and because there's a God that's holding us in their hand, I guess. you know? Anyway, I like this man right here. Uh, and the guy he's speaking to, that's a whole nother topic right there. I'm gonna have to listen to Shapiro so I can maybe know a little, because maybe I'm not giving him a fair shake, right? Maybe it's the little things that I did have heard him say. Um, you know, I don't know. I don't think I should give everybody a chance. I think that's some fucked up belief system. Okay, but if you are a Christian, that's something you should be doing. You should be giving everybody a chance, baby. Okay? I'm not that though. Here we go.
The question that I have when I hear something like that is that's a romantic way of putting the idea that we're meatballs in space. That basically
we're romantic meatballs.
Yeah, exactly. That we're Spinoza's stone that's sort of thrown, and then we have this bizarre awareness that we've been thrown, but there's nothing we can do about it. And
by the way, you are the first ever talk show host to mention Spinoza.
Oh, well, thank you, I guess.
Famous Jewish philosopher.
Right, exactly. And probably, pantheist, maybe the first open atheist.
Yeah, exactly.
But
first atheist Jew.
Exactly.
It started
publicly,
a great long tradition of atheist Jews.
Yeah, I mean, we can argue about how great it is, but Marx is in that tradition too. It didn't end great. But in any case, when we talk about that particular moral question or the purpose-driven question in your book, you talk about how you think a moral system can be derived from science, and you sort of assume that moral systems, the thriving of humans, the same way that Sam Harris or Michael Shermer talks about it, that is sort of a given, and that we all define thriving in the same way. And you're very critical, obviously, of Judeo-Christian religion particularly.
Well, no, I wouldn't put it that way. I would say if you're trying to fight me using Judeo-Christian religious texts, if you're trying to fight me about the nature of the physical universe,
no, that's idiotic.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
No, that's idiotic.
Right. But otherwise, I'm not going to. If Jesus is your savior, if Moses is your man, I'm not taking that away from you. I have no intentions on taking that away from you. There are letters in here from Jews, from Muslims. This Buddhist wrote in, and the corpus of those where people like to sort of tussle with religion tend to be fundamentalist Christians. So there's a chunk of letters in there as well. But each of them have a different reason for coming to me. And so the conversation is different. One of them says, is there any way the universe can be 6,000 years old? It just please help me out here. I want to try to get back. And as you know, 6,000 years is the canonical biblical age if you run through the begats of Genesis. And the begats in Genesis?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. So I don't think science hands you morality, but I think science informs morality. And that's an important connection that I don't think people commonly make today. There's a lot to know about life, about people debating abortion, people debating issues related to human physiology and health. Mm-hmm. Well, what do you know about the nervous system? What do we know about consciousness? What do we know about in the brain, the neurosynaptic connections? If a part of this brain gets damaged, you don't even know who you are. If another part gets damaged, you can't speak. Another gets damaged, you can't recognize a face. And that's kind of important information about how we're going to handle what happens to people, right? It informs it. Now you can have your morality panels or whatever they're called,
Okay, so basically what I hear him saying is, because people believe you get your morality from like God, I guess, or the Bible, right? The text, whatever they call it, the Bible in different religions. But and they fight on that. They think that this God gave you your morality, but we supposedly, because we want a good society, right? We want a society that thrives, where people are able to create and live, right? And how do you know, like, let's say somebody has, and I'm gonna use his example, head trauma. head trauma where now they don't, where they once was talking and functioning correctly, they had a injury, and now they, let's say they don't even remember anybody, right? They don't remember. They lost their memory, and but they still alive. They still able to possibly, maybe, depending on the head injury, right? Uh, Continue to live in society, but they just don't remember anything. They lost all their knowledge that they learned, you know, at one point, where they may have to learn to walk again, to speak again, to read again. Now, I think from my understanding, if it's a head injury where they lose their memory, they may be able to learn again, but they do have to go through it again, right? But then another part of your brain get damaged, and you may not be able to even learn again. Right? There's also brain dead, where the person's brain is dead, but their physical body is still living. And the only reason they're still living is because now people have to feed them. People have to, the brain is dead. They don't have no signals of bathroom time or nothing. So, in order for them to even stay alive, you have to take care of them. Now, this is the thing. What he's saying is, with the information that we know that parts of the brain gets injured, we know, oh, this is why this person can't do this and can't do that. We know that if it's this part of the brain, okay, they lost that knowledge, but they can relearn that knowledge. So you learn that through science. We know that they just gotta, they can't walk anymore. You don't know why they can't walk, because at one point in history they didn't know, right? They didn't know why this person had this head injury and now they can't even walk anymore. But now we do know, right? And we also know that they're able to learn it again. And therefore, that's science. Science gave us that. And with that knowledge, we know that, okay, let's prop them up and teach them how to walk again. We're not going to just throw them away. We're not just going to let them sit in this chair and not move or muscle or anything, because they can be back on their feet in 6 months, a year, 2 years, however long it takes them. We know also the more training they get, the physical therapy and things, right? The physical therapy, that means you retraining, relearning. Um, if they do it more often than not, then they'll get back to work quicker. They'll all of that through science. When uneducated people talk about science, they reference going to school, whatever they learned, the little bit they learned in school. And most of us, when we become certain ages and get out of school, we're not even thinking about going back to school. And therefore, you don't even want to know nothing about science anymore. But everything connects us to this theory, or these theories that we call science. And it's all connected to the universe in some shape or form. And that is what I've learned through the years, because I didn't like science in school, you know, because I had no connection. I had no understanding of what am I gonna do with the knowledge of a proton, an atom, and things like that. I I I remember the terms. I remember kind of what they are, because I remember doing a science project with these foam balls and stuff like that, you know. But the truth is, I I did that science project in like a half hour, you know, the night before it was due. It wasn't even the best of nothing. It was the least I can do to get a grade in order to pass the class. Um, and that's because I did not even I didn't understand it fully. They don't teach it even. It's not. They're not teaching it. Uh, and this is when I was in school, right? I'm talking about all the way from when I started taking science, which I'm thinking is middle class, when, middle school, I'm sorry, middle school all the way to high school, there was some science thrown in there, right? Social studies, science, English, um, and those are the things that kept going through. And I just kept walking through them, giving just enough to pass. Um, and but there was some kids who was very interested. They had more knowledge. They was more curious. That access to things, I guess that made them more curious, and but shit. I was walking through that stuff just trying to get out of, just to get to graduation. That's it. But and that's why I try to tell people because I was like that, right? Like I was a C D student for real. Okay. And but I'm also saying I put in no effort. I put in no effort. The Everything that I had to do, I did it at the last minute. I did it without any understanding. And that's where I was. And then when it was time to go to college, right? Um, when I went to my first college class, I was like shocked, you know. And by then, you choose the subjects that you want. There's some subjects that you're gonna have to get the degree, but in the beginning, you could steer away from those. And because I wanted to go into computers, I was steering away from everything. Um, Especially the one that they claimed that you needed to have, which for me is not necessarily true. Or if I say that, well, when it comes to math, maybe I found that I was smarter uh, than I even imagined, right? Because I wasn't putting in any effort. I'm only learning the way this teacher is teaching, but we now know that students learn differently. You may learn by just being able to have a book in front of you, right? I don't learn that way. I need to see it. And then not so much even getting to the board and doing it. That's no different than you read it in a book. I need to see it. That putting up 1/2 plus 3/8. And I know how to figure that out because they taught me how to figure that out. But just because I could figure out the answer, I still didn't know what 3/8 was. If I'm making sense, that's what I'm trying to say. I could put up the fractions, yes. I just never understood what they were. Like, what is a fraction? And I can identify if one number is over the other number, right? I understand that's a fraction. What else is a fraction though? And I just never knew what the hell they was talking about. Not through none of my algebra classes and my geometry. I did not understand. And I just knew how to work the what you call it, the formula, right? I knew how to work the formula, but I had no understanding of what the hell is 3/8. And then I become an adult, right? And I'm not understanding. And somebody really in a movie, that's crazy as hell. Watching a movie made me start understanding fractions. And the movie, I can't remember what the movie was, but the guy was explaining to another little boy what fractions are. And they started talking about money. And then bam, what? That's so you mean fractions is a part of a whole, which they always said that, but I never knew what they meant by a whole, right? I never knew. I know when they say one is a whole number, two is I understood those. I understand, hey, these whole numbers, but I didn't understand what you like. Why is we taking these and fractioning it? What's the reason? I didn't understand. And soon as somebody mentioned money, and then they start talking about, well, 75% is, is also 0.75. which I never knew what that was. And it's also of $1, right? 50 cent. 50 cent is one half, 0.50, point 0.5, right? It could be just 0.5. Um, and yes, or how about when it gets into the 3/8, right? What the hell is a 3/8? And that's a good one. 3/8. So if the eighth is the whole, right? Because that means you're saying that um 8/8 is 1. So if you look at it that way, 3/8. How much is 3/8? 4/8 would be a half, right? 4/8 is a half. So if you're going a little less than 3/8. And so now I'm understanding. Wow. And now I'm understanding that, what it means visually for me in my mind. And bam. And then that shit come to me like it's nothing. Like it's nothing. I can look at it on the ruler. I can see it. We can speak about it and go on and on and on. And who? Then I started being interested. And then not only that, but I started listening to him, this man, and a few others when it comes to science. I got interested in astrology, horoscopes also. I started getting interested in that. And that, I'm interested because the honest truth, I want to know more about you know, astrology. I want to know more about horoscopes and things like that. And then I started learning about the stars and how they align. And now I'm really interested in learning. And then I start along that path. And what I'm saying is you could be older and start learning. Don't give up on yourself. Just because you ain't like school when you was in school, that don't mean nothing. There's all kinds of way of learning. You got to figure out what drives you. What are you interested in? You know, if you didn't do well in school, but here you are, and I'm gonna use Mr. Kevin as example because this man knows stocks and shit like that. You know what I mean? He even taught himself some shit. I don't know if he knows how complicated that is, because I guess it was simple for him, right? And because it was simple for him, he probably don't realize how complicated that shit is. And for those of you who do also understand, right? You understand it. It's simple. Uh, for me, it seems impossible. But the truth is, I never sat down and really even tried to figure it out. He's been up here showing, and as he's talking, I know nothing. I don't, when he started talking about dividends and things like that, I don't know what a dividend is. So I just know that he said the word dividend and splitting and this and that and that. And I can't wrap my head around it. I can't wrap my head around it. And so um I know that I'm smart enough. If I was really interested though, I could sit down and figure it out. Figure out how it connects to something that I do understand. Okay. And I'm just saying that because some of you may be down on yourself thinking that you can't learn this, you can't learn that, you can't. What I'm saying is you got to figure out what you're connected to, something you're really interested in knowing. You don't know it now, but you're interested in it. And then go along that path using that drive that you have. And then you will find that it's going to be connected to, I'm going to tell you, everything is connected to Matt, and Matt is connected to the universe, science. You're going to find that all this stuff is connected. You just got to make that connection to your drive, to something you want to find out about. Okay. And don't just take people's word for it, but don't argue some shit that they have a theory for and is being proven and proven and proven. And just always know that things could change. Look, we in a constant change of many things. Eventually, something will change. And to prove that, we could go back to when before humans were who we are today. Before they was like we are today, we was another type. I hear people complain when people want to go that far back. Oh, that wasn't us. Yes, it was us. It was another form of us because, due to whatever, just whether it's the environment, whatever that made man change just for survival. And when we break that shit down, I'm gonna tell you, it goes definitely to science. You'll find that it goes to our um blood types and different things like that. It's really in depth on how we are connected to one another. And when I say connected to one another, I don't mean we relative the way, we think of relative today, like I'm not your cousin, but I actually might be your cousin. You know what I mean? Going through the line, and you'll find there is a blood type that survived almost every disease. And they're gonna be, and I happen to have that blood type, right? O O blood is the survivor. Um, there is a something that was killing off O blood, right? There was a disease that kills O blood, but for the majority, most of them do not because it can't attach to us, which is why me having COVID 5 goddamn times. Me having COVID 5 times where like when you do the research, it may sound like magic and all that kind of shit to people. It don't sound like it's real. But if you go start looking into the science, you'll see that most of the people who survived all them diseases, all those things, you're gonna find that they were old uh blood, people with old blood. Okay. Uh where the masses of people was dying. We don't even know that. There's a lot of people don't know that. Now you don't believe in science, but you get your medication. We know about getting our immunizations, right? We know this where people was dying in droves. When we now hear about people dying, right? We hear about maybe a few hundred people dying every day in the US, right? Whether through natural causes or being killed, right? I don't know what the number is, but it's a small amount of number. But imagine COVID was something in our time where we saw 1 million people die in a year. Hundreds of thousands was dying a day at some point. Then it became, as we started seeing, hundreds dying a day. Then it started getting lower, right? But we saw that in our actual lifetime, not but 7 years ago, right? 7, 6, 5 years ago, people was dying massively. And the thing that got us out of that is the thing that people complain about today. It's the most ridiculous shit. I've never even, like, we literally watched it in real time. The massive number of people were dying every day. Full families wiped out. Whole families are no longer here because one virus, which is a mixture of atoms and neutrons and protons put together that is harmful to the body, right? And it killed millions of people worldwide. In this country, 1 million people died. And in a year, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people that died. And the thing that stopped that from happening was science. Science. And that's when I noticed how stupid People are, not Americans, people are. Those of you who watch this, you complain about a shot that we know stopped it, even if it slowed it down, even if you ended up with some other issues. You didn't die. People was dying just walking outside, coming in contact with other people who had it. And some of y'all, some people say, well, I didn't get it, I didn't get it, I didn't get it. And you may not have gotten it while you were sitting your ass at home with no children running in and out. Like you got a reason why you possibly never got. They never talk about that. But we watched the people who were saying, I'm not gonna wear this and I'm not gonna wear that and I'm not getting this. And then them people are gone. And I'm gonna be honest, I blame that on, well, we're gonna finish through this. Because this conversation, I just skipped through this. I only saw like a preview, right? I like I said, I've been wanting to watch it for a couple of years. I saw this years ago. I saw it maybe about 3, 4 years ago. And I said I want to watch it. I put it in my list and forgot all about it. And I watch this man all the time. You know, I put him on something Star. What he got? Something called Star something. I don't know. And I put it on that night when I'm about to go to sleep. If in order to help me sleep, if I'm not online or anything, right? I like to listen to things when I'm asleep. I learn, believe it or not, it seeps into my subconscious, I guess, while I'm sleeping. I wake up and I have knowledge that I didn't have before. Because I have one of them brains that just keep working. That's why I can't sleep. I can't sleep or nothing. I'm an insomniac for real. Okay. And once I learned that I was learning things that I was listening to while I was asleep, I realized, oh shit. I was thinking about listening to some books and things like that. But the problem is, if the book has any horror in it, or anything like that, I keep asking husband to stop putting it on the news when I'm asleep, or at least change it when he gets ready to leave, because I wake up knowing all these debts, all this robbery, all that shit that they put on the news is ridiculous. They barely put up anything feel good. I also told him to stop putting on he liked to watch Law and Order. Law and Order always have this horrible thing that happened in the beginning, and then they go down to the police start doing their investigative thing, and then they go to court, right? I'm like, please, when I'm asleep, do not put this stuff on. Do not put that on while I'm sleeping. First of all, you know what I mean? I don't need that seeping in my subconscious. I wake up knowing about a show that I didn't even watch because I heard it when I was sleeping. And I end up where I'm thinking I'm dreaming. I'm not dreaming. I'm listening. My brain is processing all that shit. I'm just asleep when it's happening. Okay, anyway, let's get back to this.
The people who advise politicians or whatever, ethics
Right,
panels, they're
right,
called.
right.
And so, but don't believe that a scientist shouldn't be in that room.
No, I certainly believe that scientists should be in the room to provide the additional information necessary
Yes.
to fill out the application of moral principle.
Yes,
I
agree.
I guess that my question becomes, when we're talking about the original initiation of moral principle, why should we believe that science can do that?
I've never said that.
And I think that there's a very strong David Hume is ought problem.
Well,
right?
yeah, except if you look at what we consider to be moral principles today, it is, especially in communities where they say we have Judeo-Christian foundations for society, there's a lot of editing out
For sure.
of what went on in the Bible versus what we value and judge today. And so you can ask, what is the foundation of the editing? And this really is traceable to secular discussion about our understanding about civilization, about people, about how we treat each other, one another. And so, when you look at Darwin and learn, of course, there are people, social Darwinists, which fed Nazism, right, and eugenics. But you
That's a good. I like that he just said that. Just for people to know, right? Because I don't think a lot of people follow sex sectors. Okay, they call sex. Um, they don't know where it comes from or anything. They just hear it. It's think people end up following these groups or just people thirsty for groups, right? Like us being on the internet. And I remember when a couple of black men started crying, talking about, I'm so happy I found you. He was over there in the Black Manosphere and amongst men. And this nigga, I can't even remember who it is at this point, but I cracked jokes on him and everything. And so we as humans, we do seek out um groups of people, right? You wanna belong. You wanna belong. There's a few people who make claim that they don't like people, and yet they're always putting themselves right there with people. What they don't like about people is that they can't read those people. People won't just blindly follow them. But the ones who don't like people and they can get people to follow them, right? Um, they end up being the Hitlers and the people, right? But anyway, people like to form connections with others, groups. And if you're young enough or dumb enough, you come across a group of people and you just like the camaraderie, right? You see the people in the chat saying, yeah, yeah, you see the number of people in the chat. You're like, damn, okay. And you see that person up there saying hi to this person, that person. And it seems like, yeah, you feel like you want to belong to that. You want to belong to that. And without even knowing what you just joined. And now you start to learn, you start listening. And then they got the ones who, once they start listening, they're like, oh, no, I'm not really, that's against what I feel already. But then they got the group of people like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah, we should be saying, fuck the community. Yes, we should say, fuck them kids. Right? And then before you know it, they're like, fuck them kids. And they start going on panels. They be in the chat, yeah, fuck them kids, right? Um, you have now joined a group of people who actually kind of hate people. Because you may actually have kids. And you pushing fuck them kids. Are they pushing that to you? And you actually have kids. They may not even have kids. Or they may have actually said fuck their kids. Like Tommy Sotomayor, who won't even acknowledge his son who looked just like his ass. And now his son is a girl. Now I don't know if they that connects, but I mean, shit, if I had a daddy anything like Tommy Sotomayor, I would be trying to, and I was the same sex, I'll be trying to switch up too. The thing is, the nigga won't even take care of his own kids, and yet you think he gonna take care of you. And then as long as you give him money and you say what he says, fuck them kids. You got kids too. You're not even looking at the situation. You just want to belong, and you don't care what you belong to, and it could be at your own appear, right? Because you is you, but you is also your family, especially if you have children. But people don't believe that anymore. People like they'll separate from their kids like it's nothing. They don't give a damn. You will talk about the woman should do it, and then now here we are, generations later, right? At least two, and we're pointing and saying that single mother did a terrible job. She may have done the best she could, but what we find is that these men went with other women, started other families, and did the same thing there. And so we got this man with three. and 4 baby mothers, and he's complaining that all of them did bad with his children. Right? He never even want to connect that to his absenteeism. He's not there, and the woman is falling short because she cannot give her child what their father could. There's no way we as women can give our children what the fathers can. I don't even understand hubby when he talks to the children, right? And because I do have boys, I would be like, you talking over their head. But, I'm like, can you break it down a little more simple? But maybe what I was, and not even maybe, but just because I didn't understand it don't mean the boys didn't understand. And I'm talking about when they were boys too. But they would look at me. They don't know what their dad's talking about. Their dad, he's talking way above everybody. He's saying some shit, sayings I never even heard before. Right? So I would then like, can you say that to where they can understand what you're saying? Like the example would be when my kids was like, they're like in uh second and fourth grade, and instead of being a little more sensible with his message, hubby says, hey, if you're the smartest one in your group of friends, then you need to seek out other friends. He's talking to children who, when they think of friends, they thinking of friendship. They out there playing ball, kickball, they skateboarding, they going swimming, right? They're not even talking about who's the smartest in their group. It wasn't age appropriate message. You see what I'm saying? Like, uh, that is something somebody told him, and he probably understood it and told him that when he was older. Maybe they told him when he was younger. I'll be wondering, like, when did whoever told you that, when they told you, how old were you and did you understand? But then usually what I'll find out is he'll say, well, I didn't understand it then, but I since learned to understand it. I said, so why would you be giving a message to the children at an age where they can't understand it? It's almost like you didn't give them a message at all. They just confused at what the hell you talk about. You looking angry at when you telling them this, and you expect that they know what you're talking about. It don't make sense. So I constantly was telling him, hey, you speaking over everybody's head. So therefore you're not teaching them anything. Now, now my sons understand that, right? They got older and they start understanding. They start to understand that just because somebody lives near them don't mean they're your friend. They start understanding what a friend is and shit like that. But when they was like 5, not 5, but when they was like in those younger grades, and when they got home, they just wanted friends to run around the neighborhood with. You think they was talking about who's smarter? In fact, it's so ridiculous when he would tell my sons that, because one of my sons was like, sometimes he would be the oldest in the group. He's the oldest, right? The rest of them are either his age or younger, like his younger brother, just a couple of years, right? And he just told him, kind of like, first of all, he who should be, because he's older, he should be smarter than the younger ones. But he just told him, who's smarter than the other ones, that if he's the smartest one, he need a new group of friends. And I was looking at her like, what are you talking about? Why would you know he's the oldest? He definitely, we hope he's smarter than the youngest ones, right? And you just told him that, but if he is, well, he's feeling good in being a leader on his group of friends, because he's older. He's like the leader. But my husband just tore him down and told him that if you're the leader, if you're the smartest one, then you need a new group of friends. I don't think hubby understands what he was doing. I don't even know if he understands it today, what he has done. You know what he has done. And because of this stoicism, I guess, right? Where the men, where you not emotional, right? So you're not thinking about your own children with emotion. You just throwing words that could be you where you even if you're throwing insults, you just think, oh, he's a man, he's a boy, he can handle it. What are you talking about? These are your children. Why would you want to destroy them? That destroy them to rebuild them up? The fuck is you talking about? That's what the military does to people who are not their family members. If you are a parent, that means you are the beginning of their teachings. So you're gonna go in and try to destroy your teachings in order to build them up, or would you just build them up? You would build them from the ground up. Hubby was using his military strategy on his own children, on our children. I'm using this as an example, y'all. Okay? As an example. You cannot use somebody else's theology, somebody else's beliefs, right? Or even whether it's a, 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 a group of people like the military, or all these MAGA or whatever group, whether you were whatever your religion is, where they come in and they not there from birth up. And so they do want to take your old habits and throw them to the wayside, and reteach you. But that is not how you parent unless you coming into this life of this child later. And even then, you shouldn't be trying to break them down to reteach them. You don't break something just to fix it. You try to add on, try to get them to learn differently by showing them different. So I married a military man, and boom, and now he wants to treat our children like he is the military, and they are, and I'm like, no, we're not doing that. So it, our children, when they're kids, it don't matter if they're a boy or girl. So the little girl could cry, but the little boy can't. So the little girl could fall, scrape her knee and cry. The little boy, he falls, he scrape his knee, and he can't cry. Once we start telling you can't cry, you a boy. You don't do that when they falling, when they first starting to walk and shit. Some people take shit too far. Because I get where you tell a little boy that when he's, 8, 9, 10, you teaching him, are you okay? You make sure everything good, not that bad. And then you see that it's a scrape, and you might say, hey, you see that's just a little scrape. Does it hurt that bad? And you let him know, you know, it's not that bad. Let's go clean it up and stop that crying. But I've seen I've seen parents spank their kid for crying while they're spanking their kid. They're spanking the kid, telling them to shut up, and start spanking them harder and harder and harder while they are telling them to shut up. They spanking them harder because they're crying. But the reason they're crying is because you're spanking them. I don't know what that means. I've seen that type of shit. There's videos, and people be even recording themselves doing this shit. That's the part. That's when you know they mentally motherfucking ill. You got to be one mental ill. And I should stop saying mental illness, right? Because it's almost like it's giving them a reason. But I'm like, they stupid, something wrong with them. They not mentally thinking straight, whether it's because they just angry, so angry, or whether they drunk, or maybe they just stupid. Right? I don't be knowing which one it is. But you discipline your kids. You have the right to discipline your kids, right? How you discipline your kids, and that the reason they got rules on that because Motherfuckers was doing way too much. You got to have some regulations coming in. Parent like me, I had no problem spanking my kids. Spank them. There was no scarring, no marks, no burning, no, you know what I mean? It was nothing like that. But just because my spanking was probably didn't hurt them at all, to be honest. They was young with little diapers on. I tap them on their little pamper and say, "Hey, don't touch that hot, hot." Let them know you could get hot burn. And I didn't just do that, but I would take their hand and slowly go closer so they could see. See, you feel a little heat, and as you get closer, see it's a little more hotter. I said if you go closer, it's gonna get hotter than this, and you're gonna burn. If you don't teach the kids that, you can spank them all day if you want. When they decide you're not around, they're gonna grab. They grabbed that burner. They didn't even go slowly. They see if they went slowly, they wouldn't have went no farther. But they just boom. But look, I'm talking about kids. What about the fucking dumbass adults cooking food? Got the oil on the stove and the handle is facing outwards, so a baby can just come and and just touch. Babies grab for everything. You ain't even gonna consider the fact that a baby could walk in here and grab this handle. You're not even gonna consider the fact that you yourself can turn around and bump into that handle and shit go flying. Then could consider the fact that you're cooking in cast iron, you got the handle, and your wife or hubby might walk in and to move the handle and they got a third degree burn because they grabbed that handle of that cast iron. We ain't gonna consider none of that shit. That's why when you want to be a parent, you got to know that you want to be a parent. You got to be all in because you cannot lax, right? Even if the kids not they sleep. When before you go night night, you got to make sure that everything is safe. You that's being a parent. You know that this can happen. So you got to make sure this out the way. You know what kind of kid you got. All kids don't just grab for shit. Like my grandson, legally, that man, I don't like just a different type of baby than my children was. Not really though. Like my children, they wasn't grabbing for just anything. Maybe because I explained things to them, kept them busy, you know. Um, I don't know. I don't know. And maybe not even that. It could be just that kids are different. Different kids are different because both my boys were different from each other, right? But as parents, we gotta think of everything that can happen so it won't happen. Y'all be shocked how many motherfucking people lose an eye every year. Kids losing eyes, and because of something was left, right? For the kids to get access to. Now, yes, it ends up being a mistake, and maybe they not don't get prosecuted, and some do though. But I think I would rather not have my son or daughter lose an eye or something because of some shit that I neglected to take care of. I got scissors and pins and all kinds of shit all around this house. They were when I was like showing him what the scissors was when he was like 2 years old. Don't, why would you give my son scissors? I'm like, I'm not giving them to him. I'm showing him them and letting him know this is for my mom. Don't touch this. It's not for kids. And then when he got a little older, like 3, 4, I gave him his own pair of scissors. And the scissors that barely even cut the paper. Y'all know what I'm talking about? I gave him a pair of those. Um, and showed him so he could cut. And once legally cut up that piece of paper, he wasn't interested in trying to cut no more. He wasn't interested in trying. So shit, I ain't got to worry about him even wanting his scissors no more. He didn't want my scissors nor his scissors no more. That's why they make kid scissors. The only thing he's gonna cut is a piece of paper. They won't even cut their fingers or nothing. They don't have a sharp edge with it. You know what I mean? Or anything like that. But anyway, Darwinism, the theory of evolution of species by natural selection, advanced by Charles Darwin. And y'all, if y'all go into a little more of Charles Darwin, right? These motherfuckers was playing, baby. They was playing. Okay, they really had the idea that they needed to get rid of certain people in society due to their mental capacity, right? So they would, if somebody realized that their daughter or son, their child, right, had some where they wasn't learning at a certain pace. Let's put it like that. They wasn't learning at a certain pace. They thought that they should be eliminated to where they even started to play around with genetics, right? Where two people, if they wanted the kid eye to be blue, then they believed that you would only be with blue-eyed people, right? Um, Blonde hair, right? They started playing with genetics that way. But then there's something behind all of this because they looking for this what they consider perfect. This is what I feel. Now this part is what I feel. They start dealing with what they consider perfect, a certain perfect look. Now for you to start thinking things is perfect, that means you're interested. You think it's beautiful, right? And then these men start dilly daddling, right? They start thinking, oh, you're so beautiful, you're so perfect. And then now they want to bring sex and shit into it, you see? And so you got these religions where they all kind of resemble each other. And that's mainly because the men have fathered most of them children. Even they fathered the children from their wives, they fathered the children from their daughters, they fathered children from their granddaughters, and they all claim it's all in God's eye. It's all in God's eye. God say, uh, be fruitful and multiply. I don't think he said with your own people, your own family members, but they'll mix all kinds of things in. If y'all go and look into Darwinism, and I think that was another, they started doing all kinds of testing, and they started to tell women they couldn't have children because if there was something they considered not less than perfect or what they considered perfect, then they was like he shouldn't, or she should not uh procreate. They also like it would be based on things like their head shape and shit like that. It wouldn't be just as simple as them being slow with knowledge and things. It would also be they didn't think this head shape was appropriate, right? They didn't think it was beautiful. So this person shouldn't procreate. Nobody should procreate with this motherfucker with this lopsided head. Let me see. Um, Population genetics. Uh, yeah, they was doing a lot. There was this one woman. Um, Let me see if they talk about it here. Okay. Because they was understanding heredity, right? So, like I said, when they started having children, right? Let's see. Now let me see when they talk about Darwinism today. I'm trying to read through this. I'll read out loud what I Now, this is in the 19th century. They believe of the survival of the fittest. That's where the phrase comes from, right? And I don't know. They started talking. They wanted to filter out the gene pool of anybody or anything they thought was inferior. If you was left-handed, you wasn't. They didn't want you to procreate. Okay, because if you left-handed, then you have you something wrong with you. It'll be things like that. Things that really, there was a time where if you was left-handed, they would make you write with your right hand. Okay. And like my grandmother was left-handed, and she would tell me stories how when she was in school, they would hit her hand. Every time she would pick up the pencil, they would hit her hand. They would punish her and tell her to write with the other hand. But we now know through science why there's people who left-handed and right-handed, and it has to do with something to do with our brain. Okay, I don't know the particulars about it, um, but yeah, I went down the long road of genetics and things like that for a minute. Um, it's something that we need to know because they're pushing that kind of now. MAGA is, right? They think white is superior. Eventually, they will start weeding themselves out then too. Uh, because most of MAGA is actually the the how should I say it without being mean, but I mean we could see the people who showed up at the rallies and things like that. You can see that they didn't have much. They live in areas where they're not having much enough, and their complaint is when they see a person of another race who they consider. Let's see what they're talking about. Uh, let me see what they did. Somebody went over there and reported, y'all. Okay, no. What did they? No, that was sad. That was Saturday stream. I don't remember. Oh, I know what I did. Okay. I don't remember doing that. I thought I had that music muted. I don't understand what happened. Maybe it was muted on my end and y'all was able to hear it. I don't think so. I'm gonna fight this because I know damn well it's Saturday and it says early Saturday morning. Trying to think. I know maybe it's when I was sewing, but I don't remember playing the R. Kelly. The only time I remember playing that, imagine that, was I was playing a video, I think of me, right? And but I know damn well I muted that goddamn music. I played the video, you can see a little bit, but maybe I didn't. I don't remember. I could have sworn I said I'm gonna mute the music. Maybe it was muted on my end, but not on y'all end. I'm about to go look. But anyway, okay, here we go. Let's get back to this video that we sharing, y'all. We get back to what we sharing. Here we go.
You part through those curtains. At the bottom of Darwin is the fact that we are all genetically connected. That's profound. It means we have different skin color, but we are fundamentally identical as a species, okay? And, you know, to a jellyfish, they will not be able to tell us apart if we're a jellyfish. So the commonality of DNA among all humans, the commonality of DNA.
And I see that he cracks jokes. That's why I also like him. Sometimes his jokes are dry. Just the fact that that dude just laughed at that shit the way he did was goofy as fuck. To a jellyfish, they can't tell us apart. Okay, um, to a jellyfish. So I'm assuming jellyfish can't either see colors or they can't see. But okay, I'm gonna just let it slide, yo. He be having sometimes his jokes be lame as hell, but if they make the point, but I don't see how that one made the point, right? If he talk, we connected, but I could have sworn Darwinism, because it sounded like he just saying that they saying that we're connected through genetics. But I could have sworn it was more than that. They was actually trying to filter out shit, right? Um, so I'm not sure. Maybe, uh, maybe I'll finish listening to what he's saying and I'll get it.
All life on Earth.
They wasn't just looking at genetics to say we connected. In fact, they was looking at genetics in order to filter shit out. Okay, they was looking at to filter shit out. Now,
Earth. That is stupefying. That has value. And the is and the ought question, I don't have a problem with that as a starting place.
when he say that has value, I guess he would have to say who that has value to. I don't I don't see I see if I'm arguing with somebody who's trying to say that they're superior and they start talking about their genetics is what makes them superior, then I can see where the only value is that I can throw that at them and say, well, we connected and you got to prove that we don't have the same kind of genetic makeup. But I don't see where that information um is valuable. It's about, you know, um, is it valuable for me to go around and say, well, you and I are the same? Why would I even be saying that? Because unless somebody's attacking the fact that, they're better. But having the information, I do see where, if you're talking on a scientific, you know, trying to prove something scientifically or something like that, yes, that's value. That has value. But um, I don't think when it comes to the laws and the things that they are talking about, I don't see the value in that. You know, if people are claiming that they superior, yeah, I'll be like, motherfucker, you ain't superior. There's all kinds of ways that I can uh misprove that. But to say that we're the same is not one of the ways I would that. You know what I mean?
But generally, people who come at it from an is and an ought, in other words, science can tell you what is true, but they can't tell you what should be true.
Right.
Just to paraphrase,
Yes.
to condense.
Clarify in case I missed it. Yeah, exactly.
To condense. I think they both still have to happen together.
So we're talking about how to construct a morality or how to live within a moral system.
Mm-hmm.
And you've suggested, I think rightly, that the effect of reason on religious principle as inherited over time has purified many of those principles, made those principles better, made for a better world. I totally agree with that, obviously. Mm-hmm. I believe that the way that I've put it with regard to civilization myself is that civilization is a suspension bridge, basically, between a pole that is certain fundamental assumed premises that can't be proved by science, and then science and reason. And the fact is that where I start to get a little afraid is if the pull of science and reason begins to believe that it is self-perpetuating and we lose some of the fundamental principles. So the example that I would give is you mentioned Darwinism before. Mm-hmm. It is perfectly plausible and, in fact, fairly easy to read social Darwinism into Darwinism, and people did for several generations.
Yeah.
And so now we say,
at least 2 generations.
Exactly. And so now we say, okay, that never should have happened. Obviously, that's wrong. That's a bad read of Darwinism. There's no reason you have to read evolution to suggest that we should benefit certain people at the expense of other people.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. Because see what he said when he said that it was, I thought for a minute maybe I heard him wrong. Where they were trying to make it seem, like Darwinism was just this basic level of saying that we are connected through genetics. That is not what Darwinism, as far as what they did with that information in the they really was trying to find the problem, the people with the problems, and it was trying to eradicate them, y'all. Most of us wouldn't be here, right? They was really trying to do that. They was really deleting people and shit. When we go into the history, you'll find they was getting rid of people. It was saying, or they was telling people, hey, don't procreate with this person, that person, this person. If you don't have this and don't have that, then you're not the perfect specimen, and nobody should procreate with you. In order to form a more, look, I'm going to the never mind. Here we go.
But that is a moral reading of Darwin, not a reading of Darwin that is inherent in Darwin itself.
Yeah,
meaning that is bringing premises that actually pre-exist Darwin to bear on that, if properly read.
It's bringing bias,
right,
which humans are highly susceptible to, and especially in the social sciences. So there's less bias in the sciences that don't involve human behavior. You can still have bias, there's just less of it.
Mm-hmm.
And the consequences are less dire if anything that happens becomes policy. And so that's the digested analysis of what came out of Darwinism. But yeah.
Yeah, so I think the reason that this comes up is there was one tweet that you sent, and of course I'm sure you know where I'm going with this. There's this one tweet that you sent that drove an enormous amount of ire on particularly the right about rationalia. That you were looking forward to the...
I remember rationalia.
Oh, yeah. So first of all, what would rationalia? So this is for those who missed the tweet, the suggestion was
this like 3 years ago now. Yeah.
It was a fascinating conversation because it began this whole kind of discussion about what a well-governed system would look like or who would govern that system. And so I don't want to miss what exactly you were saying.
Sure.
Why don't you suggest it so I don't misquote you?
To clarify, I was at a conference in the Canary Islands, and there was a conversation I walked into during the cocktail hour, and there was already buzz. It involved a woman whose name I forgot, but I mentioned her name in my Facebook note that expands on the rationalia tweet. And she had the idea of having a place called Rational Land. Okay. And I said, no, we need a better name than Rational Land. So Rationalia, right? You have Somalia, Serbia, Rationalia. And the premise in this room of people, this is a conference of scientists and artists, actually, was that imagine a community. It could be virtual, doesn't have to have geographic boundaries, where all laws are created only on the strength of evidence in support of them. Period. All laws. Now, if you think about that, that has very sound principles, because especially in America, especially in America, we've got a diversity of cultures, religions, other kinds of belief systems. And we're technically supposed to celebrate that. E pluribus unum, right? Many is one, or one is many, right? Out of many, one. Thank you. And so you were polite to let me figure it out. He's going to get it? He's going to get it? Okay, I'll help him out. Very polite of you. So in such a place, if I had some belief system based on my religion or culture or whatever, and I rise to political power and I want to make a law, the laws apply to everyone in the land. But if that law derives from my belief system, and now I force others into that law, that's a recipe for disaster. That is how to guarantee an unstable culture, or unstable civilization. It destabilizes civilization. So the idea is...
Which is where we are in 2026. Our civilization is destabilized right now, not just in America, but across the globe. And it's because there are a group of people who want to rise to power, and they putting laws in place that only benefit a certain segment of society, which is the wealthy people. And it destabilizes because the laws is just based on what helps them. If it helps them, it's the law. That same law hurts everybody else. And an example would be if you want the freedom to buy a home, right? This is an example. I'm just using an example. You want the freedom to buy a home. Well, we used to always have this freedom to buy a home. They didn't say, well, if you want to buy a home, you have to be able to afford this amount, this amount, and this amount in order to buy the home, keep up the taxes, pay whatever else, make sure you everything is squared away. Now, and live comfortably. And those going to be the wealthy people. They're going to be a lot of working class people who work very hard in order to buy a home and keep up the taxes and everything, right? So they already are working hard to keep those things. And then as the prices go up, though, they start finding out that it was hard and we was doing it. Now it's hard, and we trying to figure out how to continue to do it. How do we continue to do it? And ergo, jumping into people going into foreclosure, losing their homes, people having to sell their homes. If you have to sell your home, then you have lost your home. Some people be like, no, I ain't lose my home. I sold it. Yeah, because you could no longer afford it. And it is good that you sold it to get from under it. So at least you will get some money, right? You'll get some money. But now it's hard for you to go find something that you can't afford. And now you become a renter because you can't really afford to be a homeowner anymore. As we get older, I think right now the younger people have heard that when you get older, you'll make more money. But, hmm, yes, that's true if you go on from your 20s into your 30s and 40s. But then after, when you enter into your 50s and 60s, you start making less money because there's retirement and things like that. You might end up making no money. And if you didn't put some things in place that's going to keep paying you even after you retire, then you're in trouble. But you even in worse trouble, even if you did put some things in place, which means you had to be giving up more money, right? Putting things in place, and you do have that fallback, but that fallback still isn't enough. What you get in retirement, they're not giving you retirement to keep you living comfortable, living how you was before. You just getting that little money. You getting $1,000 without actually working for it, but you truly did work for it. You worked for it for 40 years. And here is what they giving you. You put more into this than they giving back to you. And even what they give back to you isn't no longer affording you anything because through the years, things have gotten more pricey. Okay. Um, we have a group of people in right now and they don't want to pay taxes, right? They saying taxes is this and taxes is that. But at the same time, these people don't want to charge the wealthy people who can definitely afford the taxes. And who they think on? So if they don't want to pay taxes, because I'm saying the taxes went up on us and it went lower on them, then what side you gonna be on? But it's surprisingly people will cut off their nose because they okay with destroying themselves as long as they destroy others. The thing is, what they haven't realized is that depending on what the others you're talking about, we kind of thrive. We we don't see the effects right away of what's going on right now because we're never at this certain level, if that makes sense. We always knew the struggle. The struggle is always there. Um, we know we got to go work and we got to work. We might have to get two jobs, get together with people. And we've always been in that state. And therefore, um, some of us, I hear when Black people say, no, I don't feel any difference. But I ain't got to lie. I see a big motherfucker difference. I see a big difference. Where once, if I wanted to go buy me a new sewing machine, I could go and buy that new sewing machine without any problems. You know what I'm saying? Like I could even if I had to save up 2 months to get that $1,000 sewing machine. Today, I don't even consider that. Because well, yeah, I could go get the sewing machine. I gotta then think about the payments on that sewing machine. Am I gonna be able to upkeep it, make sure everything good, without destroying the credit? And we still gonna be able to eat. The gas went up. See, y'all, gas is the one that's eating my ass up, eating my fabric away and my thread away. And you know what I mean? That's what's eating that up. Not to mention health insurance. Baby, I'm talking about health insurance, where insurance was a little cheaper. Now, hubby pays more monthly, right? And then on top of that, when I go to the doctor's appointment, my copay done went from being like $20, $25 to $100. So we paying the insurance and and the copay. And let me tell you, it's cheaper for us not to have the insurance. I keep telling people, y'all, it's cheaper for you not to have the insurance. Since Trump, they want to take away Obamacare and all that shit like that, which by the way made a lot of people no longer qualified for it. So when your payments was cheaper, even though he didn't get rid of it, he made it almost impossible for people to keep it. Because where before it went by the basis of your family. If you was on Obamacare based on the number of people and how much you make, they would put you on a sliding scale, right? And now you got insurance. They have changed that. And now if you working and got a good job, your ass ain't got no insurance. And I tell you, um, some you paying for insurance that you realize you can't keep because you can't afford it. You could keep the Obamacare, but your pricing went so high. And people just dropping their insurance. Okay. Um, for us, so when I'm having these conversations and seeing conversations having with black people, I hear a lot of you claim you don't see no difference. You don't, it tells us where you are in life, though. It tells me number one, you ain't got no fucking car. Now, some people say, well, everybody don't need a car. I agree. But there's more people in this country with vehicles than those who don't. And therefore, you don't feel it because you don't have these things. It also tells me that you're not buying a house. It also tells me, I don't even know, like even rent has gone sky high. So if you don't feel that, then it tells me you're on Section 8. It starts telling us certain things about you when your ass won't pay attention to the politics because you don't see a difference. And then I'm not gonna say the disingenuous one. I'm talking about the outright liars, like just fucking lying. Oh, we don't see a difference. Then shit, you a whole new motherfucker in this nation. Because if you got a car, then you definitely see it every time you put gas in it, right? If you got an electric bill, oh baby, I can show you right now. Them white people in my state is going crazy. Somebody just posted that they just got a bill for $1,200 for 1 month. Them motherfuckers, look, while they was hyping up and talking bad about Biden and all that shit, and they still won't blame it on what it is. They want to blame it on the electric company. Mm. That's what they still won't blame it on their vote. They won't blame it on who is in office. Everybody was talking about how Biden economy was so bad. I don't think so. I think people were just spoiled. Everything was good. Um, the people who were saying they don't see a difference. Yeah, you don't see a difference because of where you were. Like You paying the lowest you could pay for food. Anything that went higher was because of the previous people, right? But anyway, I'm getting into politics. But this gonna get into politics too. Here we go.
Any law that applies to everybody needs to be based on some objective truths. And how do you establish objective truths? The best way we know is by the methods and tools of science. And the strength of the law would be commensurate with the strength of the evidence to support it. And if you don't have the evidence to support it, you have no business making a law for it. So that would be the premise. And then some people jumped in the. I don't read every one. You probably don't either, because you.
No. No.
Talk about pissing off the internet. You're king of pissing off the internet. Trying to drag me into this.
Exactly. Welcome to my lair.
All right. So how would this work? So a lot of the debates centered on, well, who's going to decide what's true? Enough to base a law on it. And other people didn't see my actual words. There's a lot of reading comprehension issues I've noticed. I said objective truth, and people read that as absolute truth. Mm-hmm. And that's not the word I used. And people said, who's to decide what is absolute truth? And there's no such thing as an absolute truth. And I never said that.
Right.
And there's a difference. I'm convinced there's an absolute truth. Science establishes what is true based on evidence, and that seems to work. But there could be later evidence that gets to a deeper truth, and we're open to that. That's how we went from Newton to Einstein.
Right.
Newton still works. You took physics for sure. Mm-hmm. You still use Newton's equations, but there are situations where they don't apply. They break down, and you need a bigger story. So in comes Einstein, draws a bigger circle around the Newtonian physics, and so now Einstein has a deeper understanding of the universe, but it doesn't negate Newton in the regime in which it had previously applied. It still applies. And I was going to jump in and continue, but it got very.
Well, you have a life to live. I mean, that's.
I got a wife. I got kids.
Exactly.
I want to eat. So, but I'm glad it introduced some kind of thinking about what kinds of forces should operate on laws that we all must obey.
So I think that there were two well-founded criticisms. There were a lot of poorly founded criticisms. I think there were two well-founded critiques, I should say.
And by the way, there are letters in this book that are asking about morality.
Right.
They come from a religious, they don't make a big deal of what religion they're from. Generally, they're Christian, but they want to have a sort of secular conversation.
Yeah, for sure. And the book is great, by the way. Everyone should get it.
And they come to it from a religious background, but they just want to find out where science comes from. And I want to hear the rest of your question, but I just want to say that these letters, these are people who want to have the conversation.
Yeah.
There are plenty who just don't. And I never see those letters.
And listen, as a religious person who is constantly discussing issues in the public eye, I won't cite the Bible as proof of positions. I don't think that is a valuable source in terms of being able to discuss with people. It's an appeal to authority that a huge number of people don't accept. I mean, it's no better than just citing any other random person on the street for a lot of folks. Right. So what difference does that make? But I think that when it came to the Rationalia tweet, there were two critiques that I saw that I thought were interesting.
Tell me, yeah.
So one was that the question isn't, should we bring the best data to bear when making a law? Like, everybody who has any shred of rationality should, of course, want the best data to be brought to bear. The question when we make a law is one of competing values, meaning you're assuming that everybody has the same ends in mind, and that isn't always the case. So to take an obvious example, let's say that there were evidence that removing all guns in the United States would lower violent crime in the United States. So do you remove all guns from people in the United States? That is actually a question of values, not purely a question of whether a law would be effective in achieving a particular end, because the end itself is one of the questions. Do you want a society where no one has the capacity to protect themselves against a tyrannical government, for example?
Right. So I would say that as posed, that makes complete sense. But that's not how I would have posed it. The way you pose it is there something you want as a society to turn into law? What would that be? Okay? And then you would test to see whether that will fulfill your objectives. If it will fulfill your objectives, then you put it into law. That's how you do this. You don't say, I want to get rid of all guns. Let's make it a law. No, you ask collectively in a democracy, the republic in which we live, you ask, what are your goals? Is your goal to have fewer people die from guns? Is that the goal? How would we accomplish this goal? And then you do the research and you find out, oh, you can have biometric handles. It reads my handprint. So my gun is my gun. You steal my gun, you can't use it. That solves that problem, okay? Unless you don't want that problem solved. You have the right to do that as a citizen in a democracy. You say, I don't want that. I don't think that's a problem. Let's not bring that to a law. That's the only point here. The law is to capture, to either support or deny something you want to put into effect as a law.
If you want to understand how things work, especially these days, this game is for you. You're not just playing.
Okay. So you can see on one side, they're not in depth. He is saying, of course, nobody, they always pose this, let's get rid of guns and this and that and that and that. And the reason I'm not even for that, right? I want to keep my gun. I'm not committing crimes. I have a guns, right? Just because I have guns don't mean I'm a criminal. The criminal have guns. Based on what they say, and they make it seem like every criminal have guns. I don't know that to be true. So if you go and start taking away people's guns, what would that solve? Right? Now, if you want to get rid of gun violence and you don't want people to protect themselves, or you just thinking, hey, what's the need in guns? Right? What is the need of guns? If that's the issue, that's another question. And then you get everybody to say, hey, what they think they need a gun for. You're gonna find that most Americans gonna say for protection, right? You rarely gonna find some criminal gonna say, yeah, because I'm gonna go rob a grocery store. So even they gonna say for protection, right? But if you are there other things you could use to protect yourself? Okay. And if we get rid of guns, are we getting rid of all the guns? We know that's not happening. But I don't know. In other countries, they've gotten rid of guns. They have less gun violence, but now they still have they have knife violence. There's other things that could be used as a weapon. Oh, pretty much anything could be used as a weapon. Okay. But they don't have the gun violence, but they have lots of stabbings. Right? So then what happens? Then what the country gonna do? How do we get rid of the knife violence? Let's take away all the knives, right? And it'll go on and on and on and on. And I'm gonna be honest with you, America's not trying to get rid of no violence. They make money off of scare tactics. Even when the violence numbers go down, they don't brag about it and celebrate it. No, you know, the gun companies will make less money unless they put fear in your heart. They put fear, tell you never know what's gonna happen. Somebody gonna come through your house. They're gonna do this. They're gonna do that, and then you go and you buy a gun. Okay, if gun violence go out and everybody be like, "Wow," we might be able to tell well what took place, what's happening less. Okay. So I understand his point. Whichcomb's point is just too basic, too things that put fear in people because you know I don't want to get rid of my gun for various reasons, but mainly who I'm worried about for the most part is really the government themselves. The government themselves, and it's in the Constitution that it would be behoove you to get rid of your guns, and you should keep them in case you have to go against a government. They're saying and due to our country's history and other countries' history, right? Before we was America, the king sent people here with guns. When there was men and women who was here just to make a living for themselves, take care of themselves, farmers and things like that, these farmers had to pick up guns in order to fight. Other than that, they had guns against pitchforks. Motherfuckers who were just regular people. Regular people building. And the government, right? The people says, hey, we don't like the idea that you coming over here, we paying taxes for something you're not even providing us. We're like, no, we don't want to do that. We left you over there, and you still want to come and take the little money, a little bit of what we got, you still want it. You're not providing anything for us, and we want to separate. We want our independence. And then the war started. And the people who had no guns, they had pitchforks, most of them perished. Okay. Then we had to start contacting, making deals with other countries, y'all, to give us weaponry to fight a war against a king who knew we had no guns. That's the history of this country. France stepped in there. When they came in over, they come over with weaponry and gold in order for us to buy more weaponry so we could get the products to create our weaponry and all of that. And so the Constitution is firm on that. Okay, you have the right to bear arms. Here we go.
Okay,
That's the role that the science plays.
then we're in agreement.
Yeah,
Obviously.
I think so.
Yeah,
I think so.
The other question that I saw was the sort of application of this principle. So this has been used over the course of the 20th century, particularly to move the system of American government away from a legislative-led system of government toward a bureaucratic system of government, where an enormous amount of regulation and rulemaking is made by executive agencies, purportedly by experts. And one of the problems there is that a lot of these places become subject to regulatory capture. There's an evolution.
What is regulatory capture?
Regulatory capture means that you have lobbying groups, for example, that get a hold of the EPA and now are making it, and now the bureaucrats who are largely unassailable by the legislature and the executive doesn't pay attention to them.
So that sounds like it is things happening in the world that affect us all that are not derived from objectively researched
Right. So
conclusions.
I'm asking about the implementation of your principle on an actual particular level. Meaning, were you just talking in a utopian world, or is there a way to apply any of this sort of stuff?
That's a great question then. Yeah, I didn't know where you were going to land on that. Right? Mm-hmm. So we have agencies that are entirely tasked with finding out what is objectively true. Leading among them, and by the way, a lot of the cross tweets were saying, yeah, this is the Department of Truth, or whatever, in George Orwell,
right,
or the
1984,
1984, or in Nazi Germany. Mm-hmm. Didn't they actually have a Bureau of Propaganda? Literally called that.
Goebbels, yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think they even called it So the National Academy of Sciences, which was created under the leadership of America's first Republican president, who you know that is. Who is that?
America's first Republican president was Lincoln.
Lincoln, exactly. 1863, when he clearly had other things he needed to worry about. In 1863, there he signed the National Academy of Sciences because Europe was riding high economically, scientifically, from an engineering point of view. They were fully exploiting the fruits of the Industrial Revolution, and they were kind of slowly working their way across the pond back here to the United States. He said, we have to get into that. So the National Academy of Sciences has one job, and that is to report on what is objectively true in the scientific fields in ways that can inform policy at the executive branch and in the legislative branch. That's their job. So when they come out with a report, they have reviewed all the evidence, And if they can't arrive at a conclusion, they'll tell you that. The evidence is inconclusive. Evidence is conclusive. This is where now you can do whatever you want with your policy because it's not rationalia. Mm-hmm. You still have lawmakers who are responsive to a constituency, to lobbyists and the like. But don't tell me you don't have the evidence there to base it on. And so you would glorify, you would enhance the importance and significance of a National Academy of Sciences so that you wouldn't have small groups with non-representative belief systems taking over the whole country's conduct.
So let's talk about the scientific process as it's currently carried out in the United States. One of the things that I'm afraid of, and I see it from the right on certain issues and from the left on certain issues, is a fear of actually investigating certain areas of science. So on the right, obviously, people typically cite climate change here and say, well, the right refuses to acknowledge that climate change is even happening, or at least large swaths of the right refuse to acknowledge that climate change is even happening. And
or anthropically
generated climate change. Yeah. So most radicals will say it's not even happening at all, that this is just part of a general warming trend, or that it has stopped, or any of that. But why don't we start with that, and then we'll get to sort of areas on the left where science has been politicized, or where maybe inquiry has been limited. Or attempted to be limited. So on the climate change issue,
or hijacked.
Yeah. So let's talk about the climate change issue for a second. So what do we know and what is uncertain? Because this seems to be there are, it seems to me, gray areas, but the gray areas are baked into the science, meaning that according to the IPCC report, the climate could warm anywhere from 2 degrees Celsius to 6 degrees Celsius over the course of the next century or so. We're still not sure exactly of the level of climate sensitivity to human activity. You can acknowledge that human activity is responsible for the majority to the vast majority of climate change that has happened on Earth for the past century or so.
Yeah, industrial age. Yeah.
Right, exactly. But what is the range of outcomes? And does that suggest that if you have a different point of view on the solutions, that this amounts to climate denial? That's the part that I start to get dicey about.
Yeah, so I mean, professionally, I'm an astrophysicist, not a climate scientist,
right.
But I do read.
And you've talked about this
and
before.
I do recognize when a scientific consensus emerges, and I want to make it clear what I mean by the word consensus. A scientific consensus is one, it's not where everyone gets in a room and says, hey, let's vote. So that's not how truth is established. It's established by looking at peer-reviewed research and asking, in what direction is that taking us? What is it saying? And not any one research paper has all answers in it. They're like pieces of answers. And I looked at this ice core in this section of Greenland. Well, I looked at an ice core in Antarctica going back 100,000 years. Well, I looked at the migration patterns of this insect. And you start piecing together the biology, the chemistry, the geology, the atmospheric science, and it's all pointing in the same direction. When that happens, it's time to sit up and take notice. What the hell is going on? Okay? And when we speak of a climate consensus, what we're saying is that the overwhelming majority of the scientific community has produced research evidence citing that humans are responsible for climate changing in this world, leading to the warming of temperatures in the atmosphere. Period. If you want to deny that, you are denying it because it conflicts with your cultural or political principles. Okay, it's a free country. Go ahead and do so. But if you now rise to power over legislation, that's dangerous. It's irresponsible and dangerous. So the challenges are modeling climate. Oh my gosh. It's like there's the heating of the oceans from the sun, and then the oceans keep some of the heat, and they trap it and put it low. So then when the atmosphere cools, the ocean releases some of that heat back, and then the trees and the ice caps reflect sunlight back. But if they shrink, then there's more. So there's a lot of variables. There's 100 stuff. So that's why there's variance in the predictions that come from it. But the predictions all point in the same general direction. You will never have 100% of all scientists agreeing. That's not how progress in science works. It's the
Okay. I'm glad he said that. I'm glad that he's even explaining it because that is why people give fight back to science. They'll say, well, this one said this and that one said that. Um, and then they say, well, if science is so great, why isn't everybody saying the same thing? Why aren't all science agreeing on the same thing? But he's explaining that I'm a scientist and I decide uh, to test this piece of ice in this location to get my theory, right? Um, and somebody else, there might be some people who come behind me and do the same study on the same thing. But then there's gonna be some group of people who studies other areas and see if they get the same conclusion, right? Do they see that there's melting of this ice at the same rate in another part of the globe, right? So they may have the same rate number or in that same space time, right? Where I might say, well, it's the ice is melting so many inches per year. And the other person who's on the same globe, just in another area, they have a number very close to the number that I have, which now it seems like, okay, this is not just happening here, it's happening there, and there's other scientists doing it in other areas. And then there are going to be other scientists who are going to not measure the ice melting, but how does it affect the insects or whatever else that climate affects, right? Um, And so you gonna have all these scientists studying the same exact thing, which is climate change, but they're studying it in different ways to come up with a solution or conclusion, a theory or whatever, right? And there gonna be some because what they are studying, it doesn't quite prove what I might be saying. And so, but then there's a lot of scientists, and if they find that there's more than not people kind of agreeing, the theories agreeing with what I said, we agreeing with each other, then that's a consensus, right? The data is giving the answer, the data. And it is not going to be 100%, because everybody's studying something different. Even in the climate, where I might be studying this ice in Antarctica, somebody else is studying ice somewhere else, Iceland, right? There are gonna be some variables that are gonna be different because it's two different areas. But with the data, right, when they start adding and subtracting various climate, weather, how many times it rained here, but it didn't rain there. They know how to do all that to figure out if they in the range. Do they find that climate change is in effect? Then they got the regular people who don't understand none of that. And they say, well, yeah, ice melts because, and they'll say, because time. But the ridiculousness about that is this: these ice areas have been here since the beginning of humans. And if all it took was time for it to melt, then it would have melted so significantly already, right? These are people who never been to these areas where melting of some of this ice haven't happened in hundreds of thousands of years. But in the last, decade, it's been melting here on a very at a fast rate compared to any other time in history. And then they start trying to figure out, why is this? Because because it will affect this whole globe. There's so much ice, right? So much ice that if it all melts, then the land mass in on this globe will change. It'll be underwater. We'll be people living underwater. I don't know if we'll be living underwater because I don't know if there's people trying to figure. I don't know why they're trying to go out of space and trying to figure it out here, right? Why they're not trying to figure out how we can create life here where we know we can breathe, where we know we can deal with the climate, where we know underwater. You know what I mean? Why aren't we doing any of those things instead of going out to outer space? I don't understand that, but okay. But what I will tell you is, yes, imagine a whole Iceland, right? Iceland, uh, and every stitch of ice melting, how the water in this on this globe will rise. So we should either be building whole land masses up and up and up and up, or we need to start considering whether we're going to go down. And how would that happen? How would we humanity survive underwater? Or we got this thing where we're going to take humanity and we're going to go to a whole nother planet, you know? And so which one is it? And people don't care. They just like, oh yeah, it's getting warm because it's been getting warmer for years, Bob. It's been getting warmer at a very small pace up until, like, if we go back into the 1400s, when people was cold as shit, right? Even in the 70s and the 80s, it was colder, and it it was not warmer. It was colder than it is, even in the summer. In the summer, our you talk about 80 degrees was hot, you know? Um, maybe I don't even remember hearing them talking about it in the 90s. I definitely never heard no hundreds, 100 degrees. Um, you might it's 80 degrees, feel like it might be in the 90s, right? With the if there's wind and certain things. But now, shit, we having record breaking. That's what record means, right? They have started tracking our weather from far back, and now we are hitting numbers that we have never hit before. Never hit before throughout history. Where does that take us? When it starts being so hot that we won't be able to survive out there. And what I noticed, and I think they noticed with climate change, right? The hotter it get in the summer, the colder it gets in the winter. So it's extreme. We getting extreme weather on both sides. In the winter is extreme, and in the summer is extreme. So how many more decades do you think we have before people have to make a major change in how they live their everyday life due to the weather? And that's the good thing about science. They trying to put those numbers together, figure it out, and then they're gonna be another group of scientists and engineers who are going to come together with a plan. How to what we gonna do? And then the majority of us just gonna be living our everyday life, um, adapting to what is happening. And we not we gonna need these scientists to figure this shit out. Or it's gonna be the decline of humanity. And where we once was is where we may end up back. That's not too far-fetched. Okay. People was in caves and shit like that. That's what we say. We do know that back then they've found civilization that was living underground. Might be the only thing that insulates us from the outside weather. That our homes and everything can't get blown over by hurricanes because our homes will be underground. Problem though is with the melting of the ice. If we underground, then essentially we'll be underwater. That's just there's no way around that. And so we have a lot of people don't care about the future. They don't care about the future of their kids, their grandkids, their great grandkids, their great 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 grandkids, their great 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 grandkids, and so forth and so on. Especially when we talk about a group of people, or at least that's what I used to think. But now I'm hearing even other groups of people, my people, say, "Fuck the community, fuck them kids, fuck my kids," all that, saying all that. So you're not too much different than uh others. Because it used to be a time when we would be like, nah, that can't be a black person, black person. Today though, I just be praying that it's not. But yeah. My prayer don't be going through, baby. Maybe because I don't have that connection with God, or maybe the person who did that fucked up shit didn't have no connection with God.
What you're looking for is the overwhelming. If only half the scientific papers showed this, and the other half didn't, you got no result.
I guess the question that I have about climate change, and at least its public-facing sort of presentation, is the level of uncertainty when it comes to its effects. So you can acknowledge that climate change is happening. There are people who talk about catastrophic climate change, millions of migrants suddenly running around the world, Miami underwater.
Yeah.
We're all dead within a second.
And that's a look. He mentioned Miami being underwater, which we know, right? Louisiana, New Orleans in particular, right? We've gotten deeper underground. The levee has been built since I was a kid, but it's not being built like by miles, right? It's been inches. Then it started being where they had to uh make the levee higher more than just a few inches every 5 years. It started being where, you know, instead of 2 inches every 5 years, it started being 10 inches every 5 years. That's a drastic change. That's double, right? But what I mentioned when we talk about migrants, immigrants, right? I mentioned this, and people be acting like they don't know it, and that's okay if you don't know it. But it's important to know, right? Why you have immigration. Why would people leave a fucking place that they were born, raised, and where they are surviving? Because as humans, we don't do that. And so when people do it, they're in search of a better life. And I'm gonna be honest with you, when when I start hearing people say, we don't want them, we don't want them, we don't want them. In this country, especially, the country that's built on migration, immigrants, always been proud all my life. All I heard was, we're a melting pot. Now we have people who grew up knowing this, denying this. It's the older people. See, it's the older people that kill me because I know damn well they learned it just like I learned it. But it be the historians, if we talk about the black people, right? I go over there and where these black people talk about how, whether we was already here in America or not here, they could go that far back. Which means they know this country was built on migrations, immigrants, even the forced ones, right? That would be the enslaved people who was brought here forcefully, and in bondage. Um, You didn't act like you don't know that. And then if I go and start telling you why these people are leaving, you never thought, like, if Mexico is so great and had jobs and stuff like that, um, people wouldn't be coming over here. People come over here just to work, and then they go back and feed their families. And we have some people saying that's a bad thing. Who is that bad for? Because it's not bad for them. Um, it's not like they brought their whole family, but if they could, they would probably bring their whole family, only to realize that their dollars don't really go that far here. So they come here, make their money, doing things that most Americans would not do, and then they go back. That's the immigrants that I hear people complain about. Oh, they across the border, they're doing it. But the ones I keep saying that the ones you need to be worried about is those HB1 motherfucking migrants. Those are the ones who get the education. They are from countries that was able to provide them with that. They have jobs over there and everything. But these employers will hire them. Them the motherfucking ones that you should be worried about, but you never speak on them. You always speaking about the ones who picking our oranges and shit like that. And I keep saying, listen, the ones you should be worried about is coming over here with some legal papers, and they taking your jobs. They taking the jobs. They taking the tech jobs. They taking that job. They in the hospitals. Those are ones. But you know that MAGA not talking about them. MAGA actually says all of them. But the black people, when you want to talk about migrants, you want to talk about that motherfucker who over there picking some oranges and shit. They're the ones outside of Lowe's and Home Depot with a sign, wait for somebody who needs something done to their car or their house. And they're going to give you a reasonable price and do good work for your ass. You complaining about them, but the motherfucker who working them government jobs and shit, them motherfuckers came over here um, and got those jobs when they could have stayed in their country. They could have stayed in their country. In Europe, uh, Australia, France, China. We could go on and on and on, right? China got all them people getting educated over there, and they have no problem coming over here to work. And the employer will make it easy for them to come over here to work. Even fly them in, make sure they got their paperwork together and shit. And so now they're bringing in non-American people. They don't want to invest in American workers, but they'll go and invest in somebody from over there. They get to pay less money. They pay less taxes on those people. They get benefits that I don't think they should be getting for doing some shit like that, because it's harmful to Americans. But people be thinking I say I'm for immigration. I'm not saying I'm for or against. What I'm saying is I recognize there is a difference, and there are people who have the water has already taken over their actual land mass. We sit comfortably where we are right now. There are people around this globe where the water has, yes, swallowed their land mass, their homes up. That is how we know climate change, okay? And that's why we end up with a lot of immigrants, and we're not the only ones. They moving all over. It land mass holds millions of motherfucking people. Millions of people being dispersed across the globe. And of course, they want to go where they can have some success of some type of life. And so America happened to be one of those places. We used to be the ones who bragged about immigration. We bragged about it. Everybody's complaining about this shit now.
Century and a half, so a certain
That
catastrophic
won't happen.
level.
We will not all be dead in a century and a half.
No, and
We'll just flood all our coastlines.
Well, and
Yeah.
by flooding all our coastlines,
Flooding all our coastlines. Now, we could look at the map and you can see what that looked like. America. right? America, South America, North America. We will yeah. And because America, where we are in the center, just along our shoreline, um, California, Texas, Mississippi, Louisiana, Florida, um, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Delaware. Uh, I mean, we're gonna go and we're gonna be underwater. It's gonna be gone. And people gonna start migrating to off the coastline and coming inwards. Now, how y'all gonna feel about that? Because when we start losing land mass, you start losing the ability for people to live there, and they have to migrate inward. Yes.
It's not going to be immediate. You mean that there will be a
Correct.
gradual increase in sea level,
However,
which can be mitigated in certain ways, presumably.
However, consider that most of the world's most important cities are on the water's edge, historically for transportation, for commerce, and the like. The most important cities in the world are on the water. Okay. Most of the most important cities in the world are found in that way. All right. So it's not like the water levels start to rise. You might, if you're following my tweets, I said if we lose the Greenland ice sheet and the Antarctic ice sheet, then all that water goes back into the ocean. The ocean levels will rise. It'll rise to the level of the Statue of Liberty's left elbow.
Yeah, what are the chances that the entire Greenland ice sheet or the entire Antarctic ice sheet
a
would
limiting
melt?
case. It's the limiting
Well, if an asteroid
case.
were to hit the Earth, we'd all be dead. But
Yes, no, but it's if you want to ask how bad could it get, that's how bad it could get.
Y'all hear that, right? The Statue of Liberty left arm. That's if all of it melt. And if it's melting, how do you prevent it from all of it melting? So through time, eventually, unless something happens to reverse it, stop it from melting, it will melt because that's what ice does, right? That's what ice does. So I don't even understand when he says the words. That's why they give you that. The unless something happens, that is what will happen. Unless something stops it. Okay. And yeah.
And just to get her elbows straight, she's holding the Declaration of Independence in her left. It's that elbow, not this elbow.
Not the one.
Okay.
So if you're between them, you're
fine.
good. But I guess
the elbow straight.
So I mean, but this is one of the areas where I feel like, okay, so why are we talking about the limiting case as opposed to most likely case or the cases that are most likely to fall within the range of possibility? And is that sort of alarmism generative of bad thinking about possible solutions, meaning that
during periods of when the dinosaurs roamed, there was no ice on Earth. And so there was much less land. When you enter an ice age, water evaporates from the oceans. It goes up to clouds. The clouds move over land. It snows. But it's so cold, the snow never melts. It just stays there. And this just keeps happening. So you're systematically draining the ocean. And you're building snow layers on the ground, on land masses. These are glaciers. Glaciers are slow moving, and they're very, they'll slowly go back to the ocean, but slower than the rate at which the oceans are being drained. That's what revealed the Bering Strait land bridge to our nomadic ancestors. Said, hey, let's keep walking. They just keep walking. It's just land. Let's keep walking. And they walk into North America. The ice age ends, it melts, the water levels rise, the land bridge is broken, and never the twain would meet for tens of thousands of years, stranding an entire branch of the human species in North and South America.
Now, y'all understand what he just said? So there was the ice age. Some things that people don't even believe ever happened, like when the dinosaurs roamed. People don't think that really happened. They think that's just a movie. Like I think Big J, not Big J. Damn, sorry about that. Jay Prince says that's all false. There was never any dinosaurs, and we're like, dude, there's proof of this. actual proof of this. Um, so he mentions how, before at one point, Earth had no water. It rained for from my understanding, hundreds of thousands of years, and that's why we now have water, right, on this Earth, right? And but then at some point the ice age hit. The ice age hit. Now, before that, there was people, we don't know who these people were, right? The more they go into like Antarctica and things like that, and they are digging, they are doing research, right? When they get the money, they go deeper down. That's where they learning things. If they find a new set of bones, then they date them, right? And then they start telling us, oh, okay, this period been the Earth been existing for this many years. That's how they know how many years the Earth have been here, because how everything has developed. It's almost like mountains and things like that, where we glaciers and things like that, where they could go and they dating it, just like a tree. The rings of a tree tells you how old it is. You cut a tree down and you could count the rings and you could see. And they can also tell you the weather, how the weather was in said year on that tree. If they receive too much water, too much this, if there's some damage because the weather, it got so cold that the tree suffered a little bit, but it survived and it kept growing. You, this is how they read things and date things, right? They date things like this. That's why science is important. But he's explaining even how North America came about, how people ended up over here, because uh there was a connection through the the Witchcomb Bridge. What they call that bridge? Damn. He said it. And people walked over and ended up here. But then um it started to melt and the bridge ends up underwater. Okay? That means what we are talking about has happened several times over. Different things has happened through time, where there was no water, then there was water. Then the water froze, right? And then the water uh went back, the levels went back down so people could walk over. Then the water level went back up, and now you don't see that bridge there anymore, right? There's no connection. And so we will be swinging back and are swinging back to the other side of things. He, so why wouldn't you talk about what will happen for preparation? He wants to know, why would you go to the worst thing? Well, the worst thing will happen. But we could be prepared for them, whether we got to migrate somewhere else or whether we build something that will be able, where we could survive during that time. If we get into an ice age again, I know we sure would be like to know, what will humans do? And so some technology, if we can get AI and shit like that, now we can start with the abilities of what will we build for people, for humanity, in order for humanity to survive. What will happen, maybe even if it's 100 years, how long you think it's going to take to come up with the technology and build what is necessary for millions of people, hundreds of millions of people, right, to survive? And I don't think that's going to take a month or a year. I think that might take, you know uh that's going to take years to create. Years, lots of years. Remember, we're not talking about building one building, right? We're not talking about building a Amazon store or super Walmart. We're talking about building a uh, a society filled with homes and things like that, in a protective way, where we would be able to survive through an ice age. We got to figure out how will we still grow our crops, right? In the weather where you're not gonna be able to build no crops. So I don't know what's going on with some of these people who seem to be smart. And it's almost, and he's saying, well, by them saying the worst thing, isn't that fear mongering? Is it why go to the, and what he is saying is, well, that's not really the worst. He's saying that, nah, this is inevitable. Unless there's a process that we come up with, or nature itself stops it itself, especially if we find that we're the cause of what's going on at the accelerate rate. If we're the reason that getting this thing that we knew would happen maybe few thousand years away, but now we closing in, now this gonna happen in a few hundred years away. Uh we can say, well, we need to stop doing this, and this, so we can slow this thing back up. So we will, at least humanity will have a few thousand years to figure shit out. And I remember when, they used to have things like aerosol cans with your deodorant and all kinds of things. And they found that it was destroying the ozone layer. What we found when COVID, did y'all remember what we found out with COVID? It found out that, yes, we was accelerating the climate change. But when everybody was sitting at home, we wasn't having the pollution from the traffic, gas cars, electric. People wasn't out there the way they were. They found that the earth started to heal itself. Started to heal itself. And so they found that maybe we could come up with some type of solution. Maybe like it used to be on Sundays. Sundays was a holy day, and you couldn't go, you didn't go shopping and buying things, stores would be closed. Maybe if we could figure out a day, a couple of days a year, a month, where people is not allowed to be on the roads. There used to be some laws like that, by the way. There used to be laws where you couldn't go and be driving around on a Sunday. Um, yeah, there's things that people knew way before us, well before us, and then we tend to, I don't know, they decide to ignore it, or because remember, the people who want their stores to be open every day, that's greed, right? Even though because it's not due to us, because shit, if I couldn't go buy alcohol on Sunday, I would just buy it on Saturday, buy it on Friday, have it already, right? If I couldn't go buy clothes, because I think it was called the blue law, the purple law, I think it was a blue law, something like that. I'm not sure if it's still like that in Louisiana, but I think they stopped that law before I even left. But when I was a kid, you couldn't go and buy shit. You couldn't. The Kmart wasn't open on a Sunday because it was against the law. So if you knew you had to have an outfit, your ass bought it before. You bought it in advance.
By the way, which is why the Columbus voyage was, in my read of history, the single most important thing that ever happened in civilization. Now, if it wasn't him, it would have been someone else, but it happened to be him. He reconnected these two separate branches of the human species that had been separated for tens of thousands of years. That's a profound fact for me. So it's already been the case that the Earth had no ice, had a lot of ice.
Right.
So this is not like, and we've already been hit by an asteroid. So
right.
You could say, oh, asteroid, that's right. Tell that to the dinosaurs, right? The dead dinosaurs who didn't have a space program or opposable thumbs. They need both. So the issue is not that the water level will rise and you can just walk away from it. It rises this much, and the next storm surge, combined with a high tide, which you almost always get with a hurricane, because it takes a long time for a hurricane to move up the coast. It takes typically a couple of weeks. Somewhere in there's going to be full moon or new moon high tide with a storm surge, suppose your jetties or levees or whatever it is that keeps your city safe from the water that's out right there in the river or in the bay or in the ocean, whatever that height is what you decided would be what would protect the city.
Right.
The ocean goes up an inch. That's all it takes. 1 inch to breach your levees. If you breach it by 1 inch, your city is now connected to a semi-infinite amount of water for as long as that hurricane is sitting there. And the water just pours in. That's what happened here in Hurricane Sandy.
Katrina also breached all the levees.
Yeah, well,
the levees broke there.
Well, levees broke. Don't get me started. That was like an engineering. I mean, Katrina was Category 3. It already passed through New Orleans. People were like sweeping up the branches. Okay, we survived that. Then the levees broke. Okay, so the broken levees flooded New Orleans, not Katrina. We keep blaming Katrina without.
I keep telling people that. I keep telling people Katrina had already passed. People was on the, you know what I mean? People was out and about. And then all of a sudden, the levee broke. And that's when the flood of water come through. They keep mentioning Katrina, as it relates to New Orleans being under. And I guess I could see that, but Katrina had already bypassed and was in Texas by then. And then right after, what made Katrina even worse is, if I'm correct, Rita hit right after. But the levee had already broken. So now another hurricane comes through while the levee is broken and more water comes in. Okay? So
putting the lens back on our own maintenance of our infrastructure and our anticipation of what could happen given certain forces of nature. My point is, you're going to flood your city not because the water will slowly rise. You're going to flood your city because the storm that has the benefit of that extra inch, plus a storm surge, plus a higher intensity of the storm, because if the atmosphere is warmer, it carries more moisture. There's more heat driving the intensity of storms. You'll breach that, you'll flood the city. And there you have it. Or you lose your beach house. It happens in those storms. That's your first indication that your coastline is at risk. And not to mention those countries, island countries in the South Pacific, where the average elevation is a few feet above sea level. So you talked about refugees. You know who knows about global warming and who's preparing for it? Insurance companies and the military. The military cares, our military cares about where there is unrest in the world. Where if people are displaced, that creates problems because they got to go somewhere. And the borders are closed, well, unless you're near a nice country, right? So yeah, it affects more than just your beach house.
No, for sure. I mean, the question becomes whether mitigation is the chief method of fighting this, or adaptation is the chief method of fighting this, or geoengineering. Should we be building more levies?
I love geoengineering.
I mean, I'm a fan. I like technology. Technology is helpful.
It's in its infancy, geoengineering. But for me, one pie in the sky thought I have is hurricanes coming and ready to destroy a city. You put in some big anemometer inside the hurricane, right? And it spins the anemometer. But the anemometer is itself a turbine, right? So it's sucking energy from the cyclonic motion of the hurricane, and you use that to drive the energy needs of the city that it might otherwise destroy.
You should propose that to President Trump. I mean, he's going to nuke a hurricane. This sounds better than that. So So moving on from climate change, which is an area, as I said, where some people on the right are not particularly interested, to areas where it seems like the left is militating against the advent of science. One of those areas is the area of transgenderism, where the argument made.
Curiously, there's I have no transgender letters.
It's true. It's just nothing in the book. I know. So we've strayed now far from the topic of your book, but since I have you here and you're a science person who knows science, I'm going to ask you to science for me a little bit.
Sure.
But when it comes to transgenderism, the argument that is typically made by gender theorists is that gender is entirely separate from sex. You've seen the argument made that it makes no difference on average if men are stronger than women are, and that if we were to allow transgender women to compete with non-transgender women, then this would somehow not disadvantage biological women. And this seems to me absolutely ascientific, that if we're actually going to have a discussion about gender and sex, that should be based in data, which suggests that mammals are, in fact, binary in terms of their sex, unless you have intersex birth defects, typically, or genetic defects.
I'm happy to opine on this. This only matters because today we segregate nearly all sports by gender. Otherwise, why do you even give a shit? What someone identifies with. We live in a free country, and with consenting adults and people free expression of who and what they are.
Man, on an adult level, I agree with you. I think it does matter what you teach
That's what
children.
I'm saying. And so there's the.
You heard what he said. He snuck in. It does matter what you teach the children. What do you mean? You teach the children that they're free. Everybody's free, and they are free to express themselves. And what people do in their bedroom is none of their business. Like it's none of my business. None of the children's business. So you saw how he threw in the children in there, and that's what they do. They can't fight it no other way, so they didn't start talking about the children. And since everybody, well, not everybody, but a lot of people want to protect the children, instead of thinking that through and saying, well, wait a minute. Like in our culture, we told kids to stay in their place. We told kids to get out of here. Mommy and daddy is in here. We waited until the kids were asleep to do our whatever we gonna do. When we wanted to go out and drink and stuff like that, we would go out away from the kids. You know, people don't do that today though. People would get high and the kids be in the house. They get drunk and the kids be in the house. All the dangerous shit. It's almost like you got kids in the house that you need to be watching, and instead of you watching them, you gonna get high or drunk, where anything can happen while you're drunk or high. That you know what I mean? Like some adult needs to be there to make sure that when you're drunk, that you're not overlooking things, that you're overstepping things. You might do things that you might not ordinarily do while you're drunk. I don't know, right? But we would have parents getting drunk as shit and high as fuck around their kids, but they weren't about what the neighbor who might wear a dress is worrying about. Yeah.
The matrix of what you are biologically, how you express yourself, who you choose as a sexual partner. If we actually live in a free country, as we tell ourselves, people's freedom to behave in any of those ways should not concern you at all. Nor are they requiring that you behave that way. Okay?
Well,
this is for their own freedoms, because we live in a free country. Now, what is unresolved here is, what do you do with sports? It's unresolved. And I've followed that closely, and I don't see any meaningful solutions to come down off of that. We know that hormones manifest differently in different people, and this is the whole thing with steroids. Steroids are hormones, right? And we rallied against steroids in professional sports because it gives you an undue advantage. So I've tried to think of what the future of sports would be in the world of a gender spectrum. And it may be, you don't specify whether it's a male or female sport. You just take measurements of what your hormonal balances are. And so you compete based on your hormones. I mean, this is thought I had. I don't know. I don't know where it's going to land.
The WNBA won't be in business for very long if that's the case.
It would just be, you'd have to find some way to compete people against each other if you still care that sports is an interesting activity.
I guess the area where it does come up in a non-sports area.
Yeah, tell me. I don't know.
So it would be, you talk in your book about the education of children and teaching children about science. And right now, children are being taught about the quote-unquote gender spectrum, which is not scientifically based. That is a theory-based idea.
No, wait, hold on. People express themselves on a spectrum. So you learn that.
That's
I don't
that's a social
Yeah,
social
sure.
point, not a scientific point.
It's
Meaning we express ourselves
hold on.
based in different languages. Is that something you teach in science class, or is that something that you teach when you're teaching language?
So whether the fact that people want to express themselves on a spectrum, on a gender spectrum, whether that fact is something you want to put in a sociology class or in a science class, maybe that remains to be determined. But it is a real fact about real society.
Well, of course, nobody's denying that people identify how they want to identify.
So
the question is, what is the relationship of that to biology? Meaning that the argument is made that trans women are women, for example. And what that seems to mean is that trans women are identical to women. Now, if people want to say trans women are not biological women, obviously that is the case. But people don't seem to want to say that, although that is obviously scientifically true. Trans women are not biological women. Biological women are biological women.
But where are you going with this? What are you trying to accomplish by asking yourself, is it science or is it not science? It's people in society.
But this is a perfect example of an area where suddenly it doesn't matter to say things that are just true. Like, why is it bad or wrong to point out?
I have another way to approach this. I care what is objectively true in the world as a scientist. But let me not say even as a scientist. I just simply care what is objectively true. And science happens to be a pretty potent path to invoke, to find out what is true. And so if people express themselves on a gender spectrum, and that is an actual thing in an actual society, if we have not fully explained that scientifically, that's an interesting frontier to study. If you want to say it's only sociological, then it's the purview of the social sciences. I don't care who studies it. It's an interesting fact about society that's worth learning about. To fight someone and say it's not biological, it's just your this. It's real and it's there.
Well,
because it's real because
exactly. So they want to fight. Same people don't believe in science, then want to say, well, this isn't science because it's not a fact. And they saying it's not a factual science, but it is a factual thing. It's a part of our society. And the ones who, for some reason, want to take it out of society usually be the ones who are denying themselves, right? Because we know that we find that a lot of those men in office right now, the ones who are against this, they like messing with, other men. They same gender. They gay. They gay, right? I'm gonna be honest. What we see today, because if you asked me years ago, do you think people in Congress are gay or not, right? I'd be like, there's probably some that are, but because that people are a part of society. They could be smart. They could be in Congress. They could be our doctors, our lawyers. They could be our people who bring us our food delivery, and they could be the people who do the cooking. Like they're people, right? But this is why I'm saying we are in a terrible time in society. Who running our society right now, creating the laws, or trying to, and when he can't win that way, he goes and make a law a different way, right? These people are the worst of the worst. These are people who they can't even get, they wouldn't have never got their position regularly. You know what I mean? Like, something's going on when these people are having their meetings and they outside of their city, away from their family. They found that there's a couple of websites where the male escorts are being worked. Okay. And when people say, well, how you know? Well, the thing is, there's something to be said about a person who is being themselves and want love and affection and all of that, right? They want to be treated equally. But then somebody who come and use their service is the reason why they gotta be hidden. So you want to use me, but then you want to, when you're in front of the world, you want to attack me and my kind. And so what happens is, when you come to use my service, I may take a few pictures, remember your name and everything. And as soon as I see you on in front of the world denouncing certain things, I may just be like, I might call somebody and be like, here, I have some pictures of him with me. Okay. Or, and I may tell my story. And that's what's been going on. So people want to know, oh, well, why would they tell? How do you know? Because they using the same people they beating up on, the same people they want to take a rights from. They they going and sleeping with them and using their services, dating them, all of that. You can't date me and then attack me in public or my kind. I want everybody to know. I don't know why he talking, because he sure didn't say that when he was with me last night. No shit like that. Um, yes. So this gonna be a little heated because um he should have asked Neil this, right? He asked him, and he's saying, I don't care. It's a part of society. Then you want to get technical and be like, is it biological? Is it science? Is it this? Is it that? And he's like, yeah, everything don't have to be that. We got lots of other things in our society, and it needs to be spoken about. Why? Because it's in our society. That's why. Okay.
Because it manifests.
But it is real because it manifests. But the question of how to classify manifestation is a scientific question, meaning that, for example, there was a woman over at Brown University. She came out with a study that suggested that there was a phenomenon called rapid onset gender dysphoria, in which a member of a particular group would suffer from gender dysphoria, and this person's immediate peer group would suddenly have an onset of gender dysphoria. This paper was so controversial that Brown tried to pull it, and then was forced to reassign it later. You see this sort of
That's a
treatment
different question. What you're asking now is, are there some topics that should not be studied scientifically?
Right.
And is there some taboo? And Sam Harris speaks a lot about this.
Yes.
And I think the concern is, if you study some topic that's a hot button topic and you bring scientific methods and tools to it, we don't trust. I'm interpreting here. I think we as a society don't trust.
We're looking for people 40 plus who want to actually master Claude in 28 days.
I'm over here dozing
That
off.
people.
That's crazy as hell. I felt like I just woke up, which I did. Not just though, but I think I woke up maybe about 2:30. I still was kind of tired, but I just wanted to get up. It's just starting to put me to sleep. How the hell? Maybe I need to. I need something sweet. Let me. I think. Oh, and I did take a muscle relaxer earlier. That might be why I'm drowsy. A little tired. Where's my candy? Oh, there you go. Okay. In fact, I took two muscle relaxers because I took the wrong one. That one was only like 2 milligrams, but my up to date muscle relaxer is like 4 milligrams. So I ended up getting a cramp in my leg, and then I take that muscle relaxer, baby, because oh Lord, you ever get a cramp in your leg? Oh, be the worst things when I'm sleeping. That's what I'm talking about. Like I'm asleep. Now, if I'm woke, so and stuff, I get up and stretch and stuff and get it out. But I'm trying to sleep. And this damn muscle, and I feel like as soon as I move my leg one way or toe or some shit, it's gonna start cramping up. I'm like, oh hell no. So I take medicine. That might, I think that's what it is. Is that okay? Here we go. Now that I know I won't go to sleep.
In charge in a free country won't try to legislate something that will constrict people's freedoms in the face of that information. I think that's the fear.
Well, isn't that...
It's a fear.
I mean, and isn't that...
We don't trust our own ability to govern ourselves in the face of what could be some information relative to other kinds of information.
Isn't that a bit of a problem?
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah. Yeah, it's not. It means it's not a free society. It's not a society of free inquiry, which I think you need ultimately. But yeah.
My general take on all of this stuff, from climate change to gender dysphoria to all of these issues, is bring out the science and then let's hash it out. I think that the problem I'm seeing on a lot of sides is...
What is your motivation?
Why?
Right?
Why does that matter?
It matters because if you have political power, you could end up creating legislation that subtracts freedoms from people who previously were enjoying the same freedoms as you. The history of that exercise...
Then make a better argument.
...doesn't end well.
Well, but the history of which exercise? Bring out all the science and let's hash it out?
I'm saying if you bring out all the science and the politicians hash it out, the history of that exercise is a recipe for disaster if it involves discoveries that put people's freedom as defined in our Constitution at risk.
But now you're arguing for limitations on areas of particular study.
No, I'm arguing on we need a way to shield, we need a way to protect people's freedoms in the face of whatever gets discovered scientifically.
So
I'll give you.
I agree. I think that's what the Constitution is for, is to guard rights from.
But we're always fighting people who want rights are always fighting others who are saying they don't get the rights from the Constitution. This is a daily challenge on the progressive left. It is a daily challenge, right? Here's an example. I forgot how I ended up getting this phone call. It was some magazine that serves the gay community. And I remember why, because they wanted my opinion on, they wanted my opinion about whether being gay was biological or mental.
Right, there's that new study that came out, this DAS study.
Or psychological.
Right,
okay?
Right.
And I said, I don't care which it is. Find out what it is, fine. But the answer to that question should have no consequence on legislations or laws. Because, for example, suppose it said it's purely biological, okay? Then you say, oh, that explains it. Suppose it says it's purely psychological. What are you going to do now? You say, well, now you're going to go to the reorientation camps or whatever those are called, where they realign you because they say it's psychological rather than biological. All of a sudden, people start behaving in ways in society that want to constrict the freedom of expression of who and what people are. And that is a danger. So maybe there needs to be a line in the sand. Let science do what it does, but politicians keep us free. Yet there's so many politicians that are doing the opposite of that.
So why aren't you a libertarian? I mean,
scares me.
I'm a libertarian. Come over here. Just okay. The line is right here. Just join me over here.
Here I go. Come in. I've read a lot about libertarianism. There's some fascinating strong points within it, but I would say that I have too much of me wants to help others to possibly cross over the line to libertarians. Libertarians, I got mine, you get yours, that's your problem. You know, I'm paraphrasing, of course. But my father was active in the civil rights movement. My mother went back to school when we were empty nest, and she became a gerontologist. These are two fields that are deeply concerned with the health and well-being of fellow members of our society. I grew up in that. I'm their kid, the astrophysicist. So I grew up in that, but my feet were grounded. And in fact, how do you like this pivot? You ready? In fact, I wrote a letter to my parents for their 30th wedding anniversary where I thanked them for keeping me grounded. And I reproduced that letter.
Oh yeah, no, it's beautiful. It's the book really is fantastic. Yeah. I'm not just saying that; it really is a beautiful book.
So if you read that, you will know I could never be full up libertarian.
See, Okay, so just because my fans will murder me if I don't just point out, libertarians don't actually just want people to starve in the streets.
Okay, really?
Yeah, well, no, we are big believers. Well,
You do want to feed people.
yes, social fabric, very important. Taking care of people, giving charity, very, very important. Okay,
Right.
So final scientific question for you. Obviously, we're doing hot buttons here, so we can get, we have to make sure that our click count is high, obviously. I mean, how else are we going to write a headline here and sell your book? So let's talk about abortion for a second. So when it comes to the scientific study of fetal development, there are people who are militating against, for example, the use of ultrasound technique.
The thing that get me is when they talk about abortion, they talk about the baby, the baby, the baby, the baby. But you just heard him reference the fetus, right? The fetus. So they love to interchange those two. And that's the first and that's the first thing that came out of his mouth just now. Watch.
So when it comes to the scientific study of fetal development, there are people who are militating against, for example, the use of ultrasound techniques in pregnancy clinics. So Planned Parenthood famously objects to people using or government-funded 3D ultrasounds before an abortion. And their suggestion is that this is a violation of the freedom of women. Now, on an abortion level, what pro-lifers say is the science is fairly clear that the inception of life happens at conception. And then there's fetal development all the way.
You cannot see no goddamn fetus before she has this abortion right away. That is a lie. And then remember he mentioned 3D. So the 3D, I'm not sure if anybody ever seen a 3D. I know some of y'all have, but maybe not the men. I'm not sure unless you went with your significant other, a pregnant one, and when you went with them to see it. The 3D, you can see the facial features and everything, but you don't even get them ultrasounds until you're further along. So I'm curious as to what the hell he's talking about. You know, I couldn't eat. I wanted so desperately to hear my baby's heartbeat, with an ultrasound. Because the ultrasound used to be just the sound. You know what I mean? And I couldn't wait. I wanted to, I and only if there was some situation where some problem happening is where they would bring out that damn ultrasound machine so you can hear your baby heartbeat. And I think normally you wouldn't get that ultrasound until you're like 6 months along. But I couldn't wait, if I had any problems, if they say you didn't feel no movement or anything like that, you had to give them something. If you're spotting or anything like that, you say you're cramping, and then they will keep you there for a minute and hook you up to a machine, and then they'll be able to detect whether that baby kicked or not. And if that baby kicked, you ain't getting no ultrasound. If they can tell that there was some movement, they ain't getting no ultrasound. Now, if you say you ain't felt no movement in a while, and they put you on something and have you there, and they don't see whether there's movement or it's very little and they can't tell, then they will give you an ultrasound. Okay. The 3D ultrasound, now that's the whole, you ain't get, yeah, you about 6 months that you make an appointment if your insurance will pay for it. And now it'll give you a visual, not just the sound, but now it's a 3D because they're giving you like a feedback of, the way the ultrasounds work. It bounces, right? It bounces around and the sound, and it could give you a shape so you can see this baby's face, an image. And if you know what ultrasound does and how that works, you understand what I'm saying. But it's not an actual picture, right, of your baby. But yeah, the sound waves and things like that, and it'll give it a picture. pop up a picture for you. Okay, I have leakies somewhere around here. I knew what the gender was. At first, they didn't want to know the gender, but it's hard to hold out. Okay, and I wasn't telling them what it was, and then they come in and they want to know. We want to know, is it a boy or girl? My son at first he didn't want to know, and I was holding it, right? Because if you don't want to know, they don't tell you right then and there, but they'll give you a card, and you're supposed to, with that card, you hand it to somebody, and it's sealed. Now I wanted to know. So, I wasn't waiting. I want to know. I will know. I'm the one, we're going to help with the baby shower and stuff like that. So I will know. And they wouldn't have known based on me because I didn't care what it was, boy or girl. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be excited no matter what. They could tell I was excited, but they didn't know which one. And then they kept trying to get me to tell them little by little, hints. And I was like, I was holding it in. And then they decided, because she's not going to slip up. We just going to go in there and tell her we want to know. Okay? And that's what they did. Okay? Here we go.
Continuously from point A basically to death. And so the attempts to draw particular lines, you can create
fetal development until birth.
Fetal development, and then you continue to develop as a human until you die.
Right, but
so
it's not fetal.
Right, correct.
Okay.
Fair enough. So the question becomes on the abortion case. How much of that do you think is values driven, and how much of that that debate do you think is scientifically driven?
So, I think we would all welcome a world where abortions are not necessary. And so everyone's focusing on abortion and not focusing on contraception, for example. And that, to me, that's an imbalanced
I
debate.
totally agree with this.
And you also know there are people who are anti-abortion and anti-contraception. And that's
the problem, right? Because they made it to where abortion is illegal in a lot of places. And now they're writing the laws to make contraception illegal in those same motherfucking state. Well, a woman can't even get birth control. Somebody just got in trouble, because birth control, they saying birth control is the reason why a baby is aborted, because it's a possible baby just because, and so if she took birth control and her period came down, then they're saying that she aborted a baby. It's getting real crazy in certain areas. Or what I'm saying is certain people's thinking and what's coming out of their mouth.
I don't think the history of our understanding of what it is to be human can ever be reconciled with that fact. All right? Sex is fundamental to sexual reproducing animals. Sex predates humans by 500 million years. So it's to try to legislate people to not have sex may be simply unrealistic. So you want laws that reflect what is possible rather than to force what may be impossible, culturally impossible. So if you want to have the abortion debate, I would ask how many people who are anti-abortion and are not simultaneously deeply religious, right? So if there's a strong religious component of those who want to ban abortion, that's an interesting fact about the demographics of what's going on out there. And so that's one interesting fact. If you're concerned about what is alive,
or what constitutes a human life, because that really is the question. What constitutes a human life? Because obviously, if it's just what's alive, then save the flies, right?
Yeah, or sperm is alive, right? It swims,
right?
It swims with a mission, right? So somebody has to say, okay, I care when it's a human life, all right? So then we have to, what makes it human? Is it just genetically human, or do you need a certain minimum neuron count to judge? Well, now it is. So I think that can be debated. Just debate that. And I don't have opinions that I require other people agree with. right? If you look carefully at my Twitter stream, rarely is there an opinion. The last time I remember posting an opinion, it was the Enterprise or the Millennium Falcon, okay? And I pointed to a video where we tussled it out.
What was the outcome of that video?
Oh, definitely Enterprise. No question about it. But also, I said BB-8 is way cuter than R2-D2. That is an objective fact. I just want you to know.
I agree.
See? See? Okay.
He's designed to be cute.
Designed to be cute. And R2-D2 was cute in 1975. You need a modern, updated version of what cute is. So is whether abortions are legal or not just a matter of majority vote in a society? Is it, these are questions that people are debating. I was content with whether a fetus is sustainable outside of the womb as a sort of a
dividing line.
As a divide. That made sense to me when that was put forth. To say that it's a human when it's just a fertilized embryo, I think most people don't know, particularly if they're religious. Last I checked these numbers, most fertilized eggs in a woman are spontaneously aborted. The body rejects most of the times there is conception. And so what do you do about that? Or do you want to create an incubation chamber so that every spontaneously aborted fertilized egg gets put in there and grows to a human? Otherwise, you'll get arrested for murder. So by the way, this is science informing the debate, right? So I don't know where this is going to land, and I don't have opinions that I require other people agree with.
Okay, so I do have one final question for Neil deGrasse Tyson, and that is I'm going to ask him for his favorite science fiction movies and also the ones that are the worst when it comes to the science. But if you actually want to hear Neil deGrasse Tyson's answer, you have to be a Daily Wire subscriber so we can make money off of you. To subscribe, go to dailywire.com and click subscribe. Neil deGrasse Tyson, his book is Letters from an Astrophysicist. Go pick it up right now. It really is fantastic. Neil, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks.
Really appreciate it.
I'm delighted. Thanks for having me.
I already know what his favorite scientific, what you call movie is, and that is with Neo. What's the name of it? The one with the red pill, the blue pill, and all that. That's one of his favorites. I shouldn't know that much about that man. That's crazy. Anyway, wanted to review that. It was cool. I thought it was going. It's something about Shapiro because he only really threw something in when it got to the trans. He threw something in real quick when he said, "Yeah, but the children should learn it." But then they didn't expound on it because Neil kind of ignored it. Maybe he didn't hear it. I'm not sure. Right? Sound like he didn't want to get in those kind of debates. Right? And I think he mentioned that it's not in his book anyway. So he's kind of saying, hey, out of all these topics, that was not in my book. Okay? And then at the end with the abortion. Now I understand why you would have him up so he didn't really get to talk too much about his book unless he kind of threw it in there. Shapiro wasn't trying to talk about his book. But he wanted his scientific information on, some of these things. And that's what I liked about him. He stuck to the science. And then when he couldn't speak to the science, because, people just saying things, but there's no scientific anything out there to defend it or anything. He said, well, it would just be an opinion, and I don't require everybody to agree with my opinion. And then he didn't give his opinion. You notice that, right? Smart man. Smart man. That's how you have to move around in America today. If you want to make money, unless you want to be a grifter, and when you're going to stick to one side, no matter how wrong or right. Okay? I like that when Shapiro said, "Come sit by us. You sound like a libertarian." And he he put a stop to that one as nice as he could. We're like, I will come over, except for I care about my human counterparts. I care about other people. Oh man, I loved it. I loved it. I loved it. The way his responses were. I told you I like smart people. I like smart men, smart women. Um, there are others. I been looking at his. I love him. I love Neil. Right. There's a couple of channels where they focusing on religion. So there is another one. It's about religion, and I think I might review it right now. Whew, it was so good. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I was thinking about doing the religion on a Sunday, and maybe I can get some religious folks to come up and see what they got to say. But I'm gonna tell you, them religious people got destroyed. Okay, when I say destroyed, I'm talking about destroyed. They destroyed themselves in the answer. It was crazy work. Um, cause I want to get some of these things out my playlist. Um, I saved them for the conversation. Um, we're gonna let that commercial thing happen. Let me see what y'all talking about. Hey, Reese. Okay. Asian Ball said once they're out of the womb, Republicans don't give a fuck. That's a fact. That's a fact. Hey, teacher. Yeah, the Matrix. Thank you. He is an intelligent man. Hey, Lane Love. Hey, ABT. Okay. Um, I'm telling y'all, I love intelligent people. And when y'all come up and y'all talking about something I don't know, and I'm asking questions, I found that people I didn't know, right? And I still don't understand, right? But when I'm asking questions, I'm asking because I don't know. But I realize people find it to be offensive. And I don't understand. I don't understand how you find that I'm asking you a question that I don't know. You teaching me about something because when I don't know something, I say I never heard of that. I'll be like, and maybe when I don't even understand. If I say I never heard of it, I'm not calling you a liar. I do not truly understand how you have information, you want to come up and you tell it, so you start telling it. And then when somebody says, "Oh, I never heard of that." Nah, I never heard of that. I'm saying I never heard of it. It would be something if I said you lying. And then I said, I never heard of it. I said, well, damn, I'd be asking, like, what's the name of it again? And then when they said, if I don't know how to spell it, I'll say, well, what is the name of it again? So I could get it clear, so I could try to, spell it myself. And then if I can't figure out the spelling, I then ask, how do you spell it? And then they, I realize some people get intense. I'm asking so I can look it up. Maybe they don't want me to look it up, but maybe that's why they feel like I'm offending them because I'm looking it up. I'm looking it up so I can, I might want to do some research on it later. You know what I'm saying? And so and right now I'm speaking about the feminism conversation that I remember slightly. I remember it, and now afterwards, I realized that person was, I could tell the way they left that they felt some sort of way. I don't understand. I did not understand it because I told you I never heard of it. Then I looked it up while you was talking about it, and I was reading through based on what she was saying and what was saying, and I'm seeing that yes, okay, this is a thing. She even told me when it started, and I repeated it, reading it. I was like, oh shit, this has been around for a while. I've never heard of it, which makes sense because truly I'm not a feminist. right? In the sense of any study, right? I have never studied anything about feminism, ever. I know what feminism or feminist is, what feminism mean, and that's as far as it goes. And I always say that. I believe that women should have the right. I think people should have the rights. Everybody, no matter what your sexual preference is, no matter what your gender is, no matter what, in America, the rights that is afforded to that group should be afforded to this group and that group. And that includes women, that includes gay people, that includes children, that includes elderly, you know what I mean? And that's as most as I go with it. I don't know, there's some things I've learned through the years about the different waves of feminism. And even when people speak about that, they don't know what they're talking about because they don't know when they speak like it went from this to this to this to this, but they never break down the time frame. And that is when the men they listen to the stories that the women tell, but they don't listen for the time frames. And so they'll jump from feminism started back and so. I'm like, no, feminism started even when black women was enslaved. White women was trying to get rights to own their own shit and not be governed by a man, whether it's her dad or her husband, right? Motherfucking women sometimes just to get access to their family wealth had to get married, and they would get married to their own cousins and shit like that. Women didn't want to do that. And so while we was in bondage and shit, there was white women fighting for the rights of women. Okay. So that means we wasn't there from the beginning, but they would say that black women, you always side with the white woman. You side with the white woman. Like, dude, we was property. Okay. It goes on and on and on. HBR say everyone should be under the same rights, laws, policy, etc. I agree. Okay. He also said, I'm gonna say 8 out of the 10 times those motherfuckers don't know neither. And they hate that they just got challenged. Yes. Okay. Listen, so I was up here, and the feminism, just to go back to that. I can't remember why I put the title up, but I remember when May told me the other day that that was my title. Okay. Um, and I think she's right, right? I don't put it past what she said. It makes sense. Anyway, but I noticed when we was talking and she mentioned, and it was like really, she told me what that means, right? What does that type of feminism means? Oh, let me plug my computer up. And I was listening, and and I was like, okay, I understand that. And as she's giving the information, I didn't agree from a personal standpoint. To me, that might be a little extreme, but that doesn't mean that I disagree, that she has the right to whatever, right? So I just disagree. But I was learning, so I was asking questions so I could know more. That's the only reason I knew. Like, what does it mean essentially? What is this type of feminism? What's different about this one than that one? And I asked that type of question. And I thought since she was up here, she was teaching. She was educating me and others. So I'm asking a lot of questions. At some point, I realized she had said something like, okay, bomb. And then, she said, I gotta go or something like that, right? She didn't say nothing bad or anything. But that's when I picked up on, oh, maybe like, did I say something wrong? You know what I mean? I'm asking the goddamn questions. How else am I gonna get the answers? Why are we on the panel talking if you're not providing the answers? And why is it? And people say it's the way I ask the questions. I'm not sure what that means. Because it's not like I'm mad when I ask the question. It's not like I'm mean when I'm asking the question. I'm just me asking the question. And I don't, so I don't be understanding. That's the part I don't understand. But people say it a lot. So I don't disagree that something about me asking questions kind of gets under people's skin. Okay. I don't, you know what I mean? And I don't know what to do about it because you know, and so I try to explain ahead of time. Hey, I'm just asking questions. You know what I mean? Are you good for me? I don't know. You know, um, yes, I may say some things that you might not like. You might not like that I disagree. Like you can't. I'm about to play this religious thing that happened, and I'm not religious. I'm gonna be on the atheist side. Okay? That like that person, when they there, you can tell. You're gonna be able to tell the same thing that most of us know. With religious people, they like to be the judge, they like to be the jury, and they like that what they saying is true. But and that's how they treat people. They do not like to be questioned. Okay. I used to go and say I wouldn't worry about. Hey, Risa said, "Bomb cherry these, these nemesis idiots." Anyway, I do have the link in. Anybody will come up. Um, this is religious. It's a good one, y'all. Atheists against the Christians, and Lord, I seen a portion of it like a kind of preview, right? A preview of it. In other words, I I saw a part that drew me in when somebody was reviewing it, and they only reviewed a little small clip it. So we're gonna run through the whole thing. Anybody have any questions, comments, suggestions? Put it in chat. This time I will see if I could put the chat. There's a way for me to put the chat in the which come, but that won't help. I will pay attention to the chat this time. Okay. Um, and if y'all, I'll read what y'all saying if y'all want me to. Okay, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. Okay, like I said, I'm a little seem tired from this muscle relaxant that I took, but it's wearing off. So let's get to it. Let's get to it. I know I try not to worry about it. Sometimes though, I be feeling like people use it against me. You know, right now we got lots of people coming at me. Even you know what I mean. Even though they started it and all that shit, then I struck back. Yes, I did. Was struck with the almighty bomb cherry Thor hammer. Yes, I did. And then I let it go. They have the right. But then when I noticed when strange people get involved, who wasn't involved, like that raggedy white bitch, right? When she got involved, she started spinning off all the names. Oh, she went after so and so. She went after her, him, and him. Like Rue Demp said. That's what she said, right? And I'm thinking to myself, what the fuck is she talking about? Because she apparently she must don't know that a skit was played by four of them motherfucking individuals, right? And then she must don't know that even before the skit was played, I was already questioning one of them motherfuckers already. I was like, you know what I'm saying? So all of that, all these people came for me, but some kind of way, when I swing back at them, I'm the mean one. I'm the one who did. I'm the untrustworthy one because I guess I'm the one who called them and played like I was, you know, cool with him and shit like that, just to get information, right? And then I guess I did that. They didn't do that. I did that. I don't know. But yeah, then the thing is, what I noticed when now that I know a skit was played, y'all, that was a play running for a while, and I didn't even notice it. I didn't even notice it. I started realizing that I was on panels, and certain people who wasn't even getting on panels at one time started to show up on the panels I was in. And then I started noticing like some of the people I'm cool with, they was letting me know. They was like, "Hey, are y'all cool?" And I'll be like, "Oh yeah, they're good." I get I didn't know that, until later that That was behind the scenes trying to get people against me. And I guess the goal was you gonna go over there and take Bomb's spot. I don't even got no motherfucking spot. I don't even know what they were talking. But apparently, y'all, it was going on for a while. It was a process where we gonna go where Bomb go, and we gonna get on them. You gonna get on the panels and take us. Man, I'm talking about devious motherfuckers too, right? The ones who call you up on the phone, be under you, right? When they say they going live, I say, yeah, y'all put the link in, go put your link in, and shit like that. Those motherfuckers was trying to steal the script that I didn't even know I had. Baby, mm, baby. I hope they done moved in on the spot. Okay. I'm wondering if they still going over. Are they getting on the panels? Have they taken Bomb's daily spot? I don't know. Okay, here we go. Oh, and I'm not sure if y'all remember, but if you think about it, there was a show, and one of them people was on there, right? I knew that shit wasn't gonna last long because people don't really, you know. Anyway, let me stop being messy. Let me do what I said I was gonna do. The Bomb is messy, baby. Mom's Mom will take her channel, the thing that she's doing right now, trying to be good, okay? And she will start dragging. And if y'all miss where Big J admitted to the line about being with what he claimed he said was a woman, okay? He admitted all that shit yesterday, okay, last night. He tried to deny and then and he goes even a little further and said he's lied for women before. Remember when I told y'all a few days ago that Big J was claiming that he was with a woman. He'd be like, when people was thinking he ain't never had no vagina or whatever before, and he was like, yeah, but what about so and so? He had made claims years ago that some woman came and lived with him. And yes, last night when I questioned him about that, you could tell that he didn't want to answer because he was rephrasing what I was asking him. Man, it was good. I'm gonna clip that motherfucker and put it into a whole stream by itself. Yes, I am, baby. Yes, I am. Anyway, let me get to this here. We gotta go through this commercial.
Nudge Caroline from Oz.
To the Bible and you look to God, I don't.
Okay, man, this shit was good, baby. This shit was good. I didn't see the whole thing. I only saw a portion. And it might even been the last question, to be honest. When these Christians destroyed themselves. I don't even know what part it was because, like I said, I saw it on. Let me see. They destroyed themselves. Let's see what the prompt is. We're gonna go through all the prompts. It's 2 hours, but we're gonna speed it up and because it's damn. How long was the other one? Let me see. How long was that? Oh, I don't have it up anymore. Wait, how long? What? I've been up here 4 hours. Oh my goodness, that shit was long too. Damn. Time flies, baby. Okay, here we go. Damn, it's 8 o'clock. Wow. Okay, here we go.
Examiners have done extensive research he had to deal with.
Let's see.
I'm hungry.
We should order some
I
fried chicken.
rewind into a commercial.
Battle's on for our favorite bite. Why can't
they consider suffering?
How you rewind? Oh, somebody asked me a question. Okay, hold up. Let me back this up and let me come into the chat. Hey, Silent, by the way, how you doing? Let me see. Review. Oh, yeah. Did you see the video Big J did on me? I saw that he put a video up, something about asking about $5, but I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I love God. The journey from sin to saint ain't always pretty, but it's worth it. Nothing wrong with loving God. Nothing wrong. I'm not, I'm not here to convince other people of anything. Okay. But this shit gonna be crazy, okay? Do I want to review the whole thing? Yeah, I want to review the whole thing because I want to see it. But in the way it's set up is one atheist and they got 30 Christians. And then I think they do it 6 at a time, depending on the prompt, right? So 6 different people. And there's this one prompt where she mentioned, well, anyway, we'll get there. Here we go.
With morality, we can talk about that, but suffering is a conscious experience. Is the
Let's get to
if you're comfortable with that, but wanting the best. In my understanding of Christian, that I see suffering exists, and all good, all powerful, all knowing deity cannot exist.
She said, if suffering exists, then there cannot be this all powerful deity, right? Which is called God by a lot of people. She said, if this exists, then that can exist, right? Not an all powerful person who, she said, all knowing, you can exist. How could God exist with all this suffering going on? Is basically what she's saying. Okay. Or asking. That's the prompt.
So to just break down each component of that, I see 4 premises and a conclusion. And all good means, in this case, I think, in Christian.
But did y'all wanna review Big J's thing? Is it something we should review? We could do that. If that's let's do that. I gotta see how long it is and stuff like that. We could do that. If you think it's worth it. Let's see. See, Big J, I'm subscribed to him. He on the something over there, baby. See, I saw a little bit of it. I scammed through it just a tad bit. And how long is it though? Oh, it's not an hour, but okay. I don't think
They don't want you to know how toxic this is. If you're buying produce from the grocery store, you need to see this. So first step is add clean water.
Cause you ain't pay the. See, I don't pay that racial identity politics shit that your ass on. See, let me tell you something, Silent J. My problem with you, you thinking about pussy too goddamn long. You got your lips all smacking and shit. You licking your fucking lips and shit. Every time when a woman.
The hell? He imagine you licking your lips and smacking your lips, licking your lips. You know, oh my God. Okay. He said this to you last night, though.
It's around, you want to lick your fucking lips. Because you one of them niggas who's a henpeck, blue pill ass nigga. You henpeck. First of all, you henpeck as a motherfucker. And you're peacocking.
What's it? So peacocking, I know what that means. That means you're looking good and you're trying to get the women, if you're into women. But I do not know what henpecking means. I've heard the term. But I don't know exactly what it means, okay? Hey, devastating, that's you?
Miss Bob, can you hear me?
Yeah, how you doing?
What's up?
Nothing. Man, it's been crazy over here in the last couple of days. How you been?
It's been same old same.
Okay.
Big J back in the news for trying to police somebody else's dick. What the fuck is going on here?
No, let me tell you, Big J is in the news because a few years back, he told everybody that he smashed Queen Mayat.
Damn.
Queen Mayat is a transsexual woman, trans woman. But he didn't know that back then. So now everybody, not now that it came out, pictures came out, few video clips and stuff like that. They asking him, wait, didn't you tell everybody you dated her? Didn't you tell everybody you met her and all this? And he didn't know what to say. Last night he admitted that he lied over here. But then him and Silent was up here And he started Silent. Silent was like, "You've had some women hit on you while you in trial." He's like, "Well, I ain't gotta be thirsty for pussy, but when he was thirsty for some dick, though, okay." Silent
Yeah.
was like, so Silent was, kind of suggesting that, hey, the women come over, they're your friends, and then maybe, if they like you. He just kept saying he denied it because he's not thirsty. You remember? Wasn't you over here? I think you was here when Big J was up here one time. This was years ago, and Letitia had said, "No, I don't mind living on a farm, Big J, and stuff like that." I think you was here back then,
Yeah.
and he wouldn't meet her. He said it was too far.
Yeah.
He wouldn't even meet her for like to meet her at a date or on a
Anything.
Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wouldn't. He said 40 minutes was too far. He said it was like 32 minutes. It was a little too far for him to travel.
Crazy shit. Spent 40
But he,
minutes on the internet.
mhm, but he, but he went all the way to New Orleans
Yeah.
from Texas to meet Queen Maya, who happens to be a transsexual woman.
Man, that's fucked up.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, last time I was over there by y'all, I was having fun. I met they some cool guys over there.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah. Anyway, we're gonna hear what he about to say because he got Silent's name in here.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. When you want to say something, just tell me. Just talk and I'll mute it. Okay, here we go.
You a henpeck nigga. I don't like henpeck niggas. I surely do not like peacock and hoe ass niggas. Nigga, mind the business that pays you. And I keep on telling your bitch ass this too. Nigga, you keep on interfering in my shit. See, remember when you was in the roast sector and they did and then you said, yeah, you told me that one day, I don't know why people no, I got quote unquote the D word because I got because I was in the middle. Well, motherfucker, do you ever learn Silent J? Do you ever fucking learn? Because I'm roast your stupid ass. You ain't learn shit what happened to your ass in the roast sector. You ain't learn a goddamn thing, haven't you? Because you're doing that same bullshit. You so fucking thirsty and so fucking ass goddamn. Not only you're thirsty, but you're peacocking, and then you want to attack somebody who ain't attacking you. So who you calling $5 Indian? Silent J. See, me tell you something. I'm loyal to her more. I'm loyal to you.
Oh, you called. You must. I know that woman ain't claiming that she's Native American now, which talking about a pure butterfly spirit. Lord have mercy. That woman have claimed to be black. Now she
Mhm.
claiming that she mixed with Native American. And even if it's so, even if why is he going after? And I told y'all he gonna protect them white women. The white
Yeah.
women need protecting.
Yeah.
A
He got
white
mad.
woman.
He got mad when I told him that on Psycho Counter.
Oh, it happened over there too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that woman been walking around here acting like claiming that she was black. And when I would tell people that she's not black, I'm like, she's not black, she white, y'all. She's
Mhm.
not black. And she was telling people I was lying on her. So there's a few people who really came at me, and said it. I even got the videos of some of them where they were like, yeah, Bomb Cherry said that Pure, that woman Pure, even they didn't really know her. She's not black, but she seen black everywhere. I see her, she there. I'm like, yeah, she's there, but she ain't black. And she was like, um, she seems black to me. And I was like, you know, so I ended
God
up being a
damn.
liar up until that one stream where it was a few of us. Taz was up there, uh, that Angel Romance Jordan or something like that.
Yeah.
He was there. I remember them two being there because they really got in on him. You know what I'm saying? Got in her ass. And she was on the panel, and I had told people that the same thing. I'm like, this is a white woman. And so they was
Mm.
like, well, if she lying, what color are you? And
Mm.
you know what that bitch said?
Mm.
She said beige. She said she's beige. And that's when they knew. Okay, that's when
Yeah.
no black woman or man gonna be like, I'm beige. Right? If especially if you're supposed to be proving that you're black. You
Mm.
wouldn't be talking about I'm beige, right? She said she was beige. She
Uh,
and she's already explained why she refused to call herself white, even though she is, because she says she hate white men. And she hate white men. She explained that, right? When she was younger, something happened. Okay? Something devastating happened. But that don't make her
mm-hmm.
actually black or native or whatever. She's a
Something
white
else.
woman.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Big
don't make her
time.
something.
What's up?
So,
My bad.
oh,
And
that's okay.
is that Letitia and I am.
Hey, I am. Oh yeah, I am pretty gangster. Yeah, and Letitia in the chat. ABT in the chat. Yeah, Lena in the chat. But that and my stories don't change. Through the years, I tell the truth, right? And so there's no reason for me to remember anything. If I lie, I gotta remember that. And then,
Mm.
but Big J on the other hand, and I told people this, I didn't even really know Big J, and she set me up. And so that's what we was talking about last night. Told Big J, I said, Big J, even in the beginning, I said, I didn't really know you. I said, you came at me. I said, while I was fighting women, it was a group of us women going back and forth. And he jumped in that bitch, right?
Mm.
Um, and he didn't jump in it because I was going at Sasha Ray or Woman Spear or not. He jumped in it because of the same person he talking about right now, because of old girl, Pure Butterfly Spirit.
Mm.
And so he wants to protect her against all. And when he went at Woman Spear, that's a
Mm.
black woman. He done went
Yeah.
after all them other women, because at some point they start going at Pure Butterfly too, right? And everybody, almost all the black women who been around us say the same thing. She thinks that she should be our savior. She wants to save the black woman, and the black man. She want to
From
save,
what? From what?
I guess, from ourselves. I
What?
guess. Yeah, you know, she used to be in the manosphere space where I would go and be up there with those men and, uh, you know, choking them out with their talking points, choking out their talking points. And then she would come up there and she like, I agree with Bomb, da 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 da, right? Um, and then there would be times when I'm up there handling it myself. She want to come up there and be like she, you know, uh, protecting me or some shit. The fuck she protected me from? Nobody was harming me, hurting me or nothing. She's the white woman. Remember, she's superior.
Hey.
Them black men gonna bow down to her, which they was doing in certain areas. In certain areas, that's what they would do because she white woman. They would give her the mic, right? But then they stopped doing that as much. They was claiming that black women were the feminists. She was able to get up there and admit she's a feminist and still be there. If certain black women went up there, they would start calling her feminist in a negative way and then boo her. The white feminists can be up there though. But we black when we try to explain to her, you get out of our way when we handling our men, you know? We handling our men. But I think she think since she took some black dick that she black.
She black now?
Yeah,
That make her black?
yeah, black dick. And so that day when she got caught, when she said she was beige, she quickly then said that her children are biracial. And then, oh man, it got real intense then
I
because
think I was somewhere else where she said a kid was black. Somebody flat out asked her. It wasn't Q Pounder though. It was somewhere else, and
mm,
that's what the answer was. But she never said what she was though. She just said her
Right,
kids.
right. She'll go into talk about her kids,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then
yeah.
and then I remember Taz and the other guy. They was like, "That's not the same. Like they might pass, right? But
Yeah.
what that got to do with you?" And then they start. I think that was a question about if she was driving her kids, and they in the back, do she think she'll get the same treatment as a black person, you know? And and they went into like, why are you in this space? Taz, you know how Taz is, especially when it comes to, you know, race, other races and shit. Uh
Yeah.
yeah, so she wasn't able to, but she tried to pull the kids out on them and everything.
Yeah.
And then it became a big consensus because there was a lot of people over there. I can't remember who panel we was on. I think we was on what her name? I haven't seen her in a while. Um Damn, I can't think of her name. But I can't think
Nyla?
of her name. No, it wasn't, huh?
It wasn't Nyla?
No, it wasn't Nyla. It
Oh.
was I think it was Bayou Bunny, to be honest, but I'm not quite sure because there was a few people with channels. I don't know if it was Bayou Bunny. I think we was on Bayou Bunny though. We was either on Bayou Bunny or one of them other channels that's not really here anymore like that.
Okay.
And anyway, but yeah, my story have not changed. And I made a song. I remember making that song. I was telling Big J, like, nigga, get out my way. Like, why are you fighting me? And so when he says to prove that he don't like, because he said that, I said he hate black women. I never said he hate black women. I said that nigga don't fuck. He don't fuck with black women, and he love white women though. He love him some white women
Damn.
or some man. He like a man in a dress,
That's
and
crazy.
so he made a song about me. I didn't even know that nigga. Like I truly did not know him. And last night he tried to mix up the time frames because I'm telling him, even when I made that song about Big J, I didn't know him. I woke up one morning and I think it was New Year's. This nigga he said he got drunk, but I woke up and this nigga had made a song about me, and he was singing that I'm not a lady, right? Um, they didn't even know what I looked like or nothing at this point. I didn't start showing myself until after that. So, you know, so all he said was that I was a thought on YouTube. I'm like, nigga, what? The term thought had just hit the scene or some shit like that, as far as from my point of view. But anyway, I said this story. But this nigga, like I said, he's not gonna fight for most of them women. The women who be over there, he's not gonna fight for them, but he will fight for that raggedy asshole,
Damn.
right? He will fight for her. And he said it. He just said it to even to what you call me just now. He said, I know her longer than you. That's what he told me. I'm like, dude, why are you fighting me?
God
I'm
damn.
an actual black woman.
That
See,
shit
because
crazy.
I'm thinking he's a black man. I'm a black woman. I'm like, why are you fighting me? Because I'm a black woman. See, that's what I'm saying. I didn't really know him. And he, uh, he said he didn't know me and he knew her for years. And I'm like, he even admitted he didn't know me. He admitted he didn't know me and he knew her for years. And he said, that's why he attacking me. I'm like, nigga, I don't even know you. I just woke up and you got a whole song about me. And then I destroyed him. He backed away after I made that song. I did a remix to his song. Okay. Um, which I'm talking about her and him. And then and yeah. And then from there, it was on, like, on, okay? The nigga was chasing her, fighting anybody who was fighting her. She picking fights with everybody because I'm only was going after Sansaray. He didn't even support Sansaray. He was fighting us because we fighting Pure Butterfly. Pure Butterfly is jumping in front of Sansaray.
Mm.
Everybody asked her to move out the way. Everybody, even her friend, Woman Spirit asked her to move out the way. Like she said, Bam, I told her she need to, stay out of our business. But she don't give a fuck. Probably the only place she gonna get attention. Y'all will side with a broad back football linebacking ass bitch as long as they white any day. And when I say y'all, I'm talking about black men, some of these black men. Okay. And that's all I gotta say. I think that bitch tall as you. Broad back bitch. Anyway, let me hear what this nigga gotta say.
Get that straight. See, that's a problem with you. You don't got no fucking loyalty. There's not an ounce of bone and fucking loyalty to you, Sonic J. You never was a loyal person. Because you think everything's a goddamn joke. My loyalty will go unbroken. Yet you want to believe what this heifer telling you. You're tired of you niggas sitting there being thirsty and shit. Just because somebody said something, you supposed to believe it?
If you said Big J, now let's go to yesterday's stream real quick, y'all. We're gonna play around
Wait
a
a minute,
little
who
bit.
he supposed to be loyal to?
He's loyal to Pure Butterfly Spirit. That's who he
No, I'm
says.
saying who Silent J supposed to be loyal to? He said he had none.
I guess Silent J or Silent's supposed to be loyal to him, I guess. I'm not sure who
What?
I have no clue. You know,
What's going
he
on?
he wants to
Loyal? Motherfucker, you ain't no
yeah,
goddamn mafia boss. Shut your ass up. Loyal.
that's crazy. Um, let's see if we can find yesterday's video, y'all. And we're gonna go straight to what it was. Damn.
These motherfuckers is crazy. Extra crazy.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
look.
Just take me sit down. Let me see.
Nah,
Oh, I gotta go live. Let's go
BJ got
live.
an empire now. He got an whole fucking empire, a dynasty now.
That
Take them
motherfucker.
white hoes.
Let's see.
Woo.
Oh yeah, he wanted to talk to Mr. Bomb, so that's what the title was yesterday. But let's go
Uh-oh.
find. Yeah, late one night, that motherfucker said, "I'm not gonna talk to you. I'll talk to your husband." Said my husband. Let's see what this fool got to say, y'all. And that everybody should know that you will lie on your little man. Okay? Let's see.
They actually understand the context of the phrasing, right?
I'm already among enemies. I'm on this channel, am I? I'm already among enemies.
Yeah, but you chose to be here by choice, though. Nobody's forcing you. Nobody.
Yeah. But I'm tired of my name being dragged, and I'm not even here. Yes, I'm tired.
Okay. So what kind of enemy are you? Like, so what I've been doing that you don't think that you haven't done. But way before I even put your let's go
What
back.
happened on Sharon's channel on September the 30th, 2024, when them tropes came there and called every black woman nigga bitches for fucking 6 hours? Where was you at, Bomb? Where was you, PhD, at? Where was you and Brownsville at? Where was y'all? Where was y'all and all these same women who keep saying I hate black women? Where was y'all at when all that shit was going on? When I was protecting tyranny? When I was sitting there speaking up for Venus? Where was you at?
Where was I?
Your
Why
Bomb.
does it matter where I
You
was?
had
What did
this.
you asking me a dumbass question?
Oh,
I was in
man,
my
you're
skin
making
living my life.
excuses. You're making excuses
Excuse
for their fucking fucked up behavior. For
what are you
Sharon's
talking about?
fucked up behavior.
Oh, so where was you when all that was happening? You mean on the panel?
Yeah,
So
where were
you
you on the panel
so
then?
you was
Because I'm
I
going to
wasn't
tell you.
there,
I'm
but
going
you
to tell
were.
you what happened.
So he blamed me and PhD in Brownsville for some shit that happened on a panel that we wasn't on. Because I was on my own channel, right? And PhD was here with me, and also was Brownsville. right? Because PhD and Brownsville said they didn't want to speak to the thoughts. Now, it's Sharon's channel. Sharon let them up. So they came over here by me. Big J, on the other hand, went up over there on the panel. He wants to know where we was, and then he says we support that. But we showed that we didn't support that because we wasn't there. He was there. Big J don't make no goddamn sense. He was there, and on top of that, yeah, he was over there with them thoughts, not me. I don't even care about them people. Because if I was on my own channel though. Right? Anyway, let's get to
Dollars and ban me forever, then she can pay that money to ban them crackers off that goddamn channel.
I think that's what he really mad at. He mad because he got banned forever from Sharon's channel. And he's saying, see, they banned me, but she should have banned them. And I said, yeah, she did ban them. They aren't they banned now?
But guess what?
I'm
banned.
so they are, huh?
I'm banned from Sharon with $500. You mean PhD diva who supposed to be Miss High Educated? You mean she and that punk ass Brownsville can't scratch up $500 a permanent ban 2 white crackers? No, but Big J. But hold on, but
I do not want to mute you. You got to stop. You heard what I asked you, and then you
the more you mute me, the more I'm going to yell. I hope you know that, right? The more you keep muting.
Okay, let me go on these host tools, and we're gonna see if your ass gonna continue to be able to do that. Do I need to go and make it where you can't unmute your speaking stuff? I don't know where you think you are. This is not StreamYard, bitch. The fuck is you talking about? And I'm not on side my husband. So if you want to yell, I can yell too. So you heard the question, right? I said, see how he tried to take over my shit. You heard him literally say, the more you do this, the more I'm gonna do what I'm doing. The fucking nerve of that nigga. The nerve of that fucking nigga. He let me know the more you mute me, the more I'm gonna do it. As if I need that motherfucker on my panel. Like, nigga, I'll let you sit up here and be muted the whole time. And so when I said that he comes over here and try to take over my shit, right? He won't listen when I ask him to slow down, when I ask him to stop yelling. He just says he gonna do what the fuck he want. I said, and then he says, you do it by me, Bob. I said, nigga, that's a lie. And he put up a video over there to prove that I do the same thing. And it's all a lie. He never ever said, Bomb, you talking too loud. Bomb, stop. Bomb, you yelling. Bomb, stop. This. He sat there and it was just me and V-Dub talking. He tried to say that is what he does. And I'm like, no, nigga, you come over here, you yell, you won't. When I ask you to stop, when I say let somebody else talk, you tell me no. I think something wrong with that motherfucker. But anyway, I think he like dick. Okay, here we go. Say, aren't they banned? Right? Money was spent. But at one time, Sharon wasn't letting
the fact.
Yes, after the
fact.
You can only do it.
After all
And it can only be done after they do shit. Listen, we all don't follow.
I suggest T-Will, you shut the
oh my
fuck
God.
up. T-Will, shut the fuck up.
Big J, do not worry about people in the chat. Do not read the fucking chat. If you're trying to have a conversation with Bomb, then have it with Bomb.
I-10 and Highway 36.
Yeah, he didn't. You see, I said for him to stop. I muted him. Then Angelica said, don't worry about the people in the chat. He unmutes himself and continues to talk to the motherfuckers in the chat. And he says I do that. He can't prove none of that.
6, bitch.
Listen, you can't catch them niggas by your channel because they won't come fuck with you. Don't be attacking.
I don't give a damn because you
know, I don't give a damn neither. Listen, you up here sounding like a whole fool, right? If I don't support someone,
you are the queen of fools.
If I don't support somebody being somewhere, then I just don't be there then. It doesn't mean that I have to throw away the whole motherfucking person who got the channel. Now that's what you want, and you admit it. But the thing is, if you didn't want to be there, you wouldn't care that you got banned with $500, right? You wouldn't care. Because let me tell you, I could be banned. Somebody could have paid all that money to keep me away, and motherfuckers, I wouldn't even know it. But if I did used to go there and I got banned, then I would just be banned and I wouldn't be crying about it. But you crying about being banned on somebody's channel who you say you don't fuck with. That's what I was telling Angelica, right? We got to pay attention to what Big J is saying, because he crying about being banned in the area he claims he don't want nobody else to fuck with. And the reason is being because he can't go over there no more like that. And that's why he want to arrest everybody else. Y'all, he want y'all to ban, not go over there, because he can't go over there. But if he could, he was over there, would be over there. So Brownsville and PS Diva said they don't like them thoughts. They don't like the wordings and the things that were coming out of their mouth. And so I, on the other hand, I don't give a fuck. If they would have been up there when I was up there, which they have been, cuss their ass out, right? I cussed their motherfucking ass out. And I played with them. PhD don't have no problem dragging no motherfucking body, right? So, yes. So the question is, why are you crying about being somewhere you say you don't want nobody else to be and you don't want to be? Go ahead, Big J.
Because I don't want bitch ass chaotic truth to get on Fox News. I don't want none of these niggas get on Fox News.
And that nigga went into Fox News, yo. Fox News. Did you hear how he changed it? First he was talking about Sharon, now he talking about chaotic truth. That's what that nigga does. I asked him a valid question and he couldn't answer him. Now we're gonna move past that a little bit. We're gonna get to when this nigga started admitting, when I started asking him about the shit about the trans woman.
And that's what the real problem ain't. I don't need y'all fucking money. I don't need y'all fucking women. I don't need fucking views. I'm just gonna tell the fucking truth.
He said he don't need y'all fucking women. Y'all heard him, right? I need y'all to understand. You heard that? That nigga say he don't need nobody's money and he don't need no women. He don't need nobody's women. Okay?
The way I fucking see it, whether you have to deal with it or not, and you always keep using that word jealousy. There's nothing that one of these niggas out, none of these things these niggas want, I want. Whatever they have, I don't want that shit. See, you got that fucking twisted.
Okay, how about you go on Fox News and you debate the same?
But I ain't gonna coon. I ain't gonna be coon like no Anton Daniels. I ain't gonna coon like Tommy.
I ain't bringing up Anton Daniels and Tommy. God damn.
You don't see you don't see Anton and Kevin, all them niggas on.
Kevin is no longer living, nigga. You heard it? You don't see Anton and Kevin.
Fox News, and y'all put these niggas up on high on a fucking pedestal, and these niggas come on there disparaging black people and shit. No, fuck y'all. That's why I said. That's why I agree with Man Tomorrow. We need to genocide the whole goddamn.
And now he bringing up Man of Tomorrow. Let me see when this nigga goes. When I start asking
that chat
about
room
that
real
dick.
Quick, right?
Leave the chat room alone, unless I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Okay, I muted him that time, y'all. Listen, I don't know what's wrong with you.
Stop sagging your pants.
You done had all them people in your chat, right? And when people were supportive of you, you the one who blocked people. Don't come in my
damn
chat.
right.
Okay, well then, if you wanted to say something to him, you should have said something to him when
No.
it was over there. Now you can't see him, and now you want to see him over here and talk about him. Dumbass nigga, you dumb.
I block niggas. I block niggas.
We don't give a fuck that you block. Okay?
Listen, I don't got time, patience for dumb niggas. I don't got patience for Delta Novembers.
Well, then don't address them, Big J. Don't fucking address them.
T-Will is my motherfucking people, nigga. What you got to say? You and
so what? So what?
Okay. Anyway, so what I'm saying is, if we had to talk about dumb, what you call it, doubts of
Dumb
no
niggas, yeah,
business,
dumb uneducated
yeah,
niggas got
yeah, that
to
would be
go.
if it
Dumb
was
uneducated niggas got to go.
if it's against you and T Will, nigga, it's you all day.
Just
Okay?
like James Kills. James Kills got to go. He's worth he's not worth of the associations. Get the fuck out of here. People, yeah, like just like what like you told Vita the other day, and I recorded that shit too. Shout out to the person who clipped that. You said you got goons, you going to murder Vita. Remember that shit?
Who said that?
You did.
I said that. You said I was in the chat room the
It's
other day.
It's on my channel. It's on my.
Okay, that nigga just said, just like what you said the other day on my channel. And I was like, I wasn't on your channel the other day with no V-dub. I told him he speak too fast. He don't pay attention to what he's saying. So apparently, many months ago, I'm not even sure if it was this year, last year, year before, I was over there on his channel, and me and V-dub had a conversation. This did not happen this week, y'all. He just reposted this shit just yesterday, but he claimed it happened a couple of days before that. He is a liar. Okay, he was lying.
Hey, I just went live a couple hours ago, and I played that clip over and over. Let's stop lying, Bomb. Let's stop lying, Bomb.
I know what you're talking about. I'm asking you.
I don't know what you're talking about. Come on.
What?
Oh, you always use the term. I don't remember. I don't know what it is.
No, I never said, because I didn't hear you. I'm asking you, what are you saying?
That you have.
So listen. I don't understand what is wrong with you. Okay, to be honest, I think you're a retard, but I'm trying to give you a benefit of the doubt. You started speaking 1 minute. We speaking of okay. 1 minute we talking about one thing. Now you switched it to V-dub. So so my brain have to catch up to figure out what are you talking about. You said the other day I was speaking to V-dub, and I wasn't never speaking no V-dub no other fucking day. Then you said 2 days ago I wasn't speaking to V-dub 2 days ago. So I'm confused at what you're talking about. And then you said the chat, but then you said you got a recording of it. So what are you saying, so I can be clear, so I can know what you're talking about? Go ahead.
Oh my God.
You're not muted, by the
way. Comprehension is bad in this space. You it's like you want to call me a fucking retard, but you too damn slow to catch up with what the fuck I'm saying. But I'm supposed to be a stutter box, right? I'm supposed to be a retard fuck.
Let me play what the fuck you said. I bet you don't even know what you said. Let me go.
No. I know what the fuck I said.
You said it
I
so
know what
fast.
the fuck I said.
Okay, so why, when I say you switch so fast, keep asking you to slow down so I can hear, because I need to hear what you're saying. Have understanding. First you say it was in the chat, then you say
you always make threats to people with goons. You make threats to people with goons. That's the point.
With goons? Okay.
Yes.
Now go ahead.
Yes, you said. And, I know somebody in this state that will get you and shit. And you think people going to sit there and have a conversation with you?
Well, what I said was, motherfuckers don't play with me too, because you motherfuckers like to lie and get real personal, right? And I get pissed. And I said, yes, nigga, in almost every state in this motherfucking nation, I know a motherfucker. Okay? Now I said it again. Now what? So you saying men on YouTube is scared of me because of that? That's a lie. Most people have never heard me say that.
I said people on this channel is scared to address you. That's why I did peacock.
You think about that, Devastating. He's claiming now that everybody's scared of me, right? Because he sees that everybody's laughing at him for, admitting that he met a trans woman, right? Even and everybody's laughing at him shit. So he now claims that they're scared of me because I threatened them with goons. That's what this man said.
Scared to do what to you? Talk to you?
Scared to tell me I'm wrong or anything like that, which there's always somebody telling me I'm wrong. Everywhere I got them, right? He said
they scared to tell you that you're wrong because you will threaten to beat them up?
Yes.
What in the fuck is this? School? We back in school now?
What?
3 o'clock in the park, nigga. Shut your ass up.
The dude said, he said, "Damn, scared of you, bomb. Everybody's scared of you. Let's scared of what? You threatened to kill him." Oh my God. That's what that fool said last night, baby. And then
Cocking. That's why they're peacocking.
they not playing with my children. They're not playing with my husband. So why would they be afraid of me? You got to understand, and you know this already, Big J. Some people really go into your real life and start playing around with you. That is what I be referencing. The motherfuckers who I know who will do that. I don't know you to ever do that. And so I ain't never made no threat to you like that. I ain't never made threat to like that, but a couple of motherfuckers, and that's it. So stop lying. You the one who's creating these falsified
I
narratives.
got the video of you lying. I got the video of you lying.
Lying about what now?
But you like to go on people's families. I got that shit played on my.
He said, "I got the video of you lying." Lying of what? This nigga don't be having no videos of nothing because he's always claiming he got a video of something. He say of me mine, and I'm like, lying of what? And now he changing it to he got a video of let's see.
Last live stream I just made.
I go on people's
But
families.
you the one lying. You the one who's
Okay,
lying.
listen.
I got a video called "Before Christ is Lying." That's the video. Go check it out.
Look, his title says something like "Bomb Cherry Line," but in the video he don't. Yeah, look, the title said "Bomb Cherry Line," but in the actual video there's no proof of me lying at all. There's no proof of me lying at all. At all. Okay. He said that I made a threat at VW. And I said, yeah. I said, yeah, I did it. And so what? So how am I lying about that?
You lying to VW.
I was lying to VW about what?
No, because you would talk about his family and his mama and shit, and then when he popped right back at your ass.
And that nigga, I did say the nigga is the one who said his mama was a crackhead, and I was like, and then later on in the conversation when he take a little shot, I said, "Well, your mama was the crackhead." I mean, like he is the man. Y'all got to go listen to that stream. I'm not sure if he put the whole stream up. V-Dub and talked about his mama being a crackhead, his baby mama, and all that shit, all kinds of issues. And he when I was like, "You the one who said your mama was a crackhead." Now he bringing that up. But by the way, that didn't just happen. I don't know when that happened. Like I'm not sure if that was. I don't think that was this year at all. It may have been last year or the year before, but it did. That nigga, he said it just happened. What he mean is he just put it up, y'all. He clipped it and put it up again, but it did not just happen. That's why I'm asking, like, what are you talking about? Like, if it had just happened, I will remember that. Nigga talking, I'm like, what are you talking about? And then he calls me a liar. He says, "You're lying. You already know you did it." Like, what are you talking about? I wasn't on your channel on the panel 2 days ago.
Oh my God.
BJ
You play victim.
Oh, is that what happened?
Oh yes.
Okay. Y'all, this nigga is lying.
No, I'm not.
This nigga is
Are,
lying.
are we are we willing to pull the clip up now?
The video is on my recent live stream I just made.
Okay. Oh, so you just put it today. So put the link in and let's play it then.
Okay, but I'm gonna leave after this because I don't got time arguing with you. I'll tell you when it's my time.
That shit on, he left. I'm missing what the fuck the brains of the young people going today. Because we gotta be clear. I asked him, I said, "Big J, you be over here, just stop yelling. You can't take over my channel." And the nigga then said, "You did it." And then he showed this. So where am I yelling and running him over, not listening to anything he tell me to do? Where is that in that video?
It sounds like you and A veto having a back and forth. You know what I'm saying? Like most times when that shit happens, people get quiet and let people cuss each other the fuck out.
Yeah.
I don't.
Me and V-Dub been knowing each other on YouTube for a long time. Okay.
I wish
And
Big J would come up here and explain exactly what he means, because his first allegation was that you threatened to delete somebody, right? And then you said you got people in every state, which I think is open ended. It's not saying one thing or another, right? And now it's also, you railroaded his channel, but it's not giving the same like when he comes over here. Well, in this instance earlier, so I'm not sure. I don't know why he left. I wish he would have
yeah,
been up here to explain it.
yeah, we know I know why he left, and everybody with a brain knows that he put that link there, and then he left because he know he's not gonna be able to answer none of those questions you just asked, because he know this is not the same thing. Bomb go on people channel, right? And she have discussions. And if people take shots, I take shots back. It just so happens that some of us who know each other longer, we know the history of each other. Okay. V-Dub, I got history with V-Dub because when I first came and so I want to get to when that nigga come back warning me about somebody. And I asked him about the trans. What you mean the whole entire video? If you said I got up there and said that, if I started it from the beginning, up instead of you admitting it, you know what you try? No, there's some more to the story. Okay. Nah. Okay.
I lied,
Okay, here you go, y'all. And lying about what's happening.
No, because I'm gonna clear up my fucking name. Because what you're not going to do,
okay.
I'm not gonna allow people to drag my name and put a jacket on me. That's why.
So, did you fuck nigga for real or no? What's the name? That's what my thing was about. Was you fucking Mayat or no? Would you did he have a
I didn't. No, I didn't.
So when you told people y'all met, did you meet or no?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so you lied about me.
No, I lied about fucking Queen Mayat.
Okay.
I lied,
Okay, there we go. Look. So we now I like that you're telling the truth, because I don't know why y'all didn't know that was a nigga from the beginning, because I was telling y'all. Okay. You lied about fucking her, but what's sad about that? When you started lying that you had sex with her, she wasn't even here no more. That's why you thought you could get away with that shit. So now y'all know. See, I knew he was lying even what he said, because he's gonna tell a story on why he lied. But my title is Big J, a TS lover. So when he wanted to talk about, I'm here to clear my name, that's when I said, okay. So did you fuck Maya or not? And he said, no, I did not. Oh, did you lie about it? You know what I mean? So he gonna explain. And every time he explains, he lies even in his explanation. It don't make sense. And he gonna get in trouble because I'm gonna contact that person. Who Big J is. Big J gonna end up lying on some of y'all and saying he fucked you or he had the opportunity to fuck you. It just so happened when he got caught. Only reason he got caught with this one, because everybody found out that it was a nigga. It was a nigga. And then even then when people brought this shit up, instead of you admitting it, you know what you try? No, there's some more to the story. Nah, nigga, you lied and bragged about fucking a nigga.
Because
You
I
was
was
lying
talking
about
to some
fucking
bitch ass niggas.
Because
I was talking to some bitch ass niggas who was mad at me because of that picture. That's why.
Now, you see, he blaming other men for mad at him because he got her picture. And I'm like, it's not a her, it's a him. That nigga will make up any story. Anything. That nigga lied about fucking a nigga. You got to be, this is crazy. Woo, baby. Okay. Anyway, Now, where you want to go with it? You,
No,
you
no,
the
no,
chick.
no, wait. See. I talked about the hating black woman part. I'm still on this hating black woman part. Yet you want to add on the other bullshit. Oh, transsexual, this, that, and third. Everybody know that ain't nothing to do anything with that woman or that thing, wherever that is. But the thing is, though, what about this hating black women shit? Because I'm still on that shit. You trying to talk about everything else?
I'm sorry. What's your question, Pat? Because you know, what's your question? Because I'm still getting over the you
Oh
admitting
no,
to
see,
lying about fucking somebody, no matter what their sex is, right? So you would have been able, you would have got that one off, and people would have believed you, and now that something else comes out, now you got to straighten it out. So you one of the men who lies about your sexual conquests, huh? We just want to be clear on it. That's all.
you're missing the point. You're missing the point.
A point.
Somebody was targeting that person. You know what? I ain't gotta explain that shit. It happened on RBR's channel. You know. So anyway, but we're on this Big J hates black women part. I'm on that shit.
I think I know that you like. I know you like light skinned niggas with dicks, bitches with dicks. That's what I know you like.
I'm with dark. I like most women I've been with are dark skinned black women. Next.
Okay. Okay, straighten up now. Straighten up now. So explain Queen or AKA King Maya again. That nigga uncut. Go ahead, tell us about it again.
Oh,
You showed y'all didn't.
why you worry about that? Why you worry about that person? What's that have to do with
I'm
me?
not worried about that person. I'm worried about you. I'm want to know about you. That person got a right to love and all that. Just admit that you was in love. That's all.
That person's a.
This nigga was in love with Queen Maya. I remember him being over there chasing her, being on his channel mentioning her, telling me I was jealous of her because I was telling people that I like what I saw. And he was one of them niggas like, you just jealous, bum. I'm like, that's a whole nigga y'all don't see. You just jealous. and now we got video confirmation and everything. And years later, and now he want to act like he wasn't in love with that woman. Okay, here we go.
Trump supporter, and why would I get with anybody who's a Trump supporter?
The nigga mentioned Trump. I was nowhere. Oh, okay. So it's not that he got a big dick. It's about them being a Trump supporter.
But why? You don't. Listen. You know that this is the internet and people spin narratives. Why the fuck lie?
Wait, I'm confused though. Angelica, I don't know if you in the chat. Because girl, you were just confusing the shit out of me. You just told him that you notice the internet and people spin narratives. And then you say, why lie? Why are you mentioning people spinning narratives? He is the one who said that he had sexual contact with said person. Nobody spun that narrative. And he's now finally admitting it. So I was over there eating and shit. I was in the kitchen. I'm wondering, what is he talking about? Even when you asked him why he lied, that means he's the one who spun the narrative. He spun the narrative. Nobody, when you say people spinning narratives, he's the narrative spinner. And he uses that term a lot. Y'all making up your own narrative. Y'all spinning narrative. No, he is the one who does that. So I was a little confused when you heard him admit that he did say he fucked that woman. And now he's admitting that he didn't. And the only reason he's admitting that he didn't is because everybody found out what Vaughn was saying the whole time was that was not a born woman. Okay? So The only person who was spinning narratives is him in this instance. This shit is extremely fucking funny. That and I told the story. See the nigga lying, talking about he was over there and he lied on her behalf. That don't make no sense, right? But number two, that nigga didn't start lying about fucking that woman until she was no longer in this space for a period of time. He is lying and saying he lied on her behalf. It don't even make sense that he lied on her behalf. Big J is a gay motherfucking liar. That's it. And nothing wrong with him being gay. Come out the closet. The nigga might be even more likable. Because we'll call him sassy, right? We'll just say, nigga, you sassy, and we'll laugh that shit off. But y'all got hopes for a nigga who been lying and keep lying. Y'all got high hopes for a retard. I don't know what's going on, baby. And maybe that's why people say I'm mean, because the reality is coming out my fucking mouth. I ain't got the lie on this man. This, though, there was a few men over there hyping Maya up. And I ain't gonna lie, like, I don't know how they couldn't see it. Because, like, I was like, that's a man. She was on camera. Some of them lying and say she wasn't on camera. Yes, she was on camera. That's like she would have a picture up a lot. It was a cute little picture, but there was a couple of times she was over there and she was on camera. And when I saw on camera, that's when I knew, like automatically, like, whoa, now somebody made up some shit like she was the first to use AI. That is not true. AI wasn't around to be used back then while sitting live in the camera, not the way she was. And even then, I saw her. She looked just like the picture with her over there with that big dick. Okay? Under the name Shemale. That's what she looked like. And she was just sitting. You could see her from her, you almost like you could see the top of the chest, you know, the cleavage. The cleavage was there. The wig was on point. The nails was done. Makeup was on point. But I can tell the facial structure of a man. They just looking, probably saw the cleavage and that's all it matters. She was light skinned in the picture, and that's all that fucking mattered. And it was a lot of them over there, baby. They would go over there by RBR if she was on that camera. Okay, so he would hit on her and shit like that, be nice. I'm talking about Big J again. And then she left because she got outed. Somebody from another sector came over and ended up saying the same shit I had been saying already. So she left. She was gone for a minute, and that's when Big J started claiming that, yep, I smashed. You know goddamn well, whether it's a man or woman, they're not accepting you telling people you smashed them if you didn't. So Big J is fucking lying. He got beside himself. Yep, I met her. Yep. And the nigga said it several times. He didn't just say it once. I've heard him say it. And the thing about this YouTube shit, though, these niggas will lie. And I'm not the one who got any proof, right? I'm not even going to search for no proof. I know what the fuck I heard him say. And people could believe me or him. And it always seems like, for some of y'all just want to believe that nigga. Even when that nigga is spinning his lie, you accusing other people of spinning the narrative. Big J, you know people spin narratives. You must mean, Big J, I know you spin narratives. Because we are talking about him. He's up here answering questions. So I don't know why we talk about what other people do. I don't think some of y'all just don't want to admit. And I don't know what's going on.
Because the narrative's already
Start thinking some of y'all might be in relationship with these niggas, because this shit is crazy. Because y'all would rather believe that now he's lying about fucking Maya, right? than to believe that he really met her and had his big dick in this nigga's throat. I'm gonna go with the fact that this nigga met, okay, where he won't admit to meeting women, he sure will admit to meeting certain women. Listen, fuck out of here. Y'all gonna I'm not the crazy one, okay?
You respond before that.
What?
So I said, fuck it. No. So anyway, go on.
He expect everybody to just believe anything he say, huh?
No, I don't give a flying fuck. The point is, what about me hating black women? We on that. I'm on that. You want to talk about some
I
other
know.
shit?
Yes, I want to talk about you being with a trans woman. I want to know, was you really in love or like
I never been with
I
no
thought,
trans woman. I ain't trying to be with. I ain't never fell in love with no trans woman. Never ain't trying to be with no trans woman. Next,
well, was you is that what you're saying? You're saying when you was in love with her, you didn't know that there was a
I
trans
wasn't
woman?
in love with no trans woman. Was in love with that person.
Oh, okay, because I remember you being over there. You know, some of us remember you over there with RBR and said person. You forgot? I think you even have some shit
I
on your
know.
channel.
I know.
Look, he gonna slowly start admitting to everything I accuse him of. Because at first, I don't even know that person. No, and then he that thing or whatever, right? He started saying that type of shit. He said that earlier. And then slowly, when I say, I remember you over there, but earlier he'd be like, I wasn't over there that much. I didn't really know. And then, I was protecting. When the video came out, somebody grabbed the video, the audio. And when they put that shit out, that's the only time this nigga start admitting this shit. Before that, that nigga kept saying they lying, they lying, they lying, they lying, they lying. No, I don't even know that person. No, they lying. I ain't say that. No, they lying. And then the clip came out, and the nigga is well, and now his whole story changed. Shit.
About
Huh?
that, but I never said I love that person.
Oh, you didn't say that person was sexy and beautiful and what you want to do with him? And sometimes you would talk about what you would like to do with him if you had the opportunity. You ain't never do that?
I was talking to that African girl name
Look, now you talking about I was talking to an African girl. There was no African girl over there by RBR. The nigga lying.
she's from Zambia. That's who I was talking about on
No, I'm
RPR.
talking about when you mentioned my eye, nigga. You
No, I
forgot you
wasn't
mentioned
just saying
her
that to
name.
Maya. I said Maya, you fine and all that, and I kept it.
You said that. That nigga said he was saying that about another Zambian girl, whatever. And then I said, no, but I heard you said in my eye. He said, no, I didn't say that in my eye. Then he said, I said she was sexy and pretty and all that. What the fuck? Let's rewind that again.
She's from Zambia. That's who I was talking about on
No, I'm
RPR.
talking about when you mentioned my eye, nigga. You
No, I
forgot you
wasn't just
mentioned
saying
her
that to
name.
Maya. I said Maya, you fine and all that, and I kept it moving.
So you see, he was denying it. Then he just said, I said it, but I kept it moving. That nigga didn't keep it moving. That nigga was over there all the time offering shit, right? That nigga was in love. Y'all, he was in love. I don't know if he deleted everything. I'm gonna try to see if I can catch up with Cyber. Because I think the last time I spoke to Cyber on it, Cyber had said that I think he said he deleted everything out of, for protection of RBR. RBR had some fire streams over there. I hope I hope he didn't delete it. But if he hadn't deleted, Cyber, if you can find any stream where this nigga and Maya is over there, let me know, baby. Let me know. Okay, let me see what the chat is saying. Okay, then you see how he yeah. He did the same thing to Taylor. Yes, he sure did. Oh, I'm so glad that you said that, because see, I be forgetting when he'll lie on people and claim, what I'm saying, things that's crazy. That's anyway. A nigga who will lie on his penis. When I first came to YouTube, and I ended up coming across, I already explained how I came across Big J, right? Um, Big J had a channel just like he got now. His channel, I remember when it was blowing up because people like me was going over there. I had a lot of followers already, right? My first channel was here. It hadn't gotten deleted yet. So where I would go, people would go where I'm going. So he had lots of people coming over there, right? That's where I met V-Dub. And we was over there late night. And he had that white girl, that white woman is the reason why his channel never took off. Because she would be deleting people. And I'm like, nigga, I'm like, Big J, I don't really know you like that, but you don't see what this woman doing. She got a wrench and she's just blocking people. He like, yeah, she my people, and she block them. They deserve to be blocked. I was like, okay. That night, that nigga had like almost 100 people over there. I had to share that shit on my Facebook, and I was still on Twitter back then, right? And this nigga had a lot of people over there, and she was just blocking anybody who said any goddamn thing. If she didn't know him, she didn't give a damn. If they were disagreeing with him, she would block them. Anyway, this nigga falls in love with motherfucking women. Okay. And then when in his imagination, back then when I met him though, we start cracking jokes on him, right? We start cracking jokes. You ain't getting no vagina. The men, right? When I said we though, we was considered a clique. After a while, we clicked up, right? Because we were going after Sasa Ray. And the men would be tearing his ass up because he was a stuttering, bubbling fool. And they would talk about, say, where's your woman or where's your pussy or, and things like that. And the niggas started talking about, well, what about, and he would go into that, what about the woman who used to live with me or and shit like that. And then he went into the story about a storm. That's how I know this shit. Like the nigga gonna mention that, but how would I have known any of that? Ooh, you bought me something, baby. What's that? Huh? What is it? Oh yeah, give me some, baby. You can put some in something. I thought you bought it for me. You gonna come and bring me a big thing and say you want some? Are you trying to give me one handful? I was gonna make some popcorn. From caramel. We could make it from scratch. Get that to you. Oh, I did. Sorry, y'all. I'm still in here. Just put some right there, babe. As much as you want to give me. That way you won't be claiming I'm taking all your stuff. Oh, you really gave me one handful on the plate, huh? That's enough. Thank you. Where you got it from? Jersey or something? Huh? Oh, okay. Thank you. I can make them better than this, though. I have a recipe, baby. Anyway, I'll talk about that. My son bought me some caramelized popcorn. I was going to make it for Sunday. But he bought me some. He said it's okay. Anyway, let me tell you diet though. I don't know what kind of sweetener. I could tell the difference between sugar and whatever sweetener they using. Yeah, it don't taste that good. That's bullshit right there. Anyway, and it's too sweet. It's really sweet. It's not sugar. It has an aftertaste. That's nasty. Okay. Anyway, so let me just go into play. Oh yeah. So how did I know about the woman? And you're gonna hear me asking these questions that I wouldn't know if it wasn't already shared. And how would I know unless he shared it? So he was always talking about that he was dating some woman before we all got here and they used to live together. Something about she needed a place to stay and he moved it in, and then they ended up breaking up and she left. And the reason I know it because I asked questions. I remember having that conversation with him. He be like, oh, but and then he said something about something happened with a mother, something with a mother, and this was look. My memory is kind of sparse, but I do we remember people's stories because they be forgetting their stories. What make me remember the story, then I hear him say another story that's different, and I'll be like, okay. Instead of me approaching him or saying something, I just be like, this nigga lied. right? If you're not lying, you ain't got to remember. You ain't got to remember your lie if you ain't lying, right? Watch how this shit go. Uh-oh. What am I doing? I'm playing the wrong damn thing. You ain't got to remember that. Here you go. Yes, you told her
That's
she was
beautiful.
fine. What you would
I
like to
said
do with it? You
no.
forgot about that.
I never said all that. Never said all that.
Oh, you ain't never said that?
And especially if me and the person had emailed each other and then the person send me some photos and shit. Well,
So now she got his email and the person sent him photos. He keep telling on himself over and over again. But now he wants to blame her. He's the one who told the lie. And then now it's her fault and she's sending him photos. Now here we go.
oh, I mean, I see a woman and I see a 5-year-old girl. Now, you want to know more about that though, Bomb?
No, I don't want to hear nothing about no children. I don't know why you bring
well.
You saw how he threw in. I'm not sure. You still up here devastating? See how he threw in a child? He threw in and he gave a number, but later you won't hear where he not gonna know the age of the child and shit like that. But now he know it's a 5-year-old child. Okay, that's gonna change. He about to he he's gonna eventually change. And I don't think other people be listening, but I be listening to things people say. And so especially since he's not yelling right now, right? Watch how this shit gonna work out.
Well then,
Then what?
don't. Then
Then what? Then what?
let's drop
Then what?
it. Let's drop it because you act
So wait, I
because
want to
your
know about
narrative
you
is
and I want to know you about the girl.
your
I want to
narrative
know about the
is
woman.
I've been with a tranny. That's not
Yes,
even.
you said
I'm
you
not
told people. You told people that y'all met. That's what came out
the
your mouth.
cyber. I said at the cyber when cyber was attacking her.
And now he's blaming cyber. He's saying I said that to cyber when cyber was attacking her, but no.
And nobody else heard it but him.
Remember when I said you were calling her beautiful? He denied it, but then he admitted. Well, he gonna deny it again. He keep going back and forth. Every time I tell him, I remember what I heard him do. I saw what he was doing, but now I said it to cyber. Oh, so when
Remember that when Cybertron came in there and was attacking her over the RBR channel. Remember that?
Yeah.
Hold on. It wasn't somebody said, "Yo, man, I went down there, and she sucked me off." Remember when your boy said that shit? See, but I don't see you going on him about that shit. Cyber. See. Hold on. Context clues is missing. I said a name. I said he.
Yeah, let's hear that again, y'all. This fool is a retard. When I asked who, he gonna then try to make it seem like I should caught that. He changes that shit. Let's hear him
Down there, and she sucked.
Right. Let's go on. That's what came out
The
your mouth.
cyber. I said that the cyber was.
So he said when he mentioned cyber name, he's talking about I said that the cyber when he was disrespecting her, right? Okay.
Cyber was attacking her.
Oh, so when
remember that when Cybertron came in there and was attacking her over the RBR channel. Remember that?
So he's talking about cyber attacking her. Now let's go watch what he said after that.
Hold on. It wasn't somebody said, "Yo, man, I went down there, and she sucked me off."
What if somebody down there says, "Hey, man, she sucked me off"? That sounds like he went into a whole nother thing. Okay. He said, what if somebody said, and I'm like, who?
Remember when your boy said that shit?
He said, remember when your boy said that shit? I don't know who you talking about.
See, but I don't see you going on him about that shit.
Ooh.
Cyber. See. Hold on. Context clues is missing.
So where is the context clues that I missed? Because this is the way he phrasing this shit. He done mentioned Tommy Sotomayor. He done mentioned Brogdon. He even mentioned Kevin Samuels. He done mentioned he mentioned Cyber. He Silent. He just mentioned all kinds of motherfuckers in this discussion, right? And then he switches from them to another one that quick. And so he thinks I should have some contact clues on his speech pattern that's all over the motherfucking place. But I don't know what the fuck. I'm just trying to keep up with his lies. One minute he say he didn't say it, and now he admits he did say it.
No, he only said it to one person. They the only ones supposed to know, not everybody else.
Right. There's a whole lot of people remember him saying that. And when some of the people found out that what I had been saying earlier and what other people had been saying earlier is true with some actual proof. Now this nigga is trying to minimize it, but damn.
I said a name. I said he. I mentioned the person's name first. Then I say he. No, that means me. I'm talking about that nigga. Context clue.
That's not how you did that. But I know your brain scrambled up, and that's how you felt. But you mentioned Cyber, and then you listen, dude.
See?
You're not as smart as you fucking think. Okay? Listen, I know that you are gay, nigga. Okay?
I am.
Or in the closet.
I am.
When you was willing to lie, so you think you was helping my aunt. So let's think about that.
Because I didn't know that was a man.
Wait.
Because I didn't know that was a man. It was like I said, the emails can tell you.
Wait.
I thought that was a woman because it was
you gotta think about this.
You gotta think about 5-year-old child.
No, I'm
a woman and a 5-year-old
child.
Okay?
I don't want to mute you. Listen, if I'm a woman and I'm on the panel and somebody is accusing me of not being a woman, the last thing I need some nigga who I don't know who I ain't fuck to lie and say that he fucked me. I would be, oh my God, like I would be so mad.
I didn't say I fucked her though. I ain't said I fucked her.
Or that you met me.
I ain't said I fucked her. You said I fucked her.
Why?
I know her. That's what I said. I know I met her. That's what I said. I ain't said nothing about fucking.
Why would a woman who's a woman be okay with you lying about you meeting if you didn't meet? Nobody got to lie for me and say, no, I met him in real life. Right? Just to prove I'm a woman. Because if I'm a woman, I'm a woman.
Well, if somebody if somebody's showing you a photograph of a family with a
did you understand my question? Because if I met you, right? No, let's say we online and people accusing me of being whatever, whether they're accusing me of being using a fake pic or they're accusing me of being fat, ugly, white, whatever, right? Whatever. And then you come along and you say, nah, that ain't true. I met her in real life. That's really her. Why would I think that you saved me? Why would, like, I would be like, oh shit, like this man just said he met me, which we know how that could get around, right? If you telling people you met me when we didn't meet. I'm asking him, why would he think that that's helping her out? And if it did help her out, why didn't he think, well, damn, why she allowed me to lie on her like that? I guess I'm wondering, like, why he didn't think about that. I wanted to know why he lied and claimed that he met her. I think he do know and did know that was a trans woman. I do think that. I think he knew. People have been saying it. He's been in this space longer than all of us, for the most part. And people have been saying it and make the accusation. And so only the ones who possibly know what's going on, but they're willing to admit, no, I really saw that is a real woman. But why would you lie? You didn't meet her for real. You didn't meet her. She ain't come to you. You ain't go to her. Why would she want you to lie and claim that you went there, knowing that that rumor would be, oh, you met her for real? Ooh, Big J had a chance with her. She allowed you to meet her, Big J. So it just don't add up. What you think? Do you understand what I'm saying? Or am I not saying it right? Or what you thinking?
Yeah, I'm still trying to get to the main point.
Okay. So just in case, because I forgot you're not in the space like that. Big J and this woman, right? Like I could give you the link if you want to see. I don't think you do though, because you men probably don't want to see. Okay.
Nah, I don't need to.
But he told people in this space that he met her. He about to tell us why he did that. I think he about to get
Oh
into.
yeah, you told me all that about
Yeah,
the yeah.
but now
So
it's
I'm
been
saying
found.
what he saying that you lying about though?
Well, he called me a lie about everything. I'm lying, even though I'm getting him to tell the truth. I'm getting him to agree with what I said earlier. When I say, "Oh, I remember when you was chasing after her, calling her beautiful thing." At first, he said, "No, it wasn't her." Then he said it was another woman, and then right after that, he said, "Well, yeah, I did say that." So see, so he said I was lying, and now he since have said yes, he did do it. So one minute he called you a liar, he called me a liar, and then when I started asking more questions, he admits to it. So he's calling me a liar about everything. Here we go.
Child running around. I'm gonna believe though that person's female.
But
Now,
that don't make so. Listen to what he just said. Now remember, go back to when he said he got a picture. He said she sent him pictures. Remember when I mentioned that he blaming her now? He said they sent
Yeah.
email and she sent pictures. But watch what he's about to say.
well, if is somebody showing you a photograph of a family with a child running around, I'm gonna believe though that person's female.
How is a child running around in a photograph? So
A
he
kid makes another motherfucker not a man but a woman.
that's what he gonna say, yes. Girl. Yeah, that when his dad about to stand on that. Of course, because only women have children in the house running around.
Oh
Right. So
man, that's fucking crazy.
watch, you gonna say it even more that way. But
Now,
that don't make
now,
no
no,
sense.
no,
Why?
no.
Why? Men can't have
It do
children
make
with
sense though. If
so
you read if you ever had
so
access to my emails with her,
so
or her or
so
whatever it is.
you have access to my emails with her. So remember, before he said, I would say hi and kept it moving. Now we find out that like I said, he never kept it moving. It jumped into some email conversations, pictures being swapped, and everything. Phone sex, texting, sexting, and everything. Here we go.
Is
Yeah.
you might
So
understood
so
why
y'all
I
was
said what I
so
said.
y'all was sharing emails and photos and all that kind of stuff. Y'all was camming and shit like that. That's the kind of relationship y'all had.
I emailed some people off of here. What
Yeah,
is there a crime?
when you okay, so y'all was in a
Damn,
relationship and you was
No,
emailing. You want to
that
say something?
motherfucker said he emailed a bunch of motherfuckers out there. Holy crap.
I know.
That motherfucker got an email club. Big time email Big J and shit. Get
Well,
join Big J email club. Man, get the fuck out. Shut your ass up.
Oh man.
No, we was not in no fucking relationship.
Yeah. Oh, so y'all
because most of the things I was saying was very formal. See,
yeah.
So if I'm in a relationship with somebody, it wouldn't be as formal.
Okay. So how many women on here you just be emailing, and you didn't told people you met them, and when you said you met them, actually you said you was with them. Stop acting like you ain't say. I think there's an actual clip.
Who I been with? Who I been with, Bomb?
I'm talking about the clip of you saying that you was with my aunt.
Bomb, put that in the proper context of what was said. See, you like to take shit out of context.
That you know she's a woman. You met her, and yeah, you was insinuating. I think there's an actual clip where you says y'all was together, nigga.
I didn't say that.
Okay,
I said I met the person. They said I was with the person.
Oh, okay. I guess we're gonna see, because I think there's another clip out there. I think there's a couple of clips.
Yeah. From them niggas down the street. Okay. From them bitch niggas down the street.
It don't matter where the clip comes from if it's
no, it does matter where the clip comes from, because content, because like what y'all gonna do is
he said it does matter where the clip comes from. If he said it, he said it, but it don't matter what he said. It only matters who it comes from, huh? Big J. Here we go. Context matters. Tell us.
Yeah, context matters. So let's talk about Big J hates black women. I'm still on that.
I know you are, but I'm still on my title.
No, but I'm still on this Big J hates black women shit.
We want to know when y'all was emailing each other back and forth.
Ain't none of your business.
Was it on some, I love you? You was trying to ain't none of our business. That's when you wanted. It's private. It's none of your business. What I was saying to my transsexual woman. Okay, it's secret. You get to know a little bit, right?
No.
So what it was on? What it was on some business shit? What you was selling a horse or some shit? What's up?
No.
Tell us.
There was no romantic shit. There was no romantic shit. It was like, oh, thank you for protecting me. When is your next live? Blah 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 blah.
So how is she thinking that's protection? Him lying on her and saying that they met. That shit crazy. Yeah, Big J is a big freak. That's what T Will said yesterday. Oh shit, Big J a freak, y'all.
Hell no, that motherfucker got an email said, but somebody protected it. Like Superman and shit. Motherfucking superhero Big J. God damn, boy.
Pink and all.
That's about it. Ain't no bullshit like that.
So you didn't think that when she emailed you to say thank you for protecting me? Because if I'm a woman and they're accusing me of being a man, which actually, y'all, it was obvious, right? To those of us with eyes and not horny. So I don't know how they didn't see that there was a man, right, in a dress. But it don't matter. You lied to protect her. She said, thank you for lying to protect me. And you ain't never put that together.
About what? About what? See, you don't even know what the protection was about.
When you said that you lied and said y'all met, that you met her, and you know that she's a woman.
No, we were talking about RBR. See, you don't even know what the email was about.
I am talking about when you said, listen.
And I'm talking about what I said. I'm talking about what I said to that person.
About you and your
I'm talking about what I said to that person.
With the woman,
not what your assumptions are. Not what your goddamn assumptions are. And we still on this where Big J hates black women at. We're still on this. We're still on this Big J hates black women. I'm still on that shit.
Well, I need to know. Because I could get to the bottom of it. You answer my question. We want to know about you loving the nigga with the woman.
I'm not into trannies. Not
Okay.
into trainees.
I
Next.
I have a question, if that's okay.
Mhm.
I might change the topic a little bit if that's all right with you, Bob.
Well, not really. I'm not really into changing the topic. We want to know him about him and the woman with the big dick. That's what I want. That's why I want to see.
I never been with no man with no been with no woman with no dick. I ain't interested in no anybody with a dick. Next.
Angelica was trying to save his ass. Okay, I wasn't having it.
He said he ain't never been with one. Oh, hell, motherfucker, no. Boy, shut your ass up. You need to not ever get on the internet ever again, ever. Just say fuck it. That's fucked up, man.
That nigga needs to change his name and move on. Everybody should be making videos of this shit. Grab up the clip, put it on your channels, everybody. Listen, if y'all need me to clip it and send it to you so you can put it on your channel, even though if you don't have a channel, you still have a channel, put it up. Okay, don't let this nigga escape this shit here. Okay? Some of these people, motherfucker, want to be acting like they believe that he's not really into that. This nigga fuck niggas, okay? And he don't like women that much, okay? Look out of here. Here we go. Go ahead, Angelica. Let's see.
No, I do have a question for you, Big J. You used the tag Delta November. Do you know what that means?
Dumb nigga. Well, are you
But do
talking
you know the origin of it?
right? Do nothing.
No. So it is dumb nigga, but
We're gonna skip through this, okay? Because
you're okay with using that language?
changing my
in this
topic.
space, it I'm always outnumbered, so I don't give a fuck at this point.
I mean, that can be true, right? But I'm just saying, like, I think language is important, right? So, I mean, if that's language that you want to use towards people that look like you, I think that you're just going to make more enemies if they actually understand it.
She don't know Big J for real. I don't know why motherfuckers be thinking they know people. This nigga is anti-black. And no matter what he's been saying when some of y'all around, right? Last year or so, the nigga been on the internet. He'll even tell you he been here since 2014, 13, 15. And so you need to know what his message has been all them years, and his channel is still up. Just go back a few years and listen to him. That's all. And that's all.
Yes, I'm tired.
Okay. So what kind of enemy are you? Like, so what I've been doing that you don't think that you haven't done. But way before I even put your name in the title, do you not mention me? You mention me in all kinds of ways. When you want to use an excuse of why marriage is important, you bring up my marriage like there's a woman on here and she's married and it don't seem too great. Like I've heard you for
When did I say that? Hold on.
Listen,
When the fuck did I say that
BJ,
shit at?
you have said that. I heard you say that once. You always mention me always, right? And it's okay. It's no big deal. I'm not angry
Always.
about it.
Always.
Yes.
Really?
Oh, listen. Yes. And the people know it. For some reason, you'll bring up my name. But you know what? Like a couple of weeks ago, right? When everything was blowing up over there on your channel between other people. I was over there because I'm always over there. Like in the morning, you the channel I'll be looking for because you early in the morning. Just because I don't pop out and say something, don't mean I'm not there and I can show you. I can show you and you'll see where I'm thumbing you up, right? I'm not your enemy, but you mentioned my name and I don't think nothing of it. And then when I decide to mention your name, you is a buster, right? You crying about it. Then you
Hating
like
black
them.
women. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna defend
Well,
my fucking honor on that shit.
but
Yeah,
listen,
I'm gonna
you
defend my
have
honor on
said
that
that
shit.
you have said that I'm pulling strings, that I'm in the
Yeah.
back lying to
Mhm.
people. You said many things that's not true. And I'm not like I don't cry about it. Because if I did, I would be making streams every day about you. Or let's say not every day, but let's say 80% of the time when you're in live, my name get mentioned. It's almost like I'm an example. Over there on Bomb Channel, they doing this. Look what they doing. They're doing it. She said this, or somebody said it on Bomb Channel. Like that's what you've been doing, and I didn't cry about it. So my thing is, but I seem to be louder with mine, right? Because I'm gonna put your name in the fucking title, right? Put your name in the title. I said, damn nigga, when you gonna stop, right?
Stop what?
Because when you gonna stop mentioning my name and making up stories? Because if I put your name in the title and I say what I'm gonna say, it might not necessarily be a lie, huh? Because the training thing, like I said that to you men. It was not a lot, but it was some men over there loving on that person. You happen to be the biggest. You was looking for the most attention. You was all. I remember one time you talking about you felt like eating some pussy, and you referenced that person.
No, I said when I'm talking about pussy, I'm talking about sugar bomb. That's what I was
Or
talking about.
sugar bum is who you want to eat on, huh?
I mentioned it, and some nigga, one of them
Mhm,
niggas down the street, them
mhm,
Delta
mhm.
Novembers down the street, took a clip of that of me saying it. I was talking about sugar bomb.
Well,
The
Sugar
sugar.
Bum wasn't here in the time in which frame I'm talking about. I don't remember Sugar Bum being here until maybe around 2020, or something like that. What I'm talking about is way before 2020, baby.
I never
Mm.
talked to Mayat at that time. I knew of that person, but I never really talked to that person.
I didn't say you talked to them. I said I know what you was talking about. You mentioned that person. And
But
by the way, you was over there by RBR, and if I'm correct, it may have been 2019. I'm not sure if COVID was here already. Um, but yes, you was over
yeah,
there,
yeah, I was at
and
RVR's channel. I was at
and
RVR's at
she
the time.
was too. So why
Yeah,
you
but I
claiming you
wasn't
ain't know her?
talking to that person at that
What?
time.
What you mean talking to her? So at some time you was talking to that person. Is that what you're
No,
telling
At that
me?
time.
Right at
He,
that
he not
time.
lying then. Then he not lying. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna say at that time. Why he lying? Because that's when all this shit happened. You know, him chasing her and shit like that. That was before COVID, during COVID, and he talking about at that time I wasn't talking to her. The hell you mean talking to her? That you say you never really talked to her. Except
I was not
oh,
talking at that person on by email or privately.
okay, but I'm talking about what you were saying publicly when you was after her, when you was telling her how fine and pretty and all that shit she was. Are you saying that
Just
didn't happen?
just because I might have said something like that doesn't mean I'm trying to have sex.
Oh, okay, but it, you was talking about how you would love to
I
taste
don't
her.
know why. I don't
You
know why
said you would
some
love
women.
to taste her. Didn't you say that? Yes,
No,
I
I
know
didn't
you
say
did.
that. No, I didn't say that.
Yes, you did. You did. You
I
would say
did.
something like, "I feel like eating
When
something sweet, Maya." You know what I mean? It'd be some shit like that. The thing is this though.
I didn't know. I know who that person is like that. So how am I supposed to
Okay,
know?
you apparently you never do.
Even if I did, I didn't know that person. Didn't even talk.
Even if I did,
Mm. That motherfucker say, even
it just be. Oh my god. His brain can't catch up with his mouth, and he be saying some shit. By the time he realize what the fuck he done said, he got to switch it all up. Even if I did,
Mm.
right? He recognized when he said he wants something to eat sweet Maya. I remember that shit. I was thinking to myself, this nigga bro, because I was thinking to myself, he don't even know how to make it sexy. You know what I mean? It just sounds like violence the way he was saying it. It wasn't sweet. It wasn't gentle. I was thinking, damn. And then on top of that, I was like, my, I got a big dick over there. I don't know what's up with these men, why they can't see. And I used to be over there laughing my ass off. Okay. Me and my yacht even went back and forth. Uh, you know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna see if I can find him. I'm gonna see. I'm not sure if it's on this channel. I have to look. But hell yeah. Okay.
Talk to that person like that. Next.
Okay. So you're saying you was interested, but you just never talked to him in private, because I'm saying that you was hitting on her live while she was on camera over there. And so you want to look, nothing wrong with it. I just want to know how you feel. Like, are you really? Because how didn't you know? This is what I want to know. Y'all niggas was so into, huh? Go ahead. I came over there and told y'all.
Because I saw a picture of a woman with a baby. That's it. So that let me know the person is female. That's how I judged it. Next.
So if it's a baby in the picture, it's automatically a woman. Damn, that's
Right.
fucked up.
It's automatically a woman. Yep. Was the woman pregnant with the baby, or there was a baby near the woman?
It was a 6-year-old, 6-year-old child.
Okay.
And
So
right by that person. Right by a woman.
So anybody who got a child inside of them must be a woman?
Well, I mean, if somebody said though I have a daughter, I'm going to believe it, right? They don't have to show me shit.
Now he's switching and saying, person said, I have a daughter. You see how he did it?
What the fuck?
Before he never mentioned no said I have a daughter. Before he just said he assumed because there's a picture with a kid, 5-year-old, 6-year-old, running around. Now he just switched it all up to they said I have a daughter. But what does that mean? A man and a woman can have a daughter. But this nigga was threatening these lies and choking himself slowly into death. And I didn't understand why he was up here answering my question. I always be wondering why they be up here answering my questions. You know what I mean? They love answering my questions. That's why they hate me so much, because they be cold on themselves. After the fact, but the nigga's still up here, and I'm going to continue sitting.
I'm gonna say, okay, you got a daughter, okay. Well, who in the right mind gonna lie and said, well, I mean, in my mind at the point, oh, wait a minute, why am I explaining this shit to you? I mean, you're not a man. I mean, if somebody tells you, oh, I have a daughter, usually a person's going to believe it because you the one gave birth to said child. And I'm saying, if you're a woman, you said I gave birth to a child, I'm gonna believe you because who am I?
Now he said I gave birth to a child. Now, have any woman ever hit you up and said I gave birth to a child? Because
how the child's supposed to make everything cool.
But even if a woman telling you she have a child, does she say I birthed a child? Or do she usually say, yeah, I have some children, or I have a daughter, I have a son? This nigga done switched it up now. She said I birthed a child. Oh, let me see what the chat is there, baby. What the chat is. That nigga done resulted to now saying she said I birthed the child. I birthed the child. What's going on? Out the blue, how you doing? That's the confusing part. It's that's the confusing part. It's a lot to explain for nothing happening. Yeah, man. He gotta explain why he told a man that he was cute and sexy and fine, and told everybody that he smashed that man. Okay? This nigga he got lots of explaining to do, but I just don't understand why, as I'm questioning him, instead of just letting this shit die down, this nigga is up here trying to fight for his life. While digging his grave. He's trying to fight for his life, y'all. He's trying to fight for his life. Here we go.
Who am I to judge? I'm not in the hospital bed. I don't have my legs spread open and baby came forth out. No, I'm just sitting and believe. Okay, you're a woman. Okay, that's fine. You got a child. Okay, here
Okay.
is my daughter. Next.
Okay. So I listen. I'm not saying what you're saying doesn't make sense in a slow nigga's mind, but you do know men have daughters too,
Oh my
right?
God.
If a
If a
man has a
woman,
daughter, but I get it.
men
Listen,
can
I
lie.
get it.
Men can lie and says that baby ain't mine. Men do not give birth. So when a woman says, this is my daughter, this is my son, I have children, I'm going to tend to believe that person because that person is
Okay.
a woman. So,
But
so,
that
so
was
in my mind, I said, okay, okay. I ain't gonna deny that that ain't yours. And I'm looking at the picture, and in the picture that you saw and the picture I saw, two different people anyway.
but
That's all.
alive. She used to be on camera live.
No. As far
Yes.
as I remember, no, never seen on camera. No, I
Well,
mean,
yeah,
not on live stream. No.
yeah, she would be up there on the camera live over there by RBR sometimes.
No, she never
Yes,
was on
she
camera on
would.
RBRs. She never was on camera on RBRs.
Uh, yes, yes, she
No,
was. Yes,
no, no,
yes.
she wasn't. No, she wasn't.
Okay. Well, listen, I'm telling you.
As far as I know.
Okay, well, you can say as far as you know. I could go with that one. She used to be there on camera every once in a while. Usually, she wouldn't be talking though, right? But she would be sitting there and looking pretty. I remember roasting the shit out of her, asking everybody like, "Who, Papa? Who's this man?" And motherfuckers was telling me I was jealous, and you was one of them. I'm I'm just jealous of my. You used to actually throw that at people.
What? What?
Yeah,
Okay, if I said it,
definitely.
I said it. If I said it, I
Okay,
said it. Next. If
okay.
I said it, I said
Well,
it.
I
Next.
was saying, telling y'all, I was warning y'all, putting up everything I can. No, but you just jealous of Maya. Okay. Um, yeah, I am jealous of my. Okay, she big it and all. So I get it though. I like that you explain it so you can explain that. Look, you didn't know, you really didn't meet the person. You were just using that to what you call protector. So you was hoping to get some of that big dick. You know what I mean? You was hoping
No,
to meet her.
no.
So why was you protecting somebody with a lie?
Because here's the thing. 4 or 5 people was going in. I hate to see people being piled upon. And this happened on RBR's channel.
He wanted to protect, so he wasn't trying to get nothing from her, even though he gave her his email address and he started swapping pictures back and forth. Now all that we got to ignore all that. He just wanted to be the protector, super J. He wanted to be super J. Okay, he don't like them piling up on nobody. So, here we go.
They was pounding upon her, pounding upon him or whatever the fuck it is. And then I say, you know what though, let me defend you because I don't like that shit. And then and RBR was the one going in on her ass, and I told RBR to fuck off.
Right. He the one. Now first he said Cyber was the one going in on him. Now he changed it to RBR, which he has gone off on him, but he didn't call her. Not that I know, call her a man. Okay, RBR would go off on anybody. Okay, he was funny. Too. So okay, I see what you're saying. So you, in order to help protect somebody who was claiming to be a woman, you decided to say, that really is a woman, even though remember they was claiming she wasn't a woman. And you was like, I met him before. And you the smart dude, right? Just what you say. And you ain't figured that shit don't make no sense. Other people are saying that she isn't a woman, and you
No, the
didn't
context. No,
decide
the
to stand up
context
for.
was the context of. See, you wasn't there when that happened. The
Mhm.
context was that's not her. She's another woman. That's what they said, and that's when I said what I said. See,
Okay.
they
They were just saying that picture, and they talking about the picture that she had wasn't her. He added that she was another woman. He added that shit. People were telling them, they were like, "That's not really her. That's not really her." Now he talking about the picture. When I reference him, it is about the picture, but he saw her on cam as well. Okay. If I'm correct, I got on a panel and said, "Which Harper, who's this man? Who's this man up here?" Y'all know I can be messy, okay? I'm like, I'm laughing more not at her, but at the men, the motherfucking men. I'm like, all you got to do is open your eyes. I was about to go grab the picture so we can see, but good thing I remembered I was sharing. I'm gonna go to the porn site. Go to the porn site and show and see if I could grab just a portion of her face so we can see what the hell we talking about. And I think for those of you who have seen, y'all know you could tell. These men, you could tell in the cheekbone area and everything. Like she had a look, they have handsome men. I know you men can't think of that, right? Y'all can't fathom that a man can have nice features about himself. So, you know, um, so this person is not ugly at all. Okay, not ugly at all. Put on some makeup and a wig, and she was popping. But it doesn't mean you can't tell. And that's when I started telling these men, y'all don't care about hair, even though y'all were talking about hair, had it, hooglins. Y'all don't care about none of that shit. Okay? And when it's finished.
ain't bring up though. Oh, she was a man and all that shit. They said, oh, she's another woman.
No, they ain't saying
See,
that, y'all got
right.
Look, he thinking I'm agreeing with us. I got you. I'm just saying I got what you saying. That is not how that happened. Nobody's like, that ain't her. She's another woman. That picture not her. She's another woman. Usually people just say that's a fake picture. That's not her. Or that's not him. This nigga add on all kinds of shit. She's not her. She's another woman. It's what he just said they were saying. Oh, that's not her. She did not. No, that was the whole sector came over there by RBR. And they were saying that she was a man. Okay. Anyway, here we go.
So that's why I said what I said, and that's why that person emailed me. That person asked for my email. We emailed each other, see what's going on, and that was it.
You
And
got
then
any?
I asked, then I asked questions. That person answered my questions, and back and forth, and that was about it. We emailed about what six, 7 times at least. Well, I'll
Yo,
say about 4 at least.
well, I think a lot of people will come over there tomorrow if you're gonna expose those emails so we can see what they was.
I'm not.
What does at least stand for in your opinion? Devastating. When somebody say at least, what does that mean?
The minimum?
Yes. This nigga, see, and that's so he's saying they only went back and forth in email 6 or 7 times. Then he said 4 times, and then he said at least. But what he's trying to say, he's trying to minimize it, and he's trying to say at the maximum. But he's using at least. So if you, so for sure, without a doubt, they emailed back and forth 4 to 6 times. And we don't know what the maximum is. That thread could be long, hours, days, years long. That's what happens when I'm talking to dummies, right? You gotta just let them speak. That nigga said at least. Okay. What he meant to say, if he was telling the truth, he told the truth. At least they had that 4 to 6 exchange. But what he wanted to do was lie, and he couldn't come out straight. Nigga said we went back and forth the email at least. Oh, jeez.
I'm not going to expose those emails because I believe
I think a lot of people will come over there tomorrow if you're gonna expose those emails so we can see what they was
I'm
about.
not going to expose those emails because I believe in privacy, and I'm not going to be part of no campaign for.
So if people was accusing you of love love bombing a transsexual woman and accuse, based on the things you said and which it would be his own fault. If he could clear up their relationship with just showing some emails, I think most people would. I think most people, right? He claiming he not gonna do that for privacy reasons. Okay. But then he gonna say something later. He gonna accuse this person of sending him nude pictures and everything. So if he was trying to keep somebody's honor and shit like that, right? Not expose that said person, he wouldn't have been deciding to thrash her, and claim, yeah, she sent me some naked pictures. He was like, I didn't do it, but she did. She emailed me the nudies. Oh, it's just so bad. This is so bad.
For transphobia either.
Oh no, we're not talking about no transphobia. We're not against that said person. We coming at you. So we want you to show that you wasn't trying to sexually, get involved
Then
with.
why won't you contact that person and ask?
Well, I don't want to get that person involved. Why don't you?
Oh,
You the one
well,
to say you got the emails. You the one.
then why I'm involved? Because I ain't the one after that.
No, yes, you was the one after that. That's what you gotta prove. You gotta prove that you wasn't trying to.
I ain't gotta prove it. Goddamn it. I'm not the
You
one
wasn't
who
trying to
said
hit.
yeah. I'm not the one who trying to get known after the fact, trying to get after it.
No, no. That nigga say, I'm not the one after that. I'm like, yeah, you were the one after that. Yes, yes. Now you want to say, well, after the fact, after everybody got wind of it, that's something that I think he already knew. He just don't like the fact that other people got wind of it. Because the nigga used to brag about being in contact with her. And he wouldn't say her name. He'd be like, I'm still in contact with you know who. He would say that shit. It was nigga right here. Oh, I'm about to make us laugh. Okay.
I tell you what. You want me to read it? I'll read it, but I'm not going to show you because I don't want no email. And I don't want that person email to come out. So you really want me to read it?
Okay, go ahead.
Is that really what like you want?
Yeah, we want
See,
to read shit.
why?
Yeah.
Why? Because I actually respect people's.
He wanted me to say no. Hell yeah, nigga, read it. Read it. Now you gonna say why? Why?
Privacy. I respect people's privacy.
If I wanted to contact that person, I know exactly how to. I'm not. I said.
Then why ain't you were doing it?
Wait, why would I contact that person? This is not about them. This is about you. I keep telling you that.
Okay.
Am I stuttering? Am I stuttering? I'm saying, nigga, we think you like dick. And then they're saying, prove to us that you wasn't trying to get
why
dick.
I need to prove something to Delta Novembers?
I mean, you gonna have to prove it if you want this to get out the way. Cause I don't know. I know I got at least 30 days in me to talk about you liking trans women and shit.
And then I'm gonna say those transphobia on your end.
Because if I'm coming at you, not them, that's not transphobia.
Well, I mean, but you don't. I guess you don't understand that. I guess you don't understand that.
It's what was said, and I know that I heard somewhere where you absolutely did say that y'all been together. I don't know where the video is at, but some other people do, and they said that you said you cracked my eye. Okay, now you admitting that you didn't crack my eye, right?
I didn't. I didn't.
Okay. So I like your honesty. Your only way you're being honest though is because the opposite is worse, right? Than you being a liar, which already people knew. But women need to understand that you will lie on them. Because I doubt that person was
Who did I lie on? Oh wait.
no, you lied on
Which
your the nigga say, who did I lie on? He just been up here admitting that he's a liar and he lied. And now he's like, who did I lie on? I don't be know how I'd be lasting so long on these panels. I don't know. Cause I would be cracking up laughing if it was somebody else. That nigga say, who did I lie on?
woman who I lied on?
You lied on your God. That's who you lied on.
Then why you? If I lied on my dick, why are you worried about it? You not jumping on it.
No, of course I'm not. And don't be offering your little B-read to me. Okay? I'm saying that everybody should know that you will lie on your little man. Okay? To kick it. But
To kick it with who? To kick it with who?
to kick it in his face. You want to kick it in his face. So now here you are a tranny lover.
And why should I hold on? Here's his thing. Why should I release all my emails to you though? Knowing the fact that this is a privacy issue. This is a privacy concern. This person's not here to give the permission to put out the emails out.
Listen, talking about what did you say to said person? That's your email.
No. I said this. Hold on. I said I might be going later, live later tonight around 10 p.m. I was wondering, would you be available? Oh, that's March 5th, 2022.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Hold on. You want to know the other emails? I mean, this is
Yeah,
Big J.
we want to hear the sexual ones, the ones we know exist.
There is no sexual ones. There is no sexual ones from me.
Look,
nothing sexual came out of me.
Look, me. Nothing sexual came out of me. Me. Right? Just like he said when he said, I met her. I met her. Right? It's almost like he's letting them know, yeah, I met her. I cracked her. You know, he insinuating right now that nothing came out, nothing sexual, and then when he emphasized from him, which then we know that he's saying something, and maybe that something is that from her, right? She did the sexual shit, and this is how Big J does from me. Okay, he's doing exactly what I said he does. He's doing it right in real time last night on the stream. And that's crazy. Because I kept saying you was hinting that you did it, you was hinting that you wanted it, and you outright lied. At first he was saying he didn't lie, he didn't say it until the video got exposed. Okay. Oh, you said from you. You see how you stressed that on
From
your
me.
end. So there's something sexual, but it's not from you. It's on them.
Not from me. No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, I got you. So earlier he said they just shared some emails. She sent pictures with a baby, and now he's saying more. Cause now there's some actual sexual pictures out there. So now,
so I said, "What's on your mind?" I thought you was trolling. Okay, that was May 26, 2022. See again. It's nothing on my end that implicate me chasing some dick. Okay.
Okay. You clearing it up. So
I'm still not gonna release the emails. I know everybody been asking me release the emails. Why? That's confidential. You know.
He on some confidential HIPP HIPAA laws, you know. He on some it's HIPAA laws. I can't release the emails, but he gonna tell us that she got sexual and he didn't. Ain't that something? Isn't that something?
And I'm not gonna be used for some for them niggas down the street narrative.
Okay, I got you. So you was interested, and you did see a full body pic because you say you saw kid on the side. So that means said person sent you a picture, or did you see it live? Because the way you were saying it, I don't know if it
I
was a
saw
picture
a
or if I was
picture of
camera.
a 5-year-old child and a woman standing there and a woman sitting there.
Oh, okay. So the child could have been for both of them, right? Because it could have been for the two women, and the one that you was talking to was the other woman, but they was the one with the dick, right? That was the woman with the dick, the one you talking to. And the other woman may have been the actual mother of the child. Is that what you're saying? It was like a
I
family.
only saw an actual real life woman with a child, and that was a real woman with a child.
How you know that was a real woman with a child? You
Because
just said you saw two women with a child.
No, I saw a woman with a child, not two. I saw a woman I saw two photographs with a woman, one sitting down and the one standing up with the same particular 5-6-year-old child.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay, you mean two pictures? Okay, I
Yeah,
would
two
sound like
pictures.
you were saying you saw a picture. One was standing up, one was sitting down with a
Right,
child. Okay,
right.
okay, I got you. So, and you keep saying that was a real woman, but don't you know different now? Because we could send you the video of of said woman with the picture. Okay, what you got to say to that?
What you mean? Hold on. Repeat that again.
I'm saying you keep standing on the fact that that was a real woman. You ain't saying you didn't just say I thought that was a real woman.
Based on them two pictures, I assume that is the real person. That's why I said what I said. And when I found out it was some bullshit, I went live and I put it on private, by the way, because I really wanted to drink and drank myself to death after that shit because I was so fucking embarrassed.
Okay. And see, now the truth is coming out. I feel like
do you want the video of me talking to the Queen's Son Kiss and I'm drinking? Actually was drinking myself after because I was shocked behind that shit.
Okay, well I'm
Queen's Son
listen,
Kiss
now
can tell you that shit because she was on the panel trying to console me and shit because I was being fucking irate about that shit.
Okay. Well, so now we know that you was kind of tricked, right? You didn't know. You didn't have a clue. You thought you was supporting somebody by lying, and you thought that it was a great idea to lie for somebody.
Yeah.
And you never put that shit together, though.
Yes, I did lie. Yes, I did.
No. Okay, cool. But so if she was a real woman, I guess I'm not saying I believe you, right? I believe you. I just need y'all to start thinking sometimes, right? Because you be thinking with the wrong head. If she needed you, not that she asked you, but you did it and she said thank you, to lie and say you met her when you didn't. Nothing ever came to mind as to why they would be okay and absolutely thankful that you lied like that. Why would a real woman?
The person thanked me 3 times for three times, but then the person said I was in New Orleans, or it was in New Orleans.
Yeah. That person is
So, but I only hadn't been in New Orleans in decades, and the reason why I didn't want to go to New Orleans because I was stumped the shit out of Warren. That's why I never went to New Orleans.
But you didn't answer my question. I said, if the person needed you to lie for them, no matter whether they say in the picture, whether it was just that's not really them, that's not really them, that's not really them, you saying that is her, and then you said, I met her. And then she thinks you. You don't think nothing up with that? Because if I lied for somebody and they accepted and then they told me they would thank you, you didn't think nothing past that?
No, I wasn't thinking past that because I did that before with the woman who I
Look, he about to bring up how many times he done lied, and they're gonna bring back to the one I mentioned earlier, the woman who he had insinuated that he used to be in a relationship with years ago. And now we about to find out that that shit was a lie. Man, he about to say, and he don't think his mouth is moving faster than his brain. So he about to expose other shit that I have been telling people for a while. When every time I bring up Big J, there's a few things that always come up. Because I'm always telling the truth. I don't have to make up shit on it, right? So I always bring up when he sung a song about me. I always bring up how he protects the motherfucking white woman. In particular, I always mention pure butterfly spirit, right? And that story has all remained the same ever since. And I always bring out that he's a liar about his relationships. I mentioned that, and now in the few years that I mentioned his relationships, and I say, hey, he been claiming he had relations with this woman, that woman, and people used to crack jokes on him, but I now know that it's a lie, which I think you could go back and listen to a stream late last week or maybe this weekend. I'm not sure exactly when I did it. And I say what this nigga is about to admit to right in this fucking moment. I've been saying it every time I go at him. I mention he's a liar. He lied about having a relationship that he really didn't have. Okay, he makes up shit. And here we go. I don't know. Let's hear him get deep into this whole I met her. And then she thinks you don't think nothing up with that? Because if I lied for somebody and they accepted and then they told me they would thank you, you didn't think nothing past that?
No, I wasn't thinking past that because I did that before with the woman who I got with off of here. You
With a woman I got with off of here. Y'all got to pay attention because I do, right? I be paying attention. But these niggas will spin you in circles if you don't keep up. Because he going to later then say he didn't get with nobody. So apparently he just said, I lied for a woman who I got with. Right? Let's see. Let's hear him say it again. Just for my prosperity, just to make sure I'm right, okay?
you remember old girl by 10? No, I wasn't thinking past that because I did that before with the woman who I got with off of here.
Who I got with off of here. And then he gonna get in particular about the woman himself.
You remember old girl about 10 years ago? No, not 10 years. 10 years ago who I dated.
Yes, who I dated. He brought her up. This happened 10 years ago when he mentioned the woman, a storm, and him taking care of her, and then she had to. I remember that story. He the one who just brought that story up, not me. And then watch how this shit gonna fall through. You'll watch.
I lied on her fucking behalf.
Lied on her fucking behalf. He just admitted it himself. But then this gonna happen.
Yeah, I would lie in order to protect their honor. Yes, I would.
I'll lie to protect their honor. Most of his lies is I lied and said I was with her, but I never was with her. He just said I lied for a woman I was with. And soon you're gonna hear when he said I was never with her. He's even still saying the lady I was with. And then we're gonna find out that it was a lie. He said it. I lied for her with the women I was with. He's so used to saying that he's been with her when he wasn't. He's confused right now.
I will.
No, but your lies always is that y'all met and been together, like the old girl, other lady. From my understanding, you were saying that y'all was together and all that, but then now we find out that you lied. So was y'all ever together?
Who? Which one?
You no, what you mean which one? You just brought up the motherfucker. Now you gonna ask me which one? Going with your What? You stuttering? Was you ever, because you claim that you lived the, you see how he refused to answer. See, by the time his brain caught up to what the fuck came out his mouth, he don't know what to say. And see, he's used to nobody being able to ask him no questions, right? Because as soon as you ask him questions, he start getting yelling, getting loud, and then trying to switch you up, and then he'll call you a fool. He'll say you don't know. Then he start calling me a liar. Then he start saying what I done, right? But he is the one who said I've lied before with old girl who I was with, and then I recognize who he's talking about. But notice I didn't say who he's talking about. I'm letting him state who he's talking about. So then he goes and says, yes, I lied for old girl. And then I said, oh, so I remember when you lied. Was you with her? And then he said, with who? Which one? The fuck is you talking about? You just mentioned it. Whichever one you talking about right now is the one. And now he won't answer. He's trying to figure it out. Okay? Let's hear him do that shit again. We got to hear that shit again. Okay? Oh, we find out that you lied. So was y'all ever together?
Who? Which one?
No, what you mean which one? You just brought up the motherfucker. Now you gonna ask me which one? Going with your What? You stuttering? Was you ever, because you claim that you live together, she know you, you know her. That was a lie.
I never lived with her. Hold on.
I never lived with her.
Where this whole I live with her? Where you get that shit from?
Somebody lived with you. Was it that they lived with you? Because I remember some story about some woman living with you.
Nobody lived with me.
Wasn't there a story though about a woman living with you?
Nobody lived with me.
The question is, there was a story about you knowing somebody y'all met, they live with you. Isn't that true?
That is a false. Nobody lived.
That nigga said there is a false, and then he said nobody lived with me. I'm not asking him if somebody lived with him. He's already told us that he lied about that situation. I'm asking him, wasn't that a story? Remember, he had already admitted to lying. So wasn't it a story? And he don't seem to want to answer, y'all.
Lived with me.
I didn't say did somebody live with you. I said, wasn't y'all sharing a story that a woman lived with you?
I was not sharing no story about somebody living with me.
Oh, okay. So go ahead and tell us.
I know who started that narrative though. That was bitch ass Warren.
Oh, so y'all hear him, right? I was asking him, wasn't it a story? And he kept trying to deny it. I'm like, wasn't there a story? Nope, there was no story. Nobody lived with me. Now I'm like, oh, okay. And then he says, but I do remember somebody telling that story. I wasn't even asking him who started the story or nothing. I was asking him, wasn't there a story? And he kept denying it. Now he remembers I was here, and now he's saying, well, that was a story, but it was told by somebody else. And now he blaming Warren. Ain't that something? That fucking story came directly out of his mouth to me and others. Big J used to go around and tell people, yep, I used to live with her. And then it was something to do with a storm and shit. Anyway, let's listen.
And fucking ass Brian.
No. I heard this come out of your own mouth.
Nobody lived with me.
And start talking about some women know you when people were calling you gay and say you wasn't into women, you start talking about, well, what about ism? You start talking about what about the woman who lived with me though? And then you talk.
I never said anything about no woman living with me.
Yes, you did.
That's all cap. No, I did not. That's cap. That's cap.
You mentioned something about her needing a place to stay. And no,
that's cap. I never gave a woman a place to stay.
I know you didn't. But how the story went though, look, I said, I know you didn't, because he already admitted before he started the story that he was lying. He's already admitted that he was lying on old girl. You put it on me? Stop. Okay. Remember?
The story was about somebody needed money from me during the snowstorm.
Yeah, something like that. Go ahead.
So how can a woman during a snowstorm lived in Dallas and I live along the coastline?
Look, he mentioned a woman in Dallas and I live on the coastline. What that got to do with anything? He had mentioned that something happened to our house due to a storm, and he had invited them in his house. And if I'm correct, it was her and her mother or some shit like that. And you know, and then we was asking him, well, where is she? Oh, we broke up. Every once in a while, he would bring that woman up, that relationship up, you know. And now it's like it never happened because he claiming it didn't, but he did say that he lied on behalf of women, although the only person the lie would be benefit is him. When people were saying that he was gay or not into women, and then he would bring up this relationship. How is that benefiting a woman? In fact, I always wonder why he did that. Like, why you throwing a woman who you claim is no longer even on YouTube anymore? Why would you talk about her and shit like that? Mention her situation and money and all that bullshit, you know, if y'all still cool. Because he would say, we still cool. We still in contact. I always wonder why, and I asked him that before. Like, why would you do that? What kind of man is this? Look, I learned all about different type of men on YouTube from these type of niggas, okay? Anyway, here you go.
You know how far away from Dallas from the coastline of Texas?
What that got to do with anything we talking about?
That's a 5.5 hour drive.
5.5 hours is not that long of a motherfucker drive if somebody needed a place to stay. If my place got flooded and I didn't have nowhere to go, and a friend of mine offered me and my mother to come, I'm thinking I would take it. Especially if I ain't got no other option except a hotel. I'm going with a nigga who gonna claim he gonna help me. But see, I always knew this. He lived with his parents, so I always knew this nigga was lying. I am not talking about.
Now, explain that.
I'm not
She
talking
can't
about
move with me when it was a national emergency in Texas. All the highways were closed.
That's what the story was. I didn't say that's what happened. That's what part of your story. Your
That was
narrative.
not a
You
part
put
of
that
my
shit out.
story. No, Warren put that story. No, your boy put that story as.
How would Warren know the story? Like, we didn't know, none of us knew you, dude. We was repeating what y'all would say. You'll be on other panels, you'll be on panels with us, you'll be telling us all your business. And then when we repeat it, you didn't say we the ones who lied. When you just admitted you the liar.
So, because that did not happen the way it happened.
That didn't happen the way it happened. Nigga said, didn't happen the way it happened. Lord have mercy. Let me see what y'all talking about. Man, what y'all got to say to this shit right here, y'all? You say he did it for love? He got what that transsexual for love? I believe you. I think so too.
Because how I'm going to drive during the snowstorm when every major highway was closed.
Nobody said that you drove in a snowstorm. See, I'm making that up. After the storm, her house has been affected. The snowstorm still isn't going on. It stops at some point, and then people need somewhere to go. You see how? That's how you know he lying, when he start interjecting shit that nobody said. And then he start asking you questions that's ridiculous. How is it though, in the middle of the storm, while the storm is going and the streets are closed, how would I go down there and go and get it though? But how about when the storm was over and her house was affected? And then I think, if I'm correct, your story wasn't that you went and got her. Her and her mother came to you and was staying with you for a little bit. You gonna act like
Closed after dark.
this nigga said close after dark. That nigga said close after dark. Look, it only closed after dark.
Because how I'm going to drive during the snowstorm when every major highway was closed after dark.
Every highway was closed after dark.
And that was an emergency in 2021.
Wow.
Listen to them niggas down. You listen to them niggas down the street. Because they're creating narratives.
You was the one making this story. You the one who
I
said,
did not say
I
anything about
remember listening
a
to your
woman.
story, dude. You the one.
No woman.
mentioned
That did not came out of my
how she
mouth.
needed some money. You said something about a storm. And they had no place to stay for a minute, and so they came to you, and then some kind of way they left or got kicked out. Listen, I don't know. You know what I'm talking about, though. You want to act like you don't, and it
No,
came out
I ain't
your mouth.
acting. I ain't acting a goddamn thing. I'm telling you what it is, and
Okay.
I'm telling you what it is. Nobody. I never said that. I said I'm trying to give somebody some money. Yes, I did because and then and the thing is though, there was two situations I did that, right? See, your boy went ahead and took two stories and conflated into one narrative. No, when old girl's mother got locked up, I sent money to her to bail out her mother out. Her mother used to be a YouTuber.
Okay.
Now a long time ago. So he took that storyline, and then though the other story about what the ice storm shit, that person could not even make it down here where I'm at, or I can't make it down to where that person is. So how the person gonna be moving down here for? Be in my house.
So that was a roof.
In fact, I don't want that bitch in my house. I want nothing to do with that.
Now he talking about the woman. Oh my God. This dude. Hey, Silent.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm okay. How you doing?
Oh, that was him up there. That is you playing a video?
Yeah, that's a video from yesterday. You ain't hear it?
Uh,
Yeah, you was here. Wasn't you? No.
yeah, I was here some of it. It just when I just clicked back on it, I just heard him yelling. I thought it was him up there again.
Oh, okay. No, that's a video where he didn't admit it to the transsexual story. Now he admitting to lying about a story from way back when, but then he the one who started saying I lied before for old girl, and then when I started trying to get more out of it, he then still making this. I don't know what to say to this dude. Anyway, let me see. I'm backing up to that part, y'all, when he admit that he lied before.
Actually was drinking myself after because I was shocked behind that shit.
Okay, well, I'm
Queen
listen,
Sunkist
now we
can
know.
tell you that shit because she was on the panel trying to console me and shit because I was being fucking irate about that shit.
Okay. Well, so now we know that you was kind of tricked, right? You didn't know. You didn't have a clue. You thought you was supporting somebody by lying, and you thought that it was a great idea to lie for somebody.
Yeah.
And you never put that
I
shit
did
together,
lie.
though.
Yes, I did lie. Yes, I
No.
did.
Okay, cool. But so if she was a real woman, I guess I'm not saying I believe you, right? I believe you. I just need y'all to start thinking sometimes, right? Because you be thinking with the wrong head. If she needed you, not that she asked you, but you did it, and she said thank you, to lie and say you met her when you didn't. Nothing ever came to mind as to why they would be okay and absolutely thankful that you lied like that. Why would a real woman?
The person thanked me 3 times for read 3 times. But then the person said I was in New Orleans, or it was in New Orleans.
Yeah. That person is, yeah.
So, but I only hadn't been in New Orleans in decades. And the reason why I didn't want to go to New Orleans, because I'll stomp the shit out of Warren. That's why I never went to New Orleans.
But you didn't answer my question. I said, if the person needed you to lie for them, no matter whether they say in the picture, whether it was just that, oh, that's not really them, that's not really them, that's not really them, you saying that is her, and then you said, I met her. And then she thinks you don't think nothing up with that? Because if I lied for somebody and they accepted and then they told me they would thank you, you didn't think nothing past that?
No, I wasn't thinking past that because I did that before with the woman who I got with off of here.
So he said I lied for a woman before with the woman I got with. Now he's saying he never got with her. He be forgetting what he's saying. He just said with the woman I got with. But he just tried to convince me there's no way that they got together because of the storm, y'all. The storm at night. The road was closed, right? That's what this dude just did. He the one who offered the story. He said, yeah, I lied before with the woman I got with. And then he goes on to talk about how he never got with her. Sorry. Ooh.
You remember old girl about 10 years ago? No, not 10 years.
Yeah, he said, remember old girl from 10 years ago? That is who we talk about. I'm not bringing up the woman. He bringing up the woman. Right? I'm letting him bring her up. And it was 10 years ago. And then he said not 10 years ago, and then he said 10 years ago. Listen to him. He don't be listening to himself. He goes,
because I did that before with the woman who I got with off of here. You remember old girl about 10 years ago? No, not 10 years. 10 years ago who I dated. I lied.
Who I dated. I lied.
I lied on her fucking behalf.
I lied on her fucking behalf. He blaming it on her. He lied on her behalf, not on his behalf, but on her behalf. He said the woman 10 years ago who I got with. And then he about to spend the next 2-3 minutes convincing me that they never got together.
Yeah, I will lie. I will lie in order to protect their honor. Yes, I will.
And remember, he says he will lie to protect their honor, and then he gonna end up calling her bitch. Right? In like a minute or so, he says, yes, I'll lie to protect her honor. Then he gonna say that bitch can't come here no more. Oh, you can't make this shit up. Okay, remember what he just said. He said, yes, I lied. For old girl who I got with 10 years ago. And then he just said, yes, I'll lie on her behalf to protect her honor. Remember, I'm not going to say no names. He going to do most of the talking. When I start referencing, I'm only going to reference who he's already talking about. I never gave a name or nothing. Watch. No, but your lies always is that y'all met and been together, like the old girl, other lady. From my understanding, you were saying that y'all was together and all that, but then now we find out that you lied. So was y'all ever together?
Who? Which one?
See, so I'm mentioning what he just said. I just gave back. I fed him just now what he just fed me. Remember, I said, and we just not learning. Y'all never got together because he said he lied on her behalf. Right? I'm repeating what he just said. I just restated it in a different way. And now he says, who, which one? And then I'm going to say, what are you talking about? The one you're talking about right now. No, what you mean, which one? You just brought up the motherfucker. Now you're going to ask me which one? Going with your... Huh? What? You stuttering? Was you ever... Because you claim that You live together. She know you.
I
You know her. That was a
I
lie
never
too.
lived with her. Hold on. Where this whole I live with her? Where you get
Where
that shit from?
somebody lived with you. Was it that they lived with you? Because I remember some story about some woman living with you.
Nobody lived with me.
Wasn't there a story though about a woman living with you?
Nobody lived with
The
me.
question is, there was a story about you knowing somebody y'all met, they live with you. Isn't that true?
That is a false. Nobody lived with me.
I didn't say did somebody live with you. I said wasn't y'all sharing a story that a woman lived with you.
I was not sharing no story about somebody living with me.
Oh, okay. So go ahead and
Now,
tell us what the story was.
I know who started that narrative though. That was bitch ass
Oh,
Warren and fucking ass
no,
Brian.
no. I
See,
heard this come out of your own mouth.
nobody
You
lived with
and
me.
start talking about some women know you when people were calling you gay and say you wasn't into women, you start talking about, well, what about ism? You start talking about what about the woman who lived with me though? And then you
I
talk they
never
was
said anything about no woman living with me.
yes, you did.
That's all
Yes.
cap. No, I
And then
did
you
not.
said
That's cap. That's
you
cap.
mentioned
That's
something
cap.
about her needing a place to stay. And no,
That's
I didn't
cap.
see that shit.
I
Okay,
never
well,
gave
how
no
the
woman
story
a
went though?
place to stay.
I know you didn't. But how the story went though, you remember it?
The story was about somebody needed money from me during the
Mm.
snowstorm.
Yeah, something like that. Go ahead.
So how can a woman during the snowstorm lived in Dallas and I live along the coastline? You know how far away from Dallas from the coastline of Texas? That's a 6 hour, a
Listen,
5.5 hour drive.
I am not talking about.
No, explain that.
I'm not
She
talking
can't
about
move
what.
into me when it was a natural emergency in Texas. All the highways were closed.
That's what y'all. The story was. I didn't say that's what happened. That's what part of your story, your
That was
narrative.
not a
You
part of
putting that
my
shit out,
story. No, Warren put
man.
that story. No, your boy put that story ass out
Oh,
because that did not happen the way it happened.
oh.
Because how I'm going to drive during the snowstorm when every major highway was closed after dark, and that was an emergency in 2021.
Mm-mm-mm. I don't know what to say. Wow.
Listen to them niggas down. You listen to them niggas down the street because they creating narratives.
You was the one making this story. You the one who
I
said.
did not say
I
anything about
remember listening
a
to your
woman.
story, dude. You the one.
No
You
woman. I did
mentioned
that did not came out of my
how she
mouth.
needed some money. You said something about a storm. And they had no place to stay for a minute, and so they came to you, and then some kind of way they left or got kicked out. Listen, I don't know. You know what I'm talking about, though. You want to act like you don't, and it
No,
came out
I ain't
your mouth.
acting. I ain't acting a goddamn thing. I'm telling you what it is, and
Okay.
I'm telling you what it is. Nobody. I never said that. I said
Mhm.
I'm trying to give somebody some money. Yes, I did.
So you said you was trying to give some money. Trying. I don't even know what trying to give people some money.
Because
Okay.
and the thing is though, there was two situations I did that, right?
Mhm.
See, your boy went ahead and took two stories and conflated into one narrative. No, when old girl's mother got locked up, I sent money to her to bail out her mother out. Her mother used to be a YouTuber.
Okay.
Now a long time ago. So he took that storyline, and then though the other story about what the ice storm shit, that person could not even make it down here where I'm at, or I can't make it down to where that person is. So how the person gonna be moving down here for? Be in my
Okay.
house.
So that was a group.
In fact, I don't want that bitch in my house. I want nothing to do with that bitch.
No.
Tell you the truth.
Anyway, I don't know who it was, but I know you was okay.
Now a long time ago. So he took that storyline, and then though the other story about what the ice storm shit, that person could not even make it down here where I'm at, or I can't make it down to where that person is. So how the person gonna be moving down here for? Be in my
Okay.
house.
So that
In
wasn't
fact,
proof.
I don't want that bitch in my house. I want nothing to do with that bitch.
No,
Tell you the truth.
anyway, I don't know who it was, but I know you was claiming when people were saying that you ain't never been with a woman. You know, people was making accusations, including me. I was one saying I could tell you ain't never get no pussy, and then you were like, "What about the woman who moved in with me though?" and all that.
I
You
never
used to
said no
say
woman
this,
moved in my house. Never said no
okay?
woman moved in my
So
house.
what type of pussy you got? Proof of pussy. We need proof, like proof of life. We need proof that you had some pussy. Go ahead.
I'm not gonna prove that. Why should I prove to some strangers online? Oh, Big J's getting some box for
No,
what?
not that you getting that you ever gotten some. Go ahead.
Why should it? Why should it matter?
So you are like a virgin? Like a virgin.
Who
Ooh,
cares? Who
I'm
cares?
asking. Okay,
Who
so
cares? Who cares? I mean, if y'all think I'm a virgin, okay, that's fine. I don't give a fuck. Shit.
before you used to care, and that's where them stories came from. But now you admitted that you've lied before. You've been lying on your dick, and now we find out that you ain't never had no pussy. Now you know we could have helped you with that. You know, I would have been able to help you overcome.
I don't need no help because I'm
We
not.
could have.
I'm not really. I'm not even on that. The
You're
point
not
is though.
into women. You're not into women.
I never
Say it.
said that. I never said that.
Okay.
I said
What you
I
say?
said though I'm not talking about sex right now. The point is though we're talking about you saying I sent some woman was in my house. That never even happened. No
No,
woman been in my house.
I know, cause I know. Like we already knew you was living with your parents, right?
No.
Oh yeah. We knew that already. And
How?
so
How?
yeah, but you know, you informed me. You informed me of this. You forgot when the passing of the parents and things like that. But anyway, we don't want talk about that. By the way, sorry for your loss. Okay. Um, but it's okay that you ain't never had no coochie. Now we could find you some. Okay, we could find you some. Help you out.
I'm not looking for
Are
sex.
you allergic to pussy? Or you just scared of pussy? Which one? Or you don't like pussy? Which one?
I'm not looking for sex.
Which are you allergic to pussy?
No.
Okay, because your ass, if you go back and rewind that video that you had me share on the original one, you were talking about how you feel like eating some pussy, and I was thinking, damn, it sounds so foul, like as if you think you could really eat it, like if it was on the plate. That ain't how you do it. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I know.
I am familiar about eating pussy. I know about how to eat pussy, but thing is, I know you don't have no fucking knife. No, I know about eating pussy, but the point is,
he said, he said, I know you don't need no knife and no fork. He says funny. Anyway, I hope y'all anybody got any questions, comments about him admitting this shit. Anybody believe him? Because I don't even if you believe him, what part do you believe? Do you believe that? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah. He said that my aunt sent him some pictures, uh, and he mentioned privacy. He don't want to expose him, and I don't even know what to say. You know, Bob has a way of getting these men to admit shit. I don't even understand how to do it, but it as we can see, he's admitted to lying on my eye. He tried to claim though the lie was on her behalf, even though she didn't ask him. Okay, he said she's thanked him 3 times, not once, but like 3 times. Then he admits, well, yeah, I lied because I lied before on old girl who I used to be with. And then when we start walking down that lane, well, he had never really been with her. You see, and so which air goes when he said that he lied. But he wouldn't admit that he lied, even though he admitted that he lied. You see what I'm saying? He admitted, yeah, I lied for her, but he didn't really lie for her. He lied on his own behalf. Now all of a sudden he's never lived with a woman, uh, or she lived with him, which we already like I already knew, you know. We could tell he ain't never lived alone. he wouldn't be able to take care. He better take care of himself now. He had to finally go get him a job. It's very hard for him to maintain, you know, life. But he seemed to be doing it. He had to do it in the last few years all by himself. It was a struggle, you know what I mean? And I don't even know what to say. Anybody got any kitty cat that just laying around bored that you might want to throw at him? Just make sure you don't send him no pictures in the email, because he gonna say he gonna state privacy, but then he gonna blame it all on you. He gonna let everybody know you sent him pictures and everything. I mean, his privacy, I don't understand it. I don't understand it. It's something how he claims that the stories that I've heard, he claims that they wasn't true. He knew nothing about them until he turned around and said, "Oh, but so and so said it." And then even when he said uh that person said it, he said, "Oh, he took two stories, put them into one." That means if he took two stories and put them into one, means there was already a story out there being shared. He took the two stories you was putting out there and put them into one, and then he started talking about two different women. One of them, he said, fuck her, she can't come by. Yeah, I don't know what to say about this. But we're gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. I think I should have AI make a picture of Big J bending over, bend over, touching his toes, drop and strike that pose. Bend over, touch his toes, drop and strike the pose. My Kenya, and Gamma. Big J, listen, my brother. I think that there's nothing wrong. Wait, let me find. I find. Wait, let me find a slow, mellow type of beat so I can give him this message. I do have a message to give him. Hold up, hold up. Let me see. We're gonna go to YouTube, and we want a free beat, kind of mellow, okay? A free R&B. Let's do R&B beat. No copyright. Instrumental. Let's see. Maybe I can, give him a little R&B soul. I should. Hey, Big J, Bomb Squad, where you at? Hey, listen, listen. Finger on the trigger. You love to be with niggas, and it's okay, baby, baby. On the lady, you don't like them, like you said it. I think you like the niggas with the big dicks. Okay, Big J, Triple X, lady. You don't like the ladies, but you like the niggas on his knees. Big J, listen what I say. Never have a baby. Niggas can't have babies, niggas. Big J going late with the nigga. Running out the trigger. He got a pistol in his pants. No lance. Listen, go dance. Begin in your booty hole. Booty hole. Take a load. In your booty butt. You said, what the fuck? I'm the closet, nigga. I'm the closet. Let me stop. Yeah, I'm wilding. I apologize. Ooh, that nigga have a whole clip out there admitting that he like said he liked her. Listen, he, let me go see if I can find a picture. Hold up. No, I gotta stop the share, okay? Hold up. Let me go. Queen Maya. Let me see if she's still up my channel here. Okay. Wait a minute. Is this her? Wait, let me go see. I think so. Anyway, let, wait a minute. Let me. This is short. Even without seeing, we're gonna discuss it. Give me a second though. We're gonna discuss it. Boom 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 boom. I'm trying to see if because I do think that's her. Okay. I wonder if this is her too. Let me see. No, this is not her. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely not her right there. And okay, let's go. I'm about to share. Give me a second, y'all. I'm just making sure because okay. Hmm. Okay. Okay, let me share. Uh, listen, I shouldn't do this because I don't wanna quote right. But what I am gonna do is we see Queen Mayats, right? I didn't even look at this one because that do not look like her, but let's take a look just to make sure. See what we got going on here. See if there's any talking. 5 years ago, let's see.
We were talking about some heavy stuff, so
Mhm.
let's put a different angle on.
Other black people can actually have access to it. That's why it becomes, if they get a group of us and do money, I'm out here doing it, so it's here. It's all ours. Have programmed yourself over and over. Human, I fuck up.
Okay, they're not using their voice. I'm not sure, but I do this one though. See this one right here, right? Queen Mayat. They do have a little video. Let me see. They got it. Trying to see how would I know? They got a short. Now, what? Look at this shit.
Shizuo Matsumoto claimed that he sought to restore original Buddhism. In 1992, Matsumoto, who changed his name to Shoko Asahara, published a foundational book and declared himself Christ, Japan's only fully enlightened master, and identified with the Lamb of God. His purported mission was to take upon himself the sins of the world, and he claimed he could transfer spirit.
Is that a man or a woman? What y'all thinking? I'm gonna give him a. No, I'm not gonna do that because Let me stop being messy, y'all. I don't recognize this right. It used to be more sexy, like right. Um, but to be honest, when I went and looked at the video, that face kind of very similar. Okay, in that short. But let's see if we can find. We're gonna put the Queen Marriott, and I'm gonna do a filter. We're gonna filter it. Look for just channels. This thing in my way. Man, I'm being too messy. This might be a step too far for me. Maybe I shouldn't do that because it's not It's not really about said person. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it alone, y'all. I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm going too far. Going too far. Um, yeah, I'm going too far. I don't want to do that because it's not about said person. Okay. Um, said person have a right to love, liberty, justice for all, and all of that. And they didn't do anything wrong as far as I'm concerned. Um, you know, Big J on the other hand, he's the denier. He's the denier of his love and his desires. He's the liar. Okay. Um, and now he's claiming that he was tricked, kind of, right? He said he was tricked. And see, that's not fair to people who, was there. They showed themselves and everything. And if you found them to be attractive, then you was attracted to them as a human, right? Nothing's wrong with that. But upon contact, if at any point when Big J wanted to get so close that he was willing to lie and say, I got with you, that I got with said person, and that is really said person. Um, Now, the only reason I would think that I would be thinking the person who lies like that is because I would say, well, this is beneficial to me, right? They will say that they saw me, and when they did meet me, they was saying, yeah, like that was her or said person, giving credence for the individual to be able to walk around comfortable because now we got somebody who saying, nah, I met her. She's beautiful and that is really her. Now, if first of all, I wouldn't lie like that on behalf. If I'd said I met people and I said, yeah, they were nice looking, like I have met people and I said they were nice looking. Even when we were fighting back and forth, I didn't take away that because I wasn't lying. Like, you know what I mean? When we went back and forth, I may have started picking apart some bullshit for the sake of the laughs and all that shit. But nah, uh, you know what I mean? I don't understand why a man like Big J thought it was appropriate even to lie to other men to say, no, that's really her. Because here you are being the liar. I suppose some younger people had met said person on the strength of what you said, Big J. You would be kinda in that shit for real. You know what I mean? Like if one of these men had met said person believing what you said, Big J, and ended up with a big surprise. And if I was said person who got surprised, I would come hunt your ass down and say that you was a part of this shit. There's danger behind niggas like you who will lie on behalf of anybody, right? And then you said in the emails, all you said, well, I'm about to go live now. Why you want to put the emails out? I bet you when you read your email, it ain't gonna even say what you said. The email said in my stream. Because you was making that shit up. I could tell you it was on the fly. And Big J, just admit you like big penis. Nothing wrong with it. You know? You like big penis. I'm trying to see. She did have a cute picture up. I ain't gonna lie. I kind of remember this picture here. I might have to go through a couple of my streams, but she was over here so it was minimum. I remember last time she was up here. I was shocked she even came up because I had been dragged her. I said she looked like a man. I had been saying that kind of thing. And then one day She popped up. I see something said my eye. Let me look. No, that's not. I don't think. It's only 20 subscribers. She had more subscribers. She even on her channel, because I used to be subscribed to her. I might let me see. Hmm. Whoever, if this is her, they took down all their stuff. I don't think that's her neither. Boom boom. Doo doo doo. I get it from my mama. Bug right. Giving the fantasy. I'm looking. Okay, hold up. But I'm gonna show you a picture of the person. Give me a second. Okay, just a second. What am I going to? Boom, boom. What it says today? Yeah. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna go grab a picture. Okay, I'm not sharing. Let me make sure I'm not sharing. Let me make sure. Okay, I'm not sharing. Cool. Let me go grab this picture. Okay. They got it. They look like they got an Instagram. Let me see. Oh no, that's not it. Yeah, that's not her. It was Chrissy T. Okay. Boom boom boom. Damn, I think it's in reverse. Let's see. Was the TS on the end? Yeah. Hold up. Was it with the is either this one or this one? Let me see. Boom 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 boom. I get it from my mama. Boom. Chrissy Toy TS images. I don't want no toys to pop up. Am I thought was it with a Y or E? I thought it was with a Y. Boom. Mm, mm. Oh, I'm missing a R. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Let's see. With a Y. Oh, I found it. Oh, okay. Yep. Okay, I got the picture. Okay, hold up. Let me grab it. I ain't sharing now. Please don't tell me I'm sharing y'all. We're gonna go. Okay. Oh, I just want to grab the face, okay? I'm gonna grab the face. Everything else, wait, I'm gonna grab everything, and then, but the one I'm gonna share is gonna be just the face, cause y'all can do your own little research at your own, okay? Now, let's go grab it. Let's now share it, okay? Let me get over here. Put it back here. Let's see images. All the way down here. Down here. Okay. Mom be grabbing too much. She be doing too much, baby. Sometimes she don't want to do too much. Make sure she put up the right picture. But if she put up the wrong picture, she gonna be in trouble on YouTube. Okay, this is the right picture right here. Now, this is her. Okay. And I've seen her on camera looking like this. Now I couldn't go further down because I went a little farther down. There would have been some exposure of some things that you can't show, like chest, but there's some titties, okay? And then I went a little further down, then it would have been some exposure of some other things, that, that's all I'm gonna say. Now I'm gonna take the picture down. I'm gonna take the picture down because I don't want, but y'all can't tell me that remember I said you could tell in the chin area. I can't show y'all the rest of the cheeks because let me see if I could grab a little further down and at least get the chin. Let me go look. I'm not sharing, am I? No, I'm not sharing. Okay, hold up. And I'm only doing this just, it looked like I should be able to get the chin. Okay, now I'm only sharing because I think this person, they're not bad looking. Right? They're not bad looking. At the same time, though, okay, I think I got a little more. I was a little more careful. Okay, let me see. So it's these men, and the only reason I'm saying is I don't think that anybody was tricked. Is essentially what I'm saying, right? I don't think anybody was tricked. That I think that they know. They may not want to act like they know, but see, this is not an unattractive person. Okay, let me make sure I gotta take some things down. Make sure I don't accidentally be sharing anything. Let me make it a little bigger too. Um, hold up. I don't know why. Is it getting big? Stop video. You serious, devastating? I think.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
it's not.
here.
Oh, okay. It's not getting big when I talk. I'm wondering. I'm not sure why. All the fame. I'm not sure why. So people can see it out there. Video back setting. Let me see what's going on. Um. Usually, yeah. I'm not sure why. Um. Is let me make sure. I'll do it another way. Okay. Give me a second, y'all. I'm not sure why it's not getting big. Um, okay. Let's share the screen. Make sure I get this. Okay, share screen. Oh Lord. Okay, I'm not sharing that. We gotta take that off right there. Let me go. Wait, don't share. Don't share that. Don't share that. Okay. Is it getting big on the YouTube? Because it's not getting big in the Zoom. It's your picture is showing in the Zoom stuck for some reason. Let me boom boom. Let me fix. Not sure why. Let me see. You view profile, stop video, auto brain, blah, blah, blah. In? Okay, maybe that. Okay, let's see if that worked. Let me. This person is not an unattractive person. What I mean by that, I don't think they're ugly or anything like that. But at the same time, I think that um men, like when I saw her, she was sitting over there, right? Let me go to my channel real quick, see what y'all see. Um Hold up. Yeah. Okay. So what y'all think? You see what I'm saying? Like you can tell. And and they claiming that they never see on camera. That's not true. Okay. And so this is her, and you know, she's cute, right? I There's nothing that I can say negative about it, but on some real shit, you can definitely tell. Um, you know, I don't know how you make it not. Ladies, what y'all think? Because some of the men they be some what I mean? The men will claim that they can't tell. And y'all need to go look at a woman's face. Maybe we need to do some comparisons of a woman's face. Now, if you're talking about a woman who plays sports and she's, you know, hardly got any body fat and anything, okay, that I can see where that's a comparison, right? But for most women, uh, we have fat in certain areas. You know, we need to store fat. Um, our neck don't be, even if we small, our chin is not that strong. But I've seen some women with strong ass chin, like that Clarissa chick. Clarissa, what you call? She, I don't. She look like a woman to me, except she got the fucking muscles. She need her chin to be strong. She fight. Let me go see if I can pull up a picture of Clarissa real quick. Okay, I'm gonna put a star here because I'm gonna have to keep this so I could find it because I might be doing 30 days on this dude. Okay, I'm gonna take this picture down in a minute, but let me go get Clarissa. What's her name? Clarissa. Uh, this is what's her? Oh, does it have a R?
Larissa Shield.
Yeah, Shields. I think I got it. Yeah, there she go. I got it. Okay, so Clarissa Shields. Um, Damn, she said, I don't know. It might be hard. Okay, let me go. Let me share the screen. Um, Thought she would help me make the point, but she looked kind of strong. Okay, Clarissa Shields. But even when she softens up, let's go to some images of Clarissa Shields and make sure. Why? What did I click on? I thought I clicked on images. What is all this shit? Okay. But even here, she looked rough because she fighting and shit. She still looked like a woman to me though. But let me see. Damn. Even she don't have no body fat on her. Even her breast system went so small. But when she get cute and shit like that, she still got a little when she gain a weight that she don't need to have gone for fights. She You could tell she's not a man on some real shit, you know? And I only use her because she's a athlete, you know? I could have used other athletes also. She's strong as hell, baby. And she got a strong face because she needed to be, because she gets rid of the body fat in order to fight. Okay, but still, it's not as strong as a man. And so you men, there's things that you need to pay attention to because Clarissa around her neck she got even though she don't have a lot of body fat on her. It's just some natural things about a woman's body. Our hands, right, um, aren't as large, but um, our face. Y'all got these chins that be strong. Men do, okay? So I'm only using Clarissa only as to say, because I know she's sports. Hardly any body fat. You see what I'm saying? Um, oh, hardly no body fat. And people be claiming that she look like a man, but she don't look like a man. Okay? She don't look like a man to me. She just look strong, athletic. Okay. Um, but let's go back to the picture I'm talking about. And maybe let's see, let's do it differently. I'm going to take down this picture because I don't want to talk about this person no more, but we're going to do some study because I think maybe the men need some education. Uh, it is biological, it is physical, right? I'm going to just stop the share, okay? I'll stop the share. I gotta stop a pin to remove a pin. Let's go. We're gonna share the screen, but first let me put in women and men. We're gonna put male and female. See if I can get male versus female body shapes. Let's see what comes up. Okay, good. Make sure no porn comes up. Because I don't look at porn, so it shouldn't. Okay, cool. Let's go do some because it's very important for y'all to know. So y'all can't claim y'all got tricked, okay? Most people not getting tricked. You're not getting tricked. Okay. So because women have babies, we need more fat around our hips. Now, men, you're usually square, and your body from your shoulders down to your pelvis is longer, straighter, right? Even a woman who's small, skinny, right? She still has this shape. Is shorter from her hips, from her shoulder to her hips is shorter because of how it goes out. So you can tell a man and a woman based on hips, shoulder. See how her shoulders is um the same size as her hip. If you go from this part, let me do some marking. Okay. If we go from here down to her hips, here. Okay. That's a shorter distance. But you also see that her shoulders and her hips are pretty much the same, right? Her shoulders would either be the same width of her hips, or it might go in like this. I'm sorry, outwards. Outwards, I'm getting it might go out like this, right? Her shoulders is either the same size or the same size as her hips, or her hips will be wider than her shoulders. Men, on the other hand, your shoulders is wider than your hips because you don't have that thing where your hips is not made like women. Ours separate, right? Then we have more fat around here, right? For hips and butt and stuff like that. Some men have nice butts, but y'all don't have what you call hips. And so where your shoulders gonna be farther out than your hip area. Okay. So women are either shaped like this, going straight down like this, or they are shaped like this, and it goes out. Okay. Men, on the other hand, your shoulders is farther out than your hips. You're shaped more like this. Okay. Or, yeah, it's always like that. Your shoulders is always broader than your hips. Always. Okay. Because you have no hips. Okay. So let's do that in real time. Let me go find some pictures of men and women in clothing. I have to stop the share because I don't want that to pop up. Make sure I stopped it. Even if you don't get a chance to see the hands and stuff like that, y'all can see a beautiful person in a dress, and y'all be thinking, said person, okay, sexy. Okay, I'm gonna pull up something. We're gonna do a few little tests, okay? We're gonna do a few little tests, and I need y'all possibly beautiful woman, beautiful woman. You see the shoulders, see the hips. What y'all thinking? And then there's this trick that we all can do. This person have their shoulders. See how their shoulders rising up? They doing that in order to make them not look so broad. So they have the one shoulder up and the hand on their hip, and so it makes their shoulders look smaller. So you can't go based on let's go find some more. Okay. If you look, it doesn't matter how pretty I want your eyes see to look. Here are the shoulders, and here are the hips. As you can see, that will go in like this. Okay. Let's go again. Let's go find some more. Let's wait there. Exit that. Let's erase that really quickly. Look, real nice, right? Nice looking, beautiful, right? Nice looking, more erotic, exotic, right? But if you would have to pay attention. The hair is covering the shoulders, but if you look, you'll see that this shoulder is about here to here. Okay, the hair is covering it, but it don't matter because even though they they got their hands on the hip, right? They're you could tell that they have some padding in there, but that don't matter. Even with that, you'll see that we're gonna go to the hip. Okay. Now this is not the hip back here. All this that you might be seeing, that's padding or that's from the back. We talking about the hip space. Okay. You can see that that is a um oh, I want to put that back so I can erase all of that. Okay. And let's find another one that y'all think is beautiful or anybody. They're probably thinking, wow, she's beautiful. Oh, she's beautiful. Right. And it's really hard to tell because when they know how to dress, they also know how to pose. But if we look at the arms or even them hands, look at them hands. Look at them goddamn hands, baby. Let's see. Look at them big ass hands. That hands could hold that phone and grip it if it wanted to. You can also see over here. Okay. But look at them shoulders. So they sloping this one down and this one is a little up. Okay, you could tell based on the body positioning too. Let me exit this so I can go down a little bit. Okay, let me go and take that away. Okay. Y'all don't be looking or y'all be drunk. I'm not sure what the hell y'all be doing, but it don't even matter. Y'all not getting tricked. Y'all be knowing. You can't claim you're being tricked if you haven't done your homework. Okay. Um, we know they got some beautiful people out here. They have men with nice bodies. My husband have a nice butt. I always thought he had a nice butt. Since I met him, I was like, you got a nice butt. Every time I see him, I be like, he not shaped like a woman. What all I'm saying is that all of us have butts, all of us have shoulders and stuff like that. But no matter what, a man, what he don't have is hips. And even if I go and show you a woman who's thin, she still have hips. Okay. But let's go back. So the hips on this person, I'm not sure what that is. Uh-oh. That's not what I want. Okay. I need the markings of it. Marker two, let me go. Highlighter. Let's highlight these goddamn shoulders. Gap, the gap, right? And the hips. And so you still end up with this shape like that. Okay. All these that I've shown so far are beautiful trans women. Okay. Let me see if we can find some more that y'all may consider. Because I know y'all nobody wants to admit that they're beautiful if you're a straight man. But yeah, you know, they're cute. Okay. Look how pretty. Pretty. Okay. Now when they be younger and without the puberty thing like that, that I don't know. I have to go and look and do a little research on that, right? And see. But for the most part, do I exit that? I gotta get rid of that right there. I can't really um see her hips or anything. Can I make it bigger maybe? Let's see, go to the page. Let's see if they show a full pic. Yeah, they go a better pic. Even in this, you could, if you look, it's it's subtle, but you could tell the shoulders are wider. They cover their shoulders up with their hair and things like that. Okay. In in person, even in this photo, you cannot tell. You gotta look at there's some things that sign that tells hands, okay, and and their body shape. Okay. And because women need to have that fat in certain areas. And men, I heard that maybe being on birth control or whatever, the hormonal therapy, they end up getting the same fat and things that women do. Okay. So let's look up just women, sexy women in heels. And I see it may be kind of tricky because when we talk about women, then maybe I need to put cis women. Let's do that. just to make sure. Facing forward, facing, I need, okay. Woman, right? Um, Shoulder. Oh, let me, I want to take that away. Hold up. She's not, see, she's facing sideways, but her shoulders are not that wide, and I can't really do it because her shoulder is up. So I can show you out where it's easier. Maybe that's another page where we could catch her. Okay, let's see what we got. If you look, you'll see it. I can't go by this. Can't go by this. Yeah, we're not gonna go by that because that's not gonna be guaranteed. There could be some cis women, straight women on that page, and some trans women. So when people say, "What's the difference between a woman and a trans woman?" or what, there is a difference between a trans woman and a woman. But if you say, "What is a woman?" right? There's cis women and there's trans women. That's just what it is. You don't have to like it. You ain't got to agree with it. That's just what it is. Okay? If you just put in women in the search engine, you may end up with a mixture of both trans women and women. Yeah? Even when they're thin, our shoulders are not broader than our hips. Okay? So the tail sign is the broadening of the shoulders. Okay, y'all have broader shoulders. Look, this stood out for me even small like this. I saw them broad shoulders. Watch. Wait, where did it go? Damn. Can I go back? Nah, I gotta go forward. Can I go forward again? Yes. Okay. Look, look how thin they are. But you see how broad them shoulders is? So this person don't have a butt, they don't have nothing, right? But they also don't have no hips. And and so I knew that was a trans just by the broadening of the shoulders. Y'all just gotta know how to look. Just look in them shoulders. If in doubt, I guess ask. Okay, let's see. So you cannot tell in the face. Um, they because of contouring and things like that, you can't see the Adam's apple. They always cover those things up. Okay, just like you could cover bags on your ears, make your nose look thinner and all that shit. Makeup is a wondrous. I don't know how to do it, but I'm just saying, uh, very pretty based on what society tells us what's pretty. Now remember, I'm going based on what society says is pretty. And it's, I don't know if y'all ever knew, but models is based on being like boys and men. Not so much as men's body, but boys' bodies. Um, the history of the model, supermodel, had to have no hip. You see what I'm saying? And they and at one point they used to have shoulder pads. Shoulder pads came in because they wanted the woman to look like a boy, a boyish body being grown women. Just like very thin models was the thing. Okay. They want the clothes to hang like they would hang on a finger. If the woman have any curves, then it ain't gonna hang like that unless she got real broad shoulders so it could just hang. So the reason why a lot of you are confused on what beauty is because you don't know or you're not paying attention. But the beauty standard, especially in this group of people, is a boyish body, boy like body. Okay. And so even like so all they have to really do is put on some eyelash, contour their face, put on a wig, let their hair grow, and y'all would be like that, look like a woman. Okay. And why would I ever want a trans girl? What do trans girls even bring to the table? And then this person says me. Okay. Now y'all might be used to more like this, right? And when I say this, I mean this person, right? Who's older. You can see in the face and everything. You can see the broad shoulders right away. But you can also tell that they're older and they didn't go through the the medicine early on. They ended up going through puberty, which got their face looking rougher like a man, right? Muscular. Once they go through puberty, you end up going through those things. But if they catch them with the medicine before they go through puberty, then they're not going to have those signs. Okay? And even if you listen, some of you will get with some of the trans women and they don't have the big penis because they went through this, you know, they went through they didn't go through puberty fully. So their penis be small like a micro. So they got shitload of micro penises out in the world today. Mm-hmm. Let me, I'm leaving this topic alone. I tried to help y'all. Do your own little research, okay? And and hopefully you'll be okay. And you won't be Big J. Okay, you won't be Big J, that's all. I will if y'all want to go see who he was hitting on in action, I'm gonna spell it to you right now, okay? It's KRISSYTOY. Okay? Look that up. And what's gonna come up is Chrissy Toy She-Mail. Okay? And then you'll see them and you'll be able to see what they're working with. And he Big J, yeah, Big J. I'm not sharing the screen, am I? Okay, good. Ooh, I would have been in trouble. Okay. Big J, what you got to say? Big J, let's see if I can hear her voice. Let me see. Big J. Is this damn whole shitload of shit just popped up. I don't even know why. They were born July 19th. Their ethnicity is black, penis size big, breast size big. And then they got a website called Black Teeth Girls. Let me see. Yeah, they got a site called Black Teeth Girls. Uh, damn, they pretty. Look, y'all. I'm just saying, you men better go. Listen, y'all don't be wanting to go and checking out what's out in the world. But if you don't go and figure out what you need to figure out, you're going to be tricked. Because damn, that is her. Wow. Go to Black Tea Girls. Or Black, it's Black hyphen tgirls.com. And these are some beautiful, bad motherfuckers. They coming in all colors. Uh, what I mean by that, skin tones. And damn, this one right here, I know damn well y'all be tricked. Let me see. Not tricked. Not saying they tricking you. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying, wait a minute, let me grab a screenshot real quick. Screenshot. Okay. I'm gonna grab. Shit, I should grab all four of them. Can I? Let me see. Yeah, I'm gonna grab all four of them. Okay. Cool. Let me grab them too. Wait. Okay, I'm gonna grab them, and maybe this one you might be able to know, but I don't think y'all would. Okay, I'm gonna come and share. I didn't want to share the site, but let me. They are pretty. That's I mean that's all I can. I mean I can lie and be like they're not pretty, but nah, these motherfucking people is beautiful. Um, let's see. Mhm. Okay, we're gonna go with this group first. Y'all see that group of people? Them y'all can't. Y'all listen. You they're young and you cannot tell. I can't even tell. Like just basing it on where it's at now. Now that's ways to tell. I can tell. I can see the hands, but I'm talking about just visually, just seeing them. Bam. No, they look like just regular women. And I got another one. Let's see them put up the other picture. But if you go based on what I said, you'll be able to tell. You can see the shoulder to hip ratio in all the pictures that I just posted. And here go the other one. Nobody's naked, so I ain't worried about that. Okay. Oh, you can't see? Oh, they're not popping up. Okay. Hold up. Let me share it another way. Thank you for telling me. Okay, let's go. Yeah. Okay, let me share it this way. Boom, boom. Oh, I know why you couldn't see it. Okay, there we go. Let me see. Yeah, I gotta pin it. Boom. Look at it. Beautiful. Pretty, right? I'm not even gonna say beautiful, but pretty. If you saw any one of these women walking down the street, you would be like, she look like she got on sports bra and things. She could be in a bikini. She got on a cute little outfit, right? But you'll notice how they do their shoulders though. Like they know how to take their pictures right. I mean, women, if you take a lot of pictures, we know how to even pose. If I want to look like I'm taller, hubby taught me what to do. To where I look taller when I'm laying on the bed. He got me bending one leg and the other one straight. He's telling me to, you know, so that's that group. And the second group was this group. And that's there they go. And you could tell they all younger. So they've been having certain things out for the last 20 years. So, um, 20 years. I remember the young, what's her name? I used to watch this TV show. I forget the name of it right now. Jazz. I Am Jazz. And I Am Jazz was a kid. Let me go see if I can find the video. Um, I'm Jazz. By watching that TV show, I learned a lot. Learned so much. I learned, the parents was involved. The um the grandparents was involved. the, Jazz was born a male, and she had a twin. If I'm correct, she's a twin, so she has a twin brother, and so when she was a little person, right, a little boy, she was into rainbows and I forget what, trying to think of with the things with the scales, the unicorns, and she was into those pretty colors. And see, at first I was like, well, it might be society that make them, because why can't little boys like the color pink? Why can't little boys like rainbows? Why can't little boys like um, unicorns and things like that? And so I was thinking, if you relate a little person liking things and you start relating that to sexuality, I was like, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous, right? So as I'm looking, the parents said the same thing I was saying. Yeah, at first they thought it was just, that they like certain colors and things, but then they said they started hearing their son, right, say things, um, wanting to hurt, self-harm himself, because at like 5 years old, he was he was against that thing between his legs. He was like, why is that? And they mentioned that at a young age, he was talking about cutting it off, right? He was talking about cutting it off because he said it shouldn't be there. So in his young mind, a kid, nobody teaching him this. The the she, not right, as she gotten older, and when she became a certain age, she got the blockers, right? I think they call them beta blockers or some type of blockers to block puberty from happening. And they thought about it. He had the family got a psychiatrist for her at a very young age, and so they was making sure it's not psychological. They was making sure that it wasn't something they was pushing. They was the family was on it, and it was very vocal with it. And then, um, and they kind of proved what I already knew by growing up with some people, uh, friends of mine, that you wondering why is he, why he want to play with us instead of being out there playing with them. Why do he like the colors? Why he like to get his nails done? When I remember watching little boys be more feminine than the other boys and want to be with us, and they will be with us. They was nice, you know what I mean? They didn't wear the dresses or nothing like that because, society back then it was already kind of punishing them just for being. We was fucking kids. And then I remember hearing about one of my friends who I'm speaking about, who I've known since he was maybe about 7, 8, when he was about 16, he attempted suicide. I remember, the community had heard about it. He was and when he got out of the, hospital for psych ward or whatever you want to call it, um, like, you know, he just felt like he just wasn't happy. He would be around us laughing and joking, and you know, he was more feminine, wanting to do more feminine things than we as the girls. Because I was a tomboy, but I had cousins and other friends who liked to get their nails, paint the nails and stuff. We wasn't going to get our nails done back then. Now, that that's a new phenomenon. I'm talking about when we was kids, right? And but we would have little uh that doll that was just a head where you could do hair, and we would get the press on nails for the kids. And some of my cousins had that. I never had that because I was a tomboy. I wanted to play sports. But anyway, he would be so happy when he with us. But apparently something was going on in his family or within. And because I had a friend who attempted suicide, and I'm glad that he didn't know how to do it correctly. Um, I started thinking, and from a young age, like, what is society doing? We fucking kids. What is they talking about? This person not harming nobody. This person want to be pretty and cute, want to play with makeup or whatever. What that got to do with anything? So I am a ally. Okay, I am an ally, and there's no way that there is God who says his own creation should be dealt with in a negative way simply because how they look, you know, or what they want to wear. They want to wear the color pretty, pink to be pretty. They want to wear skirts or whatever. Well, how should they be punished because of that? I think that's ridiculous. So I've always just thought that was ridiculous. And when I watch I Am Jazz, I just was following, learning, you know, they was teaching, educating on what's going on, processes. They was letting people know, look, we walking our kids through this for their sake. That's what we do. We doing it for. We love our kid. And if he or she is different, then we okay with that. We gonna walk down this path with them. And yes. Now I stopped watching it. I think when she ended up getting the surgery because I moved, I started being on YouTube more and I stopped watching it. But I followed when all while they was younger, going through high school. Uh, and then I Am Jazz, based on what I remember last. She didn't even know if she liked boys or girls. See, so it wasn't about sex. It was about identity, right? Because remember, at 5, 6, you ain't thinking about no sex. They're not thinking about sex. Adults pushing that on them kids, but they're not talking about sex. She was talking about identity. The parents said, had some scissors and said, I want to cut this off. And and the family had to figure out how to deal with it. And so they started to search to find some help. Now, my children, I always like to, somebody else going through it. I think if those were my children, what would I do? And yes, I would be seeking out as much help as I could, as much understanding as I could receive because of all the love I would have for my child. That's it. That's all. Okay. So I know I changed the topic on that, but yes, I'm an advocate for human rights. It's as simple as that. Okay. Now I'm gonna take the picture down because I don't want people to think I'm beating up. And I do want to apologize to my aunt. I wasn't trying to belittle you or anything like that. But we are shitting on Big J though, okay? And that's all. We shitting on Big J. It's not personally to you. And so I apologize for putting your picture up. I wasn't thinking, you know. I had to change that picture. Now, the link is in the chat. Anybody could have came up, gave pushback. We could have talked about it if y'all wanted to, or we could move on. Um, Let me go see if I can find I Am Jazz when she was a little person. And I say person because now she is a she, but when she was born, she was a little boy. Okay. So I'm just trying to be as politically correct as I can without being disrespectful to uh, her. Okay. I am Jazz. Let me see. I am Jazz at, let's see, 5, 6. Let's see. See if I can. Wow. Wow. She look like her twin sister now. In the face, definitely. Okay, here we go. We found it. I'm gonna show y'all. Let's get through the commercial. This little person. This little person was very informative to me. So it was on TV and I learned a lot. Let me share that. Then I'm probably gonna go, y'all. I gotta go downstairs, deal with some apples. Let me see, share the screen. I don't know if I should share the sound. 'Cause, let me see if we're gonna do that. Share that. I'm gonna change this. I'm gonna do it like this. Okay, here we go.
You watch the world as I watch the world as Bruce Jenner came out.
Yes.
He was 65,
Mhm.
65 when he got the courage to say, "This is who I am." What was that moment like for you, having done that at 5?
Well, for me, I was lucky to have such supportive parents because I
Hear,
was
hear.
yes,
Yes.
I just expressed how I felt on the inside and that was a girl. But my parents were really the ones who accepted me and loved me and embraced me for who I
Look at you. 5 years old and she, right, felt like a girl. But on the on the on the inside, but on the outside, she started realizing that boys, because I guess the family was like, "You're a boy, you're a boy," you know.
I am. So all they were worried about was giving me love and making sure that I was happy. And if that means being the girl that I am on the inside, then they would let me do that. So really they helped shape my early life and, help shape the person that I am today.
So you're one of the youngest recorded cases of transgender ever. You know that, right? Yeah. Right. And first came out, as I just said, at the age of 5. What was it like for you doing that so young? I mean, I know you had no point of reference, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it was just the way I was.
See, that's her at 5, but she was born a boy. She got a twin brother, you see, but she wanted her hair to grow. So her parents let her, but she wanted to be happy. She wanted to do ballet. Um, oh, I don't know what to say. If I had a child, I would want them to want what they want too.
I was inside and I didn't think it was right or wrong to do it too young or too late or anywhere.
Did you feel that, I mean, I've talked to other transgender who came out later in life and they said they felt trapped in their body. Did you feel trapped in any way?
I definitely felt trapped in my body. I didn't understand why I had the body that I had. And when I was 2 years old, I asked my mom, when is the good fairy going to come and change my private parts? And, that was one of those defining moments.
When you were 2?
When I was 2 years old. And that was one of those defining moments when she realized, this isn't just a phase. My child is special and I have to love and support her.
Hi, YouTube.
Yeah. So, I think that's what so watching them is what got me, to be an ally, understanding. So I do understand what other people don't understand when they like bomb, but they make, and I'm like, nah, you got, if you want understanding, you got to seek it. It's out there for you to learn. But if you don't want understanding, then that's okay too. That's okay. Just would you want to erase a whole group of people? And you can't say that they're your friends if you don't even like that they're doing what they're doing. I think Mr. Cam, me and Mr. Cam had a back and forth because he He's like, yeah, but they, and he kept calling them they, and I'm like, uh, he said, but Bob, I'm friends with them, and they know how I feel. And I'm like, he knows that I don't, they know I don't agree with them, and I say it all the time. I said, well, you're not their friend. What kind of friend could you be that every time you with them, you mentioning their sexual preference or their look? We as friends don't do that. When I go out with my friends, I'm not telling them I don't agree with how you living, but let's be friends. That's ridiculous. So when I told him that, I remember, I'm like, Mr. Captain, ain't your friend. What you mean, Bob? Those are my friend. I'm like, they may be your friend, but you're not theirs. Okay. And you know what? Though, think about that. He says, well, they know how I feel, and they, you know, I let them know. You know how you, a person who would take that abuse just for the sheer thought of you being their friend. That, that, that's telling. That's very telling. Because maybe, y'all meet up and do things together that's beneficial to them and stuff like that. But there's no way I would be friends with somebody who is always talking about my decision on my life. Even, even, look, but I could even be doing something that's bad that has nothing to do with gender. Let's say I was cheating. I was a cheater, right? Let's say I was cheating on my husband and I had a so-called friend. And my friend kept telling me, you wrong for this, you wrong for that, you wrong for this. Even though that person is right, right? That person could be right. But I would not think that this person is my friend for throwing this up in my face. I, I would not be their friend. Now they may be being the best friend because they're letting me know, hey, you wrong for this. You know, I choose this hard one, to even say that, yes, even though I would be wrong, they'll be right. I still wouldn't put up with that shit for very long. We would get in an argument. I would tell them it's none of their business. And so let's talk about something where a person don't have no choice in how their body, their mind, okay? So Mr. Gab said, I got them as my friend. Uh, I don't reference my friends as them. I don't reference my friends as they. And the people who don't understand the pronoun movement, it's because you didn't want to know. Because the pronouns was to say people was misgendering people, right? Uh, and usually when it was done, it was happening on purpose. It wasn't that this woman looked like a man or you couldn't tell if it's a woman or a man, because they do have those, right? Um, and they know this, right? They don't know because people do it often. And so they'll realize that maybe their voice is one thing, they look another way, and people can't tell. Those people know that about them. What was happening almost on this just disrespectful shit, people would know that you have on this dress, purse, they see how you living, but they can also tell that you was actually born something else. Like, and that people would just be disrespectful. You know that this person is living as a female. Wow, because she got on a dress. You always see her in a dress. You go to the store, you see them working, you see how they conduct themselves, how they handle themselves, what they're wearing, and you know that, you know, you could call them a ma'am. You don't even have to call them anything. People would be disrespectful, just call them opposite. talking about I could tell you was mad even though you were dressed. And they were just being disrespectful. So during COVID, when we had a lot of time, that's when that pronouns thing came up. Not only that, but I'm not sure if people know, there was women who didn't like being called Miss. I remember somebody getting on me talking about, you calling me Miss? Uh, like I'm older than you. And I had to inform them I'm using it as a sign of respect. I'm not saying that you're older than me, but I could tell that you're a grown woman, right? I could I could tell that you're either my age or you may be older, you may be a little younger. I taught my kids to say Miss so and so, Mr. so and so. I do it out of sign of respect for anybody my age and older. Okay. Especially if you're older. If I perceive you to be a little older and from the South, then I use Miss. So there's some people I call Miss. You hear me call Mr. Leonard all the time. I don't call him Leonard. I call him Mr. Leonard. Okay. Miss O. I call Miss O. It's not because I think she's older than me or nothing like that. That's a sign of respect. I have no clue what her age is. I never asked her. Okay. Um, and so there's a few others that y'all don't hear me talk about a lot or see me with, but I call them Mr. or Mrs. Okay. Um, especially if I know they from the South or in the South. And if you ever talk to me on the phone and my kids or my grandson, people when I say Leaky, say hi to Miss Taylor, say hi to Miss, whoever was up here. And I was saying hi. I'm letting them know, call them Miss. That's a sign of respect. But that was a thing when teachers was saying, I remember they were saying, don't call them Miss. Like people start changing fucking rules just midway. You know what I mean? So they have a they. What is they? They're referencing instead of gendering anybody, you know, um, if if they have their pronouns already there for you, which that's I'm gonna be honest, it's a stupid movement. It was a stupid movement. Okay, stupid movement because something that happens in a particular area, an incident happened, and you want to solve it, cool, right? It might be something that's going on in your town, cool. But we have the internet now. So now something happened in a town and then it went viral and then now it becomes the topic of conversation for everybody everywhere. And I'm like, I don't mind calling them. I don't know why I would call anybody they. Like if you right here in front of me, you know, you'd rather me call you a they instead of you know, a miss or a mister. If I call it say miss, because that's what I see. And just let me go. All I'm doing is paying for some shit. I even stop gendering anybody. Just say thank you. Have a good day. How you doing? Never mentioning their sex, gender, or nothing. How you doing? That's good. Have a good night. Bam. Okay. So it could be scary out here. I'm not trying to offend nobody. And the thing is, who? Let's say I misgender you. Let's say, you know, I didn't know. I literally just said it, and now you ready to choke down my throat, and we gonna be fighting, bitch. We gonna listen. I'm basing it on what I see. You then want to correct me. You best shut the fuck up, because all I was doing is coming in being nice. Let me just walk out the fucking door. Okay? It ain't no teachable moment when I'm coming in your store, buy some shit. And I think that's people just there's a group of people who do want to yeah. I understand that some people could be disrespectful. If I'm being disrespectful, like straight up, you could tell that that was my intent. That's different. I deserve anything you give me. But what about the regular people who are not really doing that? Now you trying to teach us. Everybody ain't got time for no teaching. Everybody don't want that education, especially in no disrespectful way. Okay? And the internet will give people, make people think they got power they don't until somebody smack the fuck out of them. Somebody smack the fuck out you because you decided to teach me about them, they, and him, her, and all that shit. Now, the fuck is you talking about? Lady, I just want to pay for this bottled water and get the fuck up out of here. So, what is this going on with my screen? Oh, look at that. Zoom is a motherfucker, baby. Zoom got some new features and shit that I just stumbled on. I don't know why. Devastating thing is at the bottom down there. Is it pinned? Now it's pinned, but I'm not sure. Zoom is tripping. I've been on for 8 hours. Okay, I'm gonna go my ass downstairs. I was supposed to be sewing. I squared up most of the squares. I have a couple of more to do so I can start getting this shit together, y'all. But anyway, I had a great time with you all. And I think it was like 10 people in here when we was reviewing what you call 'em. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with, the people want to go through the education and have listen. I'm okay with that. We don't always have to argue. People could disagree with they're saying, what I'm saying. I'm good with all that. There was the other one that I want to go through, um, which was Christianity, but I think I may do that another time. Um, there's a couple, but see, they got the ex-Christian. She is, if I'm correct, because I did watch it. Did I watch all of it though? Yes. Yes, I watched this one. Let me see. And she was good too. Okay. But the one that I was gonna share was, look like I don't have it up anymore. Let me see where it is. Okay, that's the dog room. Which one is this? This is Big J. Okay. We don't care about Big J. But Big J. Well, we could run through this, I guess. Let's run through that. I don't know if we should.
Take credit for what somebody else did. That's a problem with the North American Negro of the 21st century. You always licking your lips every time when a woman's around. You will lick your damn lips instead of getting down to business, like men should do. You worry about some gossipy shit. No, I'm trying to clear my goddamn name, and I'm trying to clear the name of people on my fucking channel because I'm loyal to them, and you're mad because I'm not loyal to you. I don't believe certain people should be in our conversations. Then why you here then? You know what I believe though? You know what Big J believe? The reason why other people is in y'all's conversation or in black people's conversation, I tell you why, because black men will not sit there and solve their goddamn problems.
See, when he screamed like that, I don't know if it's my computer speakers or what. I couldn't hear one word he said. I think I heard problems. I was able to pick up problems, but I didn't hear whatever the hell he said. And that's why I'm asking him to stop yelling. And do anybody ever be telling him, hey, bro, we can't hear you? I don't think he'll care. Let me see if we can pick up why. Let's see.
You know what I believe though? You know what Big J believe? The reason why other people is in y'all's conversation or in
why other people's is in our conversation.
Black people's conversation, I tell you why, because black men will not.
And it says down here, because black men, okay, will not
sit there and solve their
They will not sit there and solve their
goddamn problems.
goddamn problems. Okay.
We don't want nobody else.
I don't know if I would have been able to pick that up without me having on caption, closed caption. Okay. I just want you to know that, BJ, if you're listening. You need to listen to a little bit of his streams when you're doing the yelling. Okay? That's all. Because you might then back it up a little bit. Stop eating your mic like you're sucking a dick. Okay? I know your mic might be there, it's shaped like a dick, but it ain't. Okay? Stop it.
To solve in y'all's business, then goddamn it, you as a man need to solve your problem.
What did he just say? Okay, it says, in y'all's business, then goddamn it, you as a man need to solve your. Okay.
Rather than chasing box all the goddamn day.
Rather than chasing box. Okay. Box all day.
Yes, nigga, who you calling a $5 Indian bitch? Yes, I'm calling you a bitch at this point, because we're done, nigga.
So I think Silent called her a $5 Indian. And then Big J calls him a B because he's talking about her.
Going to sit there and worry about pussy. Oh, pussy. Every goddamn day, you want to talk to me about some woman.
That nigga gets women.
We got a world in crisis, and the last thing we need to talk about is you with a dry dick. I don't give a fuck about you and your dry dick. And why in the hell do you worry about with me and my dick? Well, Big J, I think you need to get laid. Well, Nick, I think though you need to mind your fucking business and get the fuck out the way. Because you're over here.
He done already got laid. My aunt done smashed him, crushed him. My aunt said I crush a lot. Big J is the one he was crushing.
Being henpecked and peacocking. Get tired of that shit. That's all you Negroes do. Worry about some clown shit. A bunch of Delta Novembers. Dumb niggas. Dumb niggas saying dumb shit just because they can say dumb shit. I'm gonna light your ass up from now on. When you said $5 Indian, oh man, you fucked up. You fucked up.
I mean, we should go faster than that.
And T-Will, I suggest T-Will. You are a scared bitch, T-Will. You're a scary little bitch. Because I told you where I'm at. T-Will, you need to pull up your pants up and be a man for once, nigga. I'm getting me tired of you niggas keep sagging in 2026.
Can y'all believe how fast this is going? But it sound regular. I got it going almost at what is that 1.65 speed. It's almost going double, and he sound better.
You niggas sagging your damn pants. What is this, 1990s, nigga? Oh, they're sagging your goddamn pants. Nigga, pull your goddamn pants up before you talk to me. Motherfucker. Don't you ever sit there and talk that bullshit.
We're going to push it a little faster. Let's see if we can get it. See how we're going to get it to go 2 times. Let's see.
Goddamn chat room, when you keep sagging your fucking pants, pull your fucking pants up and start being a fucking man for once. Being somebody's backup dancer on a woman's panel. See, I know, man, you don't go to the men's panel because men will set your ass straight. Big J, you don't allow people on your panel. You goddamn right. Dumb niggas should not be talking.
You know, but Jay, you don't allow people on your panel. You fucking right. So he admits you don't let people up. So I'll like, I don't even know, man.
Uneducated, if you can't comprehend the English words, I might have a study problem. I might have a speech impediment because I can comprehend the English language.
No,
if you can't comprehend what words come out of people's mouth, if you don't know what the subject verb fucking as agreement is, if you don't know what the fucking the pronouns, the adverbs, the verbs, if you don't even know what that, then get the fuck out of my goddamn face.
He's saying my shit.
Nigga, stupid.
I was saying that shit.
That's
right
why you niggas are always going to be behind. You can still talk about the same damn thing within the next 20 damn years.
Yeah, he's the one who's been here for 20 years. He's been here for 20 years.
Talking about the same damn thing for the next goddamn 5, 6, 7, 8. And you wonder why you don't succeed in shit. You wonder why women are more educated than you. You wonder why though you are looked upon a certain way. And let's talk about, and it's something in that video I forgot to put in the video because the video was very long. It's like a 5-hour video. So it's a 5-hour video, but at the same time, I would like I don't feel like doing a part 2. But let me fill this in. So if you got 2 white people calling y'all niggas, nigga bitches, and she-boons and booms and all them racial epithets, why did Big J Triple X got bountied in the middle of all of that?
There he go. He back wondering why he got bounty. You got bounty because old girl don't like you. You're not the only person she bounty. People she don't like. As soon as Jay Prince step up and she's up there, she bounties his ass off. But you the only one crying about it. But you crying about not wanting to be in the area. You say you don't like them people. You can't stand them people. Every day you would go sit in their face, and then you would come over here in your channel and claim how you don't like them. You tried to catch them on my panel just to say you don't like them, but then now you're mad because you can't go back over there. Why would anybody want you to come to their channel if you are there just to tell people how you ain't shit, how they should stay away from you? This dude is a jealous dude. He's a he's a hater, and also he's really hateful. He want to come to my channel to tell people they shouldn't be on my channel, but he want to announce it on my channel. That's some crazy shit. That nigga got me blocked. Even if he was on my channel, I'ma block that nigga. I'm gonna block him. Okay? I've decided, just in this moment, since I can't see him when he's on my own shit, yo. I can't even see him on my own shit. I gotta rely on my moderators to keep that nigga calm, right? Because I can't see him. And I'm gonna block him so he can't be over here. Since he wanna block me.
Y'all didn't bounty them white motherfuckers all off there. See, that's what I'm pissed off about. How many times I got to describe that shit? Oh, that's right. I keep getting muted over there. And Gay Baby's right. No, fuck it. I ain't backing down for shit. Because I'm right. Because I am right. Now, I ain't apologize for a goddamn thing. Now, last time I did apologize was to DJ Witch Doctor. I did apologize to him. Know why? Because I believe I was wrong. Not that I believe I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. That's why I apologize to DJ Witch Doctor and LA Project. I apologize to them because I knew I was wrong with the information that came out of my mouth. But I will not apologize to you, Bomb. I will not apologize to you. Because I'm right. And I know that I'm right. Y'all sit there talking about this shit, and then you got the fucking tropes sitting right there and shit, and none of y'all sit there and bounty them 2 white racist motherfuckers off, yet you worry about what Pierre's saying.
He keeps saying he know he's right. He's talking about Sharon's channel, but he's talking to me like I have any control on who's on Sharon's channel. And he's mad because he says Bomb still supports Sharon, as if he think he can tell me who to support or not. And so he's saying that he's right because he should be able to tell me who to support. But he's the one who was actively over there with them thoughts. Right? And see, and people listen to him and then they listen to me, right? And you don't know which one is telling the truth. That's the shit that kills me. Right? I've been here for years. And things I say are truthful. When we up here having a conversation. Even when I'm dragging motherfuckers, a lot of shit that I say is truthful. I may, make a song and crack some jokes in that, and even crack jokes on people, but this nigga here, you can hear it in his mouth. I don't know how it could be so obvious. But then again, when people listen to him and then they want to, well, Big J, I agree with you. Other people, spinning narratives. Wow, this nigga was the one here admitting he did say it, he did lie on purpose. Then you accept the idea that he lied on behalf of that person, but that don't make sense. Think about you as a woman. You might be telling people that's you or not, whatever, but you okay? You think it's helpful for a nigga to just pop up and say, no, that's her, I met her, and then start telling people that he had sex with her? Now, I've already said I said that's what he did. And then he eventually admitted it. But you still don't know who to believe. And I'd be like, bitches, y'all don't wanna believe. Y'all don't wanna believe. That nigga admitted to lying. Even said he lied with the woman he was with. The lie was that he was with her, but he wasn't with her. So he started talking about how he wasn't with her. But he was I don't even know. Listen, the nigga is twisted.
You take why you bring that up, Bomb, because you got nothing else to talk about. Because Rudy ain't talking about your ass no more. Rose C ain't talking about your ass no more. Goddamn, shout out to Taylor. She ain't talking about your ass no more. Everybody else left.
Look at him. He brings up other people's names as if he knows anything about what we talk about, what we did. He said they're not talking about me no more. I don't know if they are or not, and I don't care. But I guess that's what I'm saying. When I enter into fights with people, you know what I don't do? I don't mention the other people they've been fighting with unless they fighting on each other's side. You know what I mean? Like they on each other's side and I'm batting both of them motherfuckers across their head. But I ain't go by Big J and mention all the motherfuckers who've been swinging at him for years. I just be like, nigga, that's why they kick you out of the manosphere because of your actions. I could mention, I could go down a long list of all the men. The ones that's in his titles all the time. He don't like rejection. I don't give a fuck about no rejection, nigga. Nobody reject me, nigga. Like, the fuck? And the thing is, he knew, like, I've known, since he mentioned Rudip. I was on this bitch before Rudip was over here with me. Rudip came over here, what, 2000, maybe 2020? He used to be over here. I used to be by him before that. He started being more regular over here, all over here. Okay? That mean I existed before him. Who Roxy, she came around maybe definitely after that. Okay, maybe 2021, 22. I was existing before that. And Roxy wasn't even over here that much, right? She worked and had a life. And who else he mentioned? Roxy. Oh, Taylor. I've been knowing Taylor. She was here. Me and her so-called best friend was fighting back and forth. She didn't get involved. I don't think she get involved. I didn't say nothing bad about no Taylor, but motherfuckers like to mention that. I did have a question about everybody who was on that channel that day. And everybody had a chance to say, oh no. About even Miss Witchcomb came up and said, no, Bob, I heard that, you might have some questions. No, I had nothing to do with that. And I said, okay, and that was it. Okay? Nigga, I don't give a fuck about no motherfuckers going where they go. I've always said people go where they go. And it hurts you that even when you see people gone, there's still people here. It hurts you, Big J.
Left your damn channel. Oh, and Angelica, when did I say anything about having some females come after you? No, I came after you because what you and ABT was saying. What you said on your community tab. I don't need somebody to put a battery in my fucking back. I saw what you said on your community tab, and I'm addressing what you said on your community tab and what you said to me on your platform. I don't need some woman putting a battery in my fucking back. And since we own this, right? Since we own this, Angelica, how come you said you was disgusted by MOT being weaponized, but you was up in chat room, and thank God that video's coming because it showed you cheering that shit on when MOT was going in on Brownsville and going in on Sharon. You was up in that chat room because the chat room slide up just like this right here. You see this? See how the chat room slide up on the right side, the bottom right side? Your name, you was up in here communicating. Let me get right back to the men. I'm pretty talking to the men now. You niggas keep on doing this bullshit. Y'all will never succeed in anything. Says the black men, y'all will never succeed in shit because you're not a problem solver. Y'all never gonna be looked upon as a problem solver. Y'all looked upon as bullshit artists.
Bullshit talking about the bullshit artists. Oh my God, this is boring, really. Let's see.
You got men on YouTube who forced himself upon a crippled woman, and none of y'all ain't saying a fucking word about that.
Man on YouTube.
Right, justice. Right, beat up. Justice for clarity.
We don't know that motherfucker. This nigga I've never heard no justice for charity. I don't know, and I guess we all need to know him so we can speak on it. He knows him, but he ain't saying nothing. Fuck, we care. Oh man, Big J don't make no sense.
He was up here. And the only thing Pierre said, hey, and she just mentioned it in Bomb's name in passing. Bomb acted a fucking fool.
I acted a fucking fool because she mentioned my name in passing. Is that what she did? Because that's not what happened. You put that motherfucker link back up. Put that video up so we can share it. Share that one. Let me see if I can find it. Because I don't even know if he took it down. Let's go look. That would be, he takes things down. I think he took it down, to be honest, but I might be wrong. Strings being pulled, no. Wait, that might be it. Wait, let me think. That's 10 days ago. This happened. The two women was going back and forth, right? The women were going back and forth 3 weeks ago. Men are not that simple as you think. You can see what, I'm over there. I don't think I did. That before Christ thing is old as hell, huh? Okay, I don't think it's that long ago. I don't think I didn't see the chat. Let's see. We're gonna click on a few and see what we see.
I am not here to debate with anyone. I have devoted.
That's where I'm going. I might spend the night. Who knows, man? That's things I need to. Some things I need to do over there.
No, this is him by himself. Look like.
Hold on, let me text this person real quick.
Okay, so no, that's not it. Get them up on out of here. Featuring MOB. I wasn't there, so I don't know. Don't think I see it here. Is that what I just went into that one? Let's see. Get one of me. Yeah, that's the one I just went into. Okay. Fried dry that are you Sean? Look like I was over there then. Let's go see if that's it.
Okay, sounds great right now. I'm thinking a burger.
Tough decisions. So this premise, because I'm a black man,
Nigga got Laffy Taffy up
Because I'm a
there.
black man, I'm supposed to do the classic
You
stereo.
could tell I don't really, I don't remember none of that shit. But apparently, it says over there, part 3. Not everyone should have a voice. Men, what did you think? Do it say I was there? It says I was there. Let's go look.
I am not here to debate with anyone. I have devoted all of my adult life to this subject.
Screen through and through. It's just him. Nigga just be talking. Okay. So boom, boom. I think he hit it. Yeah, I think it was 2 weeks ago. Let me see. Let me go through this one and see.
Here to debate with anyone. I have devoted all of my adult life to this.
Can see. Boom, boom, boom. I think all the ones where he would be getting his money and shit, he done took down. Like I said, I definitely know it wasn't last week. This should happen at least 2, if not 3 weeks ago. So that's 10 days ago. I know it passed that. This says 2 weeks ago. I gotta go in them just to.
I am not here to debate with anyone. I have devoted all of my adult life.
Let's see. Wait, somebody. Okay, that's Deacon. Okay, I remember that. They was having a good conversation. Too. Yeah, he took it down, yo. He took it down. Wait, let's see, Big J. I see Willie. I see what his name from over there. I see SKC. I see some kids. I think. Is that, no, I don't like somebody else. I'm not sure. That might be her. Okay. Nope, that's not it. So Big J, he takes things down. You know, he takes things down. So I don't understand that at all. And no, nope. I don't. In the wars. That's 5 days ago. Maybe what I'm bad with timing, but I do think it was past 6 days ago. But
I am not here to debate with anyone. I have devoted
shit
all of
happened
my
at
adult
least 2
life
weeks.
to this subject. I only debate.
I'm really bad with time, so we're gonna check and see if this one is it. I remember Auntie. So yeah, that's not it. Yeah, no, he took it down, y'all. It's crazy. Culture. No, it's not insecurity, play victim, but content. It's somehow him and him, Roxy and Rue been going back and forth. You know, nothing too. But when he want to get into with me, he want to bring them up. Ain't that something? I haven't said nothing to Rue them in at least 2 weeks. Right? Um, got zero to say. Damn, BJ. Yes, motherfucker. The BT Awards. That's a month ago. Yeah, that's okay. It wasn't that long ago. Anyway, and I don't even have to explain it. People was there. I went up there. I asked her why she did it. She said, "Well, I didn't mean it that way." So, she did it, but then she, in her mind, she mean it that way. Even though I was wondering, like, hey, if I'm not over here, I said, Big J got a right to believe what he want to believe with who, like if he don't want to side with her. uh, I'm like, I have nothing to do with that, right? I have nothing to do with that. Um, and that's what I asked her, like, why you brought me up in they shit? She did that, okay? And he even told her that that's not the case, which is weird to me because he said that wasn't the case, right? It wasn't the case. When she asked him that, he said that's not the case. And she said, "No, Big J, that is the case." And then I was like, "What the fuck? Like, why are you bringing me up?" So I don't give a fuck about that raggedy ass, wretched white woman. But she bet this, I will go into the files, baby, and pull out a butterfly period. In fact, let's see. Let's see. Let me see this channel. Since I've been on this channel, how long I've had this channel? I gotta go see. Let's go do a little research. If I can go and see how long I've had it, then I'll know if there'll be anything on here. But I think I've had this channel for maybe 5 years, maybe. Um, I got it in 2019. Let's see. I don't think there's anything. Let's see if we can do a search on my channel. I gotta go to the channel and do a search. Let's see if I got any pure. I'm gonna put the word pure in and see if there's any titles. Okay. Just pearly thing. See, so there's no pure in my titles, okay? Let's go to another channel though. Do, do, do. I was talking about House of Bomb. Let's go there for a minute. Because I was talking to somebody about something, and I had mentioned that I went to uh, when some shit popped off. I had said that I think it was my first time going live on here. Damn, I went live and I thought I saw KT go on here. When I was on here with him. Yeah, okay. Look like sometime I might be signing into the different accounts without realizing it. Okay, let's see. See, I did. Okay. I don't know if I'm on the right channel. It is the right channel. Damn, I did emotion. I did Bounty Gate on here. Man, a year ago. Mitchell FBA. And okay. Out the blue Vic. Oh, you could tell. Okay, I did the making wine on here. I remember that. I, I don't remember that, to be honest. Apparently, sometime I'll be signing into the wrong account. Okay. 2 years ago. Y'all can see when I said Baller X is anti. And, and when we go back and forth, I put up pictures like that and shit. I've been doing that for years. But let's go through something because I don't know if I want to do it. I feel like hmm, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 4 years ago, still 4 years ago. Boom, boom. What channel is this? I don't think There go that picture. Remember I mentioned I used to have a picture that might be why the white men may have thought that I was a white woman. That used to be my picture right there. Okay. That you so here I was walking around YouTube with this picture as my nobody knew what the hell I looked like for a while. I was using that picture. Okay. Um let me unplug. Yeah, I have enough. Okay, y'all. I really have to walk down these steps, but I'm thinking of doing this tomorrow because I have a lot of content, baby. Lots of motherfucking content, but I want to see if this the channel. So this goes back 4 years. See what it says, bomb back. Uh, y'all, I gotta go. Okay, I'll be back tomorrow.